Karen, are you with us?
Yes.
Thank you. I'd like to call to order the regular meeting of the Solvang City Council, May 11th, 2020, 6:30 p.m. Could I get a roll call?
Mayor Protem Clark,
Here.
Councilmember DeJarnis,
Here.
Councilmember Johnson,
Here.
Councilmember Waite,
Here.
Mayor Sun.
Here. All present. Robert, you want to lead us in the pledge?
Yes, please stand and place your right hand over your heart. Repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we'll move on to public communications, written or verbal. The first item I'll get taken care of on that is the proclamation for Roger Peterson.
Robert Peterson.
Robert Peterson. I think we'll first start with a moment of silence, and then Robert will read the proclamation. Thank you. Robert?
Okay. Dated May 11th, 2020. Whereas, on behalf of the city of Solvang, we wish to record our deep sorrow over the passing of Mr. Robert Bob Peterson this May of 2020. And whereas Mr. Peterson was a beloved husband, brother, father, grandfather, friend, and community member, and whereas he grew up in Solvang, first son of Henry George and Clara Nielsen Peterson, whereas in 1937, Mr. Peterson, his parents, and his younger brother William, Bill, moved into their family homestead, Rancho Llano Grande, whereas the two brothers went on to found Buell Flat Rock Company on the west end of Solvang, across from the Rancho Llano Grande, and whereas Mr. Peterson will forever be remembered in Solvang as a great storyteller, known for his daily drive to the Solvang post office in his 1972 vintage truck, and whereas on Wednesday, May 6th at 11 a.m., Mr. Peterson's Celebration of Life parade started with 91 bells at Bethania Lutheran Church, headed up Mission Drive and south to the post office, and then drove down to Buell Flat Rock Company. And whereas the city of Solvang, along with Mr. Peterson's family, are blessed to have known him and been a part of his life, and therefore, Ryan Toussaint and the mayor and of the Solvang City Council, on behalf of the entire City Council, in recognition of Bob Peterson's many contributions to our city's history and economy, do hereby express our deep appreciation for his dedication to the upbringing of this community and extend to his family our sincere sympathy upon his passing. The mayor and the council of the city of Solvang.
Great. Thank you, Robert. With that, move on to the rest of public comment. I think we have 3 written in, and then we'll check for callers on the phone.
First up, from I don't know who it's from, JPSBC Co.org. Please read the following.
John Paddlefield.
John Paddlefield, thank you. Please read the following into the meeting. Greetings from a longtime Solvang resident, property owner, voter, and concerned citizen. I know the city is mandated to post and publish its meeting agenda 72 hours prior to the city council meetings and has been doing so lately by submitting a very brief summary of what will be discussed rather than a complete agenda. The complete agenda is then released Sunday night to the citizens and sometimes even Monday of the actual meeting. I feel, as many do in this community from conversations, that this practice appears to be an effort to keep the public from being able to formulate ideas, comments, and prepare for the meetings on Monday evenings. Regardless of the reasons, this is a very poor action by our city, and I'd like to see it stop immediately and also be addressed by the entire city council. Do I have more than one page on that? That's all I have from
Yeah. So
Mr. Peterson.
it'd be nice if I'll add this. This is Zena's actually already responded to this one, so you can just read that into the record. I think that helps address some of it.
Okay, reading into the record, Mr. Padfield, and this was the reply that was sent to him. The city council and city staff make it a priority to inform the Solvang community and be transparent. Since the proclamation of COVID-19 pandemic emergency at the federal, state, and local levels, the city has had to take significant measures to respond to this emergency. The city has gone through, hang on one second. Can you take that off there, please? Thank you. The city has gone through a major restructure of ongoing operations to ensure that essential services are provided for our community, including law enforcement, water, and sewer services. We have engaged our nonprofit and church communities to help their extraordinary efforts providing food to those in need. We've been working with our business community to ensure that we have the tools for them to be ready to reopen. In the longer run, and aside from COVID-19, I would like to note that the city has been diligently working to fix operational issues, including outdated information technology and planning and building department practices, among others. The city's information technology system has become non-operational to support quality, had become non-operational to support quality and timely work down issues such as email malfunctions, video recording, system failures, etc. Some of the major upgrades of our information technology have taken place in the past month and as recently as this weekend. Unfortunately, some of these necessary restructure processes have resulted in delays in putting out information, but we had to get through this hurdle to be able to serve our public more efficiently in the future. All of these efforts are taking place while we continue to react to an ever-changing environment. Staff has been working with the county and Solvang community representatives over the last 2 weeks to develop a plan for phased reopening that the county could certify. A week ago on Monday, the governor announced that the state was ready to move to stage 2 for reopening. By Friday, he changed his guidelines and parameters, forcing the county and cities once again to reevaluate our strategies. The late distribution of agenda packets with full reports are in no way meant to diminish transparency and public feedback. The mayor sends out weekly messages from the mayor updating the community on COVID situations and inviting public feedback at council meetings. Staff has been striving to provide as complete a report as possible while consistently reacting and addressing the changing regulatory environment from the state. This has resulted in late agenda packet distributions. To address the public concerns, we will distribute agenda packets on Thursday before council meetings. Some information may not be available until the council meeting and may be presented in a presentation form. The council will schedule special council meetings to accommodate any additional agenda items that need to be addressed in a timely manner within the environment of COVID-19 response. We appreciate your comments and value your desire to participate in the process along with others in the community. I look forward to continuing to improve transparency and appreciate your feedback. We apologize for any inconvenience, and I hope that the outlined plan here will better serve our community efforts. Regards, Zena Bradford, City Manager, City of Solvang. And we'll try and do a better job at that. Reading more?
Yes, next.
Next comment comes from Deborah Diet. Please read at the following May 11th meeting. Stop all spending but the basics. To all Solvang City Council members. Governor Newsom has announced a $53 billion deficit and will spend on top of that $21 billion in reserves. This means the state of California is facing a $75 billion deficit. Since the state of California does not have the revenue to support services in the state, I urge the city of Solvang to immediately suspend all excess projects, events, and spending. Projects and events that are not basic to streets, sewer, and capital repairs should be halted. This should include all special projects and studies that are listed in tonight's packet that are not addressing the basic needs of our city. Examples of non-basic studies and projects are the Solvang Park upgrades, Mission Drive road widening studies, and Alisol Road bike lanes. Governor Newsom stated that the state most like would not come close to recovery for 2 or more years. The taxpayers are due the most conservative spending and maintenance. The economy will be on a potentially destructive roller coaster for that minimum of 2 years, if not longer. Every dime of taxpayer money is needed to make sure society will function responsibly until in the distant future we have recovered. Sincerely, Deborah Diet. And the last one comes from the Solvang Retailers Association. Dear Mayor, Solvang City Council members, and Solvang City staff, regardless of some easing of some of the restrictions for non-essential business to begin opening, as of today, Solvang still remains a ghost town. Unfortunately, the existing Paycheck Protection Program, PPP, loan does not work for smaller businesses. It overlaps with EDD's unemployment insurance with not much room left to cover rent, utilities, etc. Since most employees are covered by unemployment insurance until the end of July, there's no chance that the PPP loans can be used for employee payrolls expenses. To further aid struggling small businesses during these unprecedented times, we strongly believe that Solvang tenant eviction ban ordinance should include the month of June, July, and August, along with an extended payback period of 12 months for deferred rent, similar to other cities. We also believe that existing ordinance should become adjusted to a deferred rent moratorium. It is our hope that the city would create some kind of rent forgiveness or rent grant program that would appeal to both landlords and tenants. We need to ensure commercial tenants can remain regardless of closed or open doors during this unusual period. Otherwise, more than 50% of Solvang stores will close permanently. And that's the last I have for the written correspondence.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any callers?
No callers. Everybody's on Zoom right now.
Okay. So just on addressing a little bit on the public comment, I believe we're, given the feedback that Deborah gave, the original motion we made several months ago to realign all, we're still continuing that process. I think there's a lot of things that are on the preliminary budget items later on tonight, but it's still going to be in the capital improvement programs and stuff. But the council already has directed all that stuff to be put on hold during this time. So just wanted to make sure that was confirmed. And we'll have more discussion about that later on tonight. And then also on that item, we definitely know there's going to be a major budget shortfall. And League of California Cities is holding meetings with the different different mayors of different cities, and they're going to run some kind of push for getting funding for some of our local cities. Of course, what I would point out is not to count on much, because as you point out, you're asking for money from can't get blood from a turnip kind of thing. So I don't know if we will see any form of relief that comes from that request, but that's what's being done by League of California Cities on that particular item. So with that, we have no other public comment. Okay. Then I'll move on to the executive reports, item number 2.
Hi, good evening. So starting with a city manager report, and just to address something that Mayor just mentioned here about the League of California Cities, when we get to item on COVID-19, there's actually a proposed letter that this council and the mayor could send to support the League of California Cities efforts. It's a letter that's been circulated by League of California Cities that's documenting, what are the needs, what are the losses of different cities. So once we get to that item, we can look at it in more detail. It's a letter to the governor and other legislators asking for direct support to the cities, which hasn't happened so far. Which obviously can be passed on to the federal government as well, but asking for monies and outlining the losses that the city of Solvang has incurred due to COVID-19. So starting with COVID-19 situation update, and once again we'll talk about this in much more detail once we get to that agenda item, but just to give some highlights, on May 8th, the Governor Newsom has updated his California's pandemic roadmap. As of actually the last 2 weeks, staff has been working with the County of Santa Barbara developing a reopening plan. So we were looking at a project that's very similar and based on what San Luis Obispo County has already done with their START program, to where they worked with all of their cities in the jurisdiction, as well as with industry experts to come up with a plan to reopen in a phased environment. So the County of Santa Barbara was working on that strategy. We have met with a number of representatives here in Solvang and have provided our feedback to their original guidance that looks very much like the START program from San Luis Obispo, and that's actually included in your packet as well. But as we were working on this, and actually just finished last Friday, the governor last week on May 4th actually had given us some very sort of hopeful news, to where he mentioned for the first time that California was, in his opinion, ready to move to phase 2 of reopening. He specifically said that he would be easing the guidelines for retail businesses to allow for curbside pickup. But he also talked about regional differences and the fact that different counties are in different conditions, and so he would allow for further reopening of phase 2 if a county could be self-certified. And so at that time, the county health officials actually had told the Board of Supervisors that they thought that the County of Santa Barbara was in the green and would be able to self-certify and move forward with this phase 2 reopening. Well, things changed throughout the week. On May 8th, on Friday, the governor had updated its regional approach and its map, the pandemic roadmap for California, where he changed guidelines on the health side, including no deaths from COVID in 14 days, et cetera. And because Santa Barbara County has a major outbreak in the Lompoc prison, where most of our cases are coming from for the whole county, the county right now is faced with the fact that they won't be able to self-certify it, which means that we are looking at, once again, not beginning the process of reopening. The process of reopening that we were looking at would actually mean that if, say, on the 12th, the county was to self-certify, we would then see partial reopening of majority of our sectors with modified social distancing by about mid-June, and then full reopening by mid-July. So every week, every day that the county is not able to self-certify, that's going to be an additional delay. And we'll talk about that in more detail once we get to COVID-19 item. So for the time being, what's important to know, I think, for the businesses is the fact that the original order from the Santa Barbara County health official from April 24th is still in force, and that's good through May 31. They have issued some clarifications that are available on their website, for example, for graduations from high school, et cetera, continue to state that gatherings over 10 people are not allowed. And then, of course, there is a push from for example, Assembly Member Cunningham and City of Lompoc and some of the supervisors in the North County are asking Governor to relook at his roadmap and to potentially allow the County of Santa Barbara not to include those prison numbers in our count, which would then enable the County of Santa Barbara to move forward. So, moving on to advanced calendar, our next regular council meeting will be on a Tuesday, May 26th. May 25th is still the Memorial Day, even though we may be forgetting about it since we're all remote and on alternative schedules. But next meeting is May 26th. So as usual, we will start by having an update on COVID-19, and then we will move into continue to make progress on some of the council priorities, as well as preparing for reopening and really thinking, the longer term, regardless of the consequences from COVID-19 on our local economy and regional economy and even national economy. We are moving forward with economic development strategies and specifically the Veterans Whole Development Plan. So this would be the first time that the council will be presented with a specific project from a specific developer to get your formal guidance to move forward with the project and to enter into agreement to negotiate with this developer, and also talk about the process and the steps forward for moving that project forward. Then we will be talking about an amendment to zoning ordinance to facilitate expansion of patio spaces. This would be a public hearing to actually amend the ordinance to allow us to give that additional flexibility to our businesses on permanent basis. Then we'll have a general plan housing update to the state. That's a required report by the state that updates our housing numbers for the city. Then we'll move on to City of Solvang crime report presentation. There was the annual crime report recently released and made public. So we actually have here Lieutenant Jeff Green, who will be present with us next time, and we'll talk about the trends in Solvang. And then, of course, we'll be coming back to the subject of CalPERS and funded liability analysis and report that you approved the original contract at the last council meeting. And then we will be also looking at something that we'll discuss as part of the budget presentation, but a resolution to amend planning fees for full cost recovery. So that means that any of the major projects that we are going to see in the city, any of the planning fees and legal fees that are associated with those would be a pass-through to the developer rather than a cost to the city. That's another public hearing as well. That concludes my report, and I believe our city attorney has a short report as well today.
Mr. Mayor, Council, and I just wanted to mention on the very last item there that Zena talked about, the resolution to update your fees. This is another one of, I think, a very good example of why this past year has taken so much work. Those fees have not been updated since 2005, so for 15 years. And on Friday, when Zena and I were talking about the resolution to update those fees, she asked me about the government code section that was referenced in the last resolution that was adopted in 2005 related to those fees, because she couldn't find that government code section online. It's because turns out that when the council updated those fees in 2005, the resolution they adopted then used a government code section that actually had been repealed in 1990. So this is just another of the many examples that it appear we can't figure out, what was going on since 1990 that they didn't even discover that the code section they were relying on had been repealed. So you have a number of things like that here at the city. The mayor also asked me to address a news report that has been recirculated. I don't even know what to call it, because it was a news report that was written last summer, added to a news report written last fall, and then presented as though it is new news. And it says that the district attorney's office had scolded the city. And so I just want to note that I believe it was the beginning of September, you did receive a letter from the district attorney's office. He did not scold the city, related to some requests, and I believe Councilmember Yurnis, I don't mean to call you out, except for you called yourself out at that time and admitted that you in fact had sent the district attorney's office a couple of emails in what I'll call great interest in finding out what was going on.
Yes, I wanted to, just to be clear, I wanted to see if indeed we were being investigated by the DA's office. And somebody in the DA's office did confirm that members of the Solvang Chamber of Commerce.
No,
namely
can
the
you
president-
mind if we just stop at that point?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sure. I mean, again, so the intent, I think, was well-meaning. We actually found out that the city was not being investigated. I spoke with Deputy District Attorney Casey Nelson at the time. He was quite helpful. He asked me to speak with Councilmember Yurnis, which I did. Again, we talked about this at a council meeting. It was no big secret. You all knew about it. The press knew about it. Everybody who watches on TV knew about it.
Well, I want to be clear that I was being set up by the city manager at that time.
If I may, I didn't mean to completely revisit what is
Oh, I'm happy
hopefully
to.
a
If
scab
Georgie wants to
No,
bring
that
this
is
up.
now gone, hopefully, I thought had gone away. But just as a further reminder of what was going on at that time and what we ended up discovering through the process, with the assistance actually of the district attorney's office, I've provided you with just a couple of pieces of the stacks of correspondence that we found, including emails in the SCVB's files. Would just remind you a sore subject, we actually never did get back the SCVB server, so we don't know what might have been on there. But on September the 30th, the last day that the SCVB was apparently in operation, but apparently at a meeting that they did not comply with the Brown Act for. There was no agenda, there was no public notice. They were required to comply with the Brown Act. They did not. Here is the letter from them, and I'll just read it. To the Board of Directors of the Central Coast Film Society, it gives me great pleasure in informing you that our board has voted to give your new nonprofit 501c3 organization a sizable donation of our assets. This is including a $16,000 check to the Central Coast Film Society, 4 iMac computers, various office and operations equipment. It is our hope that you will use these assets, and I'm going to note this, which I yellow highlighted there. It wasn't highlighted in the original, but in confidentiality, which I read as in secrecy or without letting the public know or hiding this fact, to serve the public and citizens of Solvang to further both our mission and yours, serving the public's interests. On behalf of the Board of Directors of the Solvang Conference and Visitors Bureau, we wish the Central Coast Film Society all the best. Now, I will note that at that time, and I believe he still is, executive director of the Central Coast Film Society was Daniel Lahr, who was the last remaining employee of the Solvang Conference and Visitors Bureau. And one of the other things we have are emails from him urging the president of the board of the SCVB to give these things to his private nonprofit film society. It took us a little over a month of being told various things to actually find out where the stuff was. And you probably remember the great tales that we regaled you with.
This is city money you're talking about.
This is
Your
city,
microphone.
yeah. This is city money and things that were paid for by city money. By the way, I would note that this sizable donation also included all of the digital assets, which the SCVB at the time had. We found emails that they were thinking about trying to sell them, and they had them valued for sales purposes at over $1 million. So this was not, at the time, just a little box of stuff. And so the second thing I've given you, just as a reminder, is actually the check back from the Central Coast Film Society, dated October the 28th, 2019, where they did give us back the money. Again, with the assistance of the district attorney and sheriff's office, we got back that money. We got back 4 iMac computers. We've since found that interestingly, the serial numbers of those computers don't match the serial numbers of the computers that the SCVB had shown invoices to the city for purchase of. So they're older computers, and we haven't figured that out. There was a bunch of other stuff that didn't come back. We did, though, get back the digital assets, which was the thing that we were told was of greatest value and concern. And again, I would just note that, closing this particular loop for tonight, the signature there on this check is Riza Georgie. And at the time, she was the president of the Central Coast Film Society.
And Chip and our council members here, I really would like an explanation right now how this ties into the article regarding the accusations of Brown Act violations committed by the council. Instead of name calling and discussing who may have blown the whistle on what and who wanted to know who turned who in, how does this tie into your original agenda item regarding the News Hawk article that just came out? I mean, I'm getting very, very tired of accusing past councils, past managers, past relationships with stuff that we may or may not have done wrong, and I'd like to move on from that. So if you could please wrap it up, I'd appreciate it.
Sure, I'll wrap it up. I was not,
I disagree.
I
think you should
wasn't doing
continue.
anything other than, it was actually a combined News Hawk and San Ynez Valley Star article. So
And I thought
with
this
that,
was
I'll-
very relevant.
with that, I will close.
Okay,
Okay, thank you.
thanks, Chip.
Look,
Zena?
look, I take great
you-
offense to
hold on,
Karen
this is-
running
this is-
the meeting. She's
okay.
not the mayor, and she doesn't get to dictate what the council does.
And we understand that, Chris, but again, these are the executive reports by Zena and Chip right now. So I'd really caution the council into moving into deliberations on this item. Please let them give
This
the report.
isn't
and-
deliberations.
and
We
move
were
on.
just listening.
That's fine. Now we're done listening. Zena.
That concludes the executive reports. We can move to
This is absurd.
The consent
Who's running the
agenda.
meeting?
agenda.
Sorry.
He is.
Chip finished his report. Chip, do you have anything else in your report? You do not have to end your report early because a council member complained.
I don't even know that I understood the complaint, but I was done with my report. Again, I simply noted who the signature was and who the players were, and that's what we ended up finding.
I was curious.
All right, thank you. Zena.
I'd be happy to explain my
No,
complaint.
this
later.
is, yeah, later's fine.
So that concludes the executive report and advanced calendar. And the next item on the agenda is the consent agenda, item number 3.
Item number 3, consent agenda. Does anyone have any items they wish to pull on the consent agenda?
No.
With that, I'll make the motion to approve the consent agenda as is.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded.
Mayor Pro Tem Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember DeJarnius.
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Waite,
Yes.
Mayor Toussaint.
Yes, that passes 5-0. We'll move on to item number 4, COVID-19 disaster situational update and policy direction. Could we get a staff report?
So this is a COVID-19.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Elverhoy Museum.
Sounds like somebody's trying to talk.
Elverhoy Museum.
So once again,
Do we have any public?
COVID-19.
We already took public comment at the beginning, and there's public comment counts with the consent agenda. So I don't think, do we have any public comment now?
We have a public comment actually for this particular item, so yes.
I was just thinking on the phone, that was.
No, I meant on the phone.
Yeah.
We have one on the phone for this item.
Oh, one of the, okay. Related to item number 4.
Item number 4.
I was just, I think Daniel was talking about
I
the
was talking
consent
about in
agenda.
general, yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry.
so I think we're past that. There's no callers that want to do public comment on the consent agenda or just general public
Just
comment.
making sure.
I'll just confirm that. No. Okay.
No takers.
So back to item number 4, in which case we already know we have at least one public comment that will want to speak on that. Staff report.
Okay, so once again, just reiterating where we've been with County of Santa Barbara and the REACH project. The county has been engaging in a collaborative countywide effort that mimics almost exactly the process that San Luis Obispo County has already gone through and adopted their reopening plan. We're using, or the county is using, the same consultant based in San Luis Obispo. And over the last couple of weeks, we've been busy on many calls with representatives of the county, this consultant, and working with our own group here in Solvang in reviewing their proposed phased approach and all the guidelines for different industries for reopening and entering first the phase 2, which there is mechanism in that proposal that, you know, we start to reopen, and if there is another uptick in the pandemic, then we kind of shrink and go back, but continue to reopen. But if everything was going to go well, we would be fully into phase 2, which meant reopening of most of the sectors with modified social distancing. So that would mean that restaurants would be opening up with modified social distancing, all of the businesses, daycares, etc. By phase 2, they would go from allowing groups of 10 people to allowing groups of 50 people. That whole process was supposed to take about 30 days, so we were looking at mid-June. And then by mid-July, 60 days forward, assuming that there isn't any negative impacts on number of COVID-19 cases, then we would be fully reopened by mid-July. So we were already looking into partially staying closed into next fiscal year. Obviously, we've seen the data before on marketing, where the sentiment tells us that it will take a year, really. In the best case scenario, there's not a great recession or any larger impacts to the economy, but just to reopen the tourism sector, it would take us about a year to get back to normal. So we were already looking at about $2 million loss again in the next fiscal year. Well, now we are facing, as I mentioned again before, the Governor Newsom's change in his roadmap. And so the Board of Supervisors originally was scheduled for May 12th, which is tomorrow, to hear this reopening plan. And our hope, and you know what we've been talking to with those who were involved in reviewing these guidelines from Solvang community, was that we were hoping that the County of Santa Barbara was going to adopt this plan on May 12th and self-certify, send that to the state, and then we would begin this reopening process. Well, as I mentioned before, that was based on what the governor had said on May 4th, but on May 8th, he announced a change in guidelines. He did allow businesses that are retail businesses, which are now allowed to do curbside pickup. That's actually in effect, so that is something that our retail businesses now can take advantage of, but it's only retail businesses and it's only curbside pickup. So we're far from real reopening of the economy, and there's still nothing for hotels and still nothing for restaurants, which is really our bread and butter. So this slide here shows the regional variance criteria, which is what he is now working on, based on, or all of us are working based on. And so if you look at epidemiologic stability, for example, he says that no more than one case per 10,000 in population in the last 14 days. And then there's no COVID deaths in the past 14 days. Well, all of this could be met very easily by the Santa Barbara County if not for the large outbreak in the Lompoc prison, which counts for over 800 cases in Santa Barbara County. So there's only about 200 cases throughout all this time in Santa Barbara County that doesn't have to do with the prison. So that's, I was on a call earlier today with, the project, and there was a couple of supervisors present there, one from San Luis Obispo County, one from Santa Barbara County. And, they were definitely expressing a lot of desire and support to push Governor Newsom to change and relook at this criteria so they can reopen as well. So San Luis Obispo County is obviously in kind of the same shoes right now to where they cannot reopen as well. I'm not sure of the details, but they have very similar concerns. So as I mentioned before, Assemblymember Cunningham has submitted a letter to the governor to relook at this criteria. So has Supervisor Adam and City of Lompoc and City of Santa Maria have signed on to that. City of Solvang definitely can also create a letter of such in support. The staff from Public Health has asked the staff at the state Public Health, and they said that we could not exclude the numbers from the prison, but obviously that's why that's being elevated now to the governor. And
Did they say why?
I don't know that they said why. The public health official or public health staff from the county did not say why. There was no reason provided.
Could you ask them for us? Because realistically, how many people actually interact with that location, that site? Probably just a handful of people. So so the idea of spreading, which, hey, you know what? I'm talking right now. Thank you very much. So my issue here is the possibility, the probability of it breaking out of the prison confinement, that area, is so small. Why would they lump the rest of us in with that one location?
And this isn't just Solvang asking these questions. This is the county, this is Lompoc, this is Santa Maria, are asking to have the prison withdrawn from those numbers. It's not just us up here. There's
and
many
in
people
fact,
in this county that are asking
beyond
that.
the major cities, population areas in Santa Barbara, we've met all those criteria. There's got to be some way of explaining to them we can differentiate ourselves. We don't have to be treated as a one-size-fits-all strategy. So I'm looking forward to this letter.
Right, and I understand that the governor had a press conference earlier today to where some of these questions came to him from other jurisdictions, and he did indicate willingness to look at these numbers again. So
'cause they're seeing this across the entire country.
right.
I mean, it's something like 95% of all the counties have seen less than 10 deaths. We're talking about the entire United States. So the idea that we should treat the San Ynez Valley like Los Angeles County makes no sense.
Right, and obviously there is additional aspects to this. There is the proposal of containment capacity and tracing. So you're looking at pretty hefty operations here in terms of tracing people with COVID-19.
And again, where's the scientific basis for that? Because everything that I hear from other doctors are saying that time is past. If you want to track, trace, test, and all that good stuff, you got to do it in the early stage. But once it breaks out and becomes an epidemic, it's too late. Who are they relying on?
So, do you have some?
I was just going to suggest, in addition to the Assemblymember Cunningham-led effort, I've gotten calls from Assemblymember Cunningham's office and from Supervisor Adams' office talking about the fact that the North County cities did get involved in that effort and asking if Solvang wanted to be involved in the effort, and then talking about the potential for an effort to seek perhaps direct mitigation funding from the federal government if we're going to end up with continuing impacts from the fact that we have this federal prison in this area that has had such a huge outbreak. The Lompoc prison represents the worst outbreak amongst all prisons in the United States, and by far the worst. So that's something that you all may want to, when you get to the end of this and you're considering further actions, you may want to join in that effort.
All right, so this slide here once again talks about the effort of Assemblyman Cunningham and North County leaders requesting Lompoc Prison COVID-19 numbers be excluded from the county reporting. Most of the cities already have submitted requests for the funding through League of California Cities, and we'll get to that slide, which obviously the League of California Cities represents cities at the table, being physically present and advocating for us in Sacramento. But this here is a snapshot as of yesterday of COVID-19 cases in Santa Barbara County. This is from the Public Health's website, and as you can see that majority of the cases at 893 are coming from the Lompoc prison and not anywhere else. And Santa Ynez Valley is still holding at 7.
There's no one
So
dying. Yeah.
here is the slide just mentioning that the mayor did send a letter to Governor Newsom on May 5th.
Wait. I'm sorry. I want to address your point because you made a fantastic point. No one is dying. 11 people divided by 450,000 residents of Santa Barbara County is literally negligible. And all of them, in every single instance, had some kind of chronic underlying illness. So they don't know if they died because of COVID or they simply died with COVID. Is that right?
My understanding, it just stuck out.
And all but one was over the age of 65. So the profile is really clear about who ends up passing away because of this virus.
So once again, the mayor, based on council direction from last council meeting to urge the governor to begin reopening of the economy, the mayor did send a letter on May 5th to the governor, and that's included in the packet of your agenda on page 111. If you'd like to read that in detail, the council has also been provided with that letter before, but for the public, it's page 111 of the agenda. And then also you have in attachment C of this COVID-19 item 4 on page 125 is a draft letter that's based on the League of California Cities suggesting for assistance from the governor, and also copying our legislative representatives seeking direct funding to the city of Solvang. So far, the CARES Act has only been supporting organizations, counties and cities with populations of over 500,000 people. Our entire county is less than that, so not even our county has qualified for this CARES Act, much less our small city. So what this letter does is state our numbers and the fact that we are losing, as we've mentioned before, over $500,000 in revenue every month that we are closed, that we estimate a minimum of $2 million loss in the current fiscal year, another $2 million in the next fiscal year, and that we're also seeing additional spending needs to support our businesses and support the food distribution of those who are unemployed and not receiving unemployment. So this letter is asking to join other cities in support of League of California Cities in pushing for direct funding for the city of Solvang from the state and from federal programs. As we've mentioned, the state is definitely in a dire situation themselves. They're looking at about half of their general fund shortfall in the next fiscal year, and that's just as of now. That doesn't even continue to take into account, continuous closures throughout the state. So we're looking, I would say, realistically to hopefully reaching the federal government and getting any kind of assistance, but so far there isn't anything that's in the work that's coming to the city directly, so we need to be very vigilant with our resources that we have. Now we can turn to prior council direction items update. At the last council meeting, the council had authorized us to continue to reissue the microbusiness loans. We have that budget set at $250,000. We had 3 businesses that are eligible and are in line. So those 3 applications from taking monies that were returned from 3 businesses are now being reissued at $5,000 to 3 new businesses. And then I've also been working with National Development Council, who should be on Zoom, and I'm going to ask them to talk to us. But during the last council meeting, you approved a contract with NDC to support us with business development and business needs and business recovery. We did begin work with them, and they opened a payroll protection program portal for Solvang businesses. We had sent out an inquiry to all Solvang businesses with the help of IDK last week, asking for businesses to inquire if they were interested in the payroll protection protection program. We had about 20 businesses respond with an interest, and NDC to date has sent out about, I want to say, 10 applications out. We would have to hear from them if anybody actually processed. But one of the things that we are noticing now is that I was actually on a call, a briefing from a White House, and they were saying that the payroll protection program, the second round, is actually, the monies are going out a lot slower because they're actually being successful now in reaching smaller banks and smaller businesses. So a week ago, their average loan amount was now at only $80,000. So if an average loan amount in PPP is only $80,000 per business, they are, reaching pretty small businesses. So, and that is something that we are starting to see as we created this, Solvang program to make sure that our businesses had access to this program. Businesses are also being more successful in actually just getting approved through their existing banks. So it's there for those that need it, but people are also more successful in just going through their existing channels. And then we have been working on, and NDC can talk more about this, but we have been working on existing opportunities for loans that are, already available here in the region. In your packet, you have small business help chart that talks about existing loans with Cal Coastal and EDC that's in the area that has small loan programs that they're not as attractive as we think we can continue to develop new programs working directly with NDC. So NDC is working on becoming a lender for iBank, which will be a different guidelines than the SBA, so we will have a little bit more flexibility, and the goal there is really to be able to leverage any money that the city may be able to put towards those loans, and then get a lot more money lended to our businesses. And then the latest that came out was that Economic Development Administration has received CARES Act funding, and we would be eligible to apply. So there's a seminar on how to apply, what the guidelines are, and NDC may have already more detail, but we will be looking at submitting a grant application for those funds. And with that, I'd like to see if Diana and Chuck are on the line and can give us a little bit more detail on all this.
Yeah, I'm here. This is Diana. As Zena said, we did open the portal to being available for PPP for Solvang businesses. We did send out, I think, about 10 emails with the instructions on how to apply and what we would need. I just looked it up. As of today, there was 3 applications that did come through. And I know they were being processed and being talked with a processor in the area. And that I will say there was some concern voiced about some of our requirements in order to apply through our PPP. One specific one was the fact that we required a personal tax return. The one thing and the fact that other lenders weren't. I would like to point out that we're, for one, not a bank, so we need to make sure that we follow along with the Secrecy and Piracy Act. So we need to make sure that we are not lending to people that are, setting up shell corporations and all of that stuff. We need to make sure that they're really a business and they're really a person. So there's ways of doing that. And I would like to also say that a lot of the banks that we're doing loans to the larger organizations out there, we're probably doing it they already had bank returns and stuff, or bank tax returns and stuff, so they didn't need to request those things. So, those were kind of a couple of the things that kind of came out, but I will say that we are doing things to protect ourselves in order to make sure that we're doing things appropriately and we're doing it to businesses that can benefit from it, mostly. And it is something we require across the board. And then I did do some research on programs that are available. CalCoastal has existing programs and iBank has an existing program. They have two different programs. One of them they really converted a lot of it to emergency purposes right now. So we are looking into becoming a lender, but there is existing programs available out there through EDC and CalCoastal that are available for the small businesses. And so just wanted to have you guys have that existing program. And then we are starting discussions internally on how, if we become a lender, how we finance those programs. And so that's why it's not existing yet. We have to figure out how to finance the programs, but we are working on that. I am attending a CDBG state seminar tomorrow to find out how smaller jurisdictions can apply to the state for the CDBG emergency funds, because the state did get a significant amount of funds directly to the state that they can deploy. So I'm going to attend the seminar tomorrow and hopefully have more information for Zena after that on how we might obtain CDBG. And then there's also, as Zena said, an EDA loan program, RLF webinar on Wednesday by CalEd to find out how to set up an application and what's required and stuff. So those are things that we're still looking into. That all just came out, I think, last Thursday or Friday. So we're getting our arms around all of the requirements for those things.
Okay, thanks, Dana. And did any of our businesses actually end up being able to take advantage of the PPP program through NDC, or where are we at?
I was just looking that up. I got a new computer, so everything decided to be a little wonky today. Sorry, guys, it's taking me longer than I expected to look that up. I know, like I said, I know 3 of them applied. I know that I'm pretty sure one moved forward. I'm looking to see if the other one did, and the other one is still in the intake process. So they're still working with the processor to upload the documents. So part of the thing is we do the initial application, and in the email that I sent to the small businesses, I said, you put the application in, and then somebody's going to follow up with you, and then you upload some more information, and these are the things you'll upload. The sooner you upload that, the sooner we can process. Because I will say, I have come across the fact that if people are really on it and upload the information that's needed, we can actually get an SBA number within 24 hours, which is pretty good. So I would encourage, if there's any small business owners that had gotten the email from me, go and apply and upload the information as soon as you can, and we'll get things moving.
Okay, thank you. Is there any questions from council on this particular item?
Just regarding NDC
Just
on
regarding
COVID.
NDC
item
and
number 4.
loans, right?
Okay. Karen, do you have a question?
Yes, I do. Thank you. how are we screening for possible conflicts of interest? I mean, I know in the securities industry, lending, borrowing, conflicts of interest may have to do with, council members or families of council members that own small businesses, giving preferences, being given preference to small business loans. How are we screening for that?
Well, on our front, we're not looking at that because I've gotten a list from Zena on which ones for the PPP program and stuff. For the other programs, I've just put together a list of potential things available. I would say, Zena, were there any of the on the list that would have a conflict of interest that you provided to me?
Not that I'm aware of at all. No. So the way the list was developed, once again, we sent out an inquiry to all Solvang businesses that we have using contact from solvangusa.com, and we gave them an opportunity to fill out a form inquiring, giving us their interest, giving us an amount of PPP loan that they needed. And then I went through that list and prioritized it based on the highest taxpayers. So that list was sent to NDC directly without any input from council members, without their input, without their influence. It's based on highest taxpayer. And so the highest taxpayers had the first grabs at being able to apply through this program. Some have refused the opportunity, either not wanting to provide their tax returns and had concerns there. Some got loans through their banks by the time we got to them. So then we just kept going down the list. And obviously we are working with NDC and their available funding. And as we work through the top priorities, then they will keep rolling to the remainder of the list as long as there's still funds available. So.
Okay, so I think then I'm specifically addressing our $5,000 loan from the city of Solvang to small businesses in the city of Solvang. How did we screen for possible conflicts of interest, such as anyone that has any fiduciary responsibility or is receiving any fiduciary assistance from friends, family members, or in the same household, discriminating as to who we give loans to? And hopefully we've been paying close attention to that, because as we all know, it would be completely inappropriate for the city of Solvang to give a $5,000 loan to one of our own council members or their business or a family-related business. It just would be a conflict of interest. So I was just hoping that we had paid attention to that and we're following that kind of a guideline.
So
Can you provide a specific example? This is amazing. I'd like to hear more.
So the way we prioritized or actually processed those applications was all based on first come, first serve. We didn't have, underwriting requirements or check on credit as part of that process. It was really an emergency micro business loan, and all we checked was that it was a legitimate business by requiring them to submit a tax return, and we also checked that their registration as a business here in Solvang through our business license program, and that's how it was processed. So it was all first come, first serve, $5,000 maximum.
I think she's asking something else. She's accusing somebody on the council of having taken money as a fiduciary, which is absurd. But if she wants to make that statement, please do tell who you're referring to.
I'm simply asking a question. I'm an auditor and I'm a senior compliance analyst, and we look for conflicts of interest. And I would hate to see the city find itself in a situation where they've actually lent money to a relative, immediate family member, or actually the owner of a business who might be sitting on debts. That's just a general question, and it never came up before.
No, I think it's a good question. And, first of all, I'd like to point out that I don't know if out of 5 council members here, the only one that I know that actually could apply for that microloan program would be myself, because I do have a business. or maybe Daniel's
Councilman.
business. But I have not applied for it. So I'll just make that pretty,
Okay.
upfront and clear.
No, I have not.
And I have not.
None of the council members have applied, and
Nor has
based
my
on
employer.
No.
And
Our
that information is in the
Have no
warrants.
fiduciary
And I
relationships
think
with
the other
anybody in Solvang.
I think the other thing to remember too is I do believe that everyone got funded. I think that we had a few straggler applications that came at the very end that went over the $250,000 budget that we set. And at the last meeting, the council agreed that others, because we did, some people were properly using the tool, they paid the city back when they received their PPP funds or other forms of funding. So we did get it $15,000 back. And the other 3 applications that we're hanging on were then, funded out of that money. So I think everyone has gotten a fair chance at this, and everyone that did apply, they received it. And, it is what it is, but that's also why we don't want to be in the business as a city of loaning money, because it creates these kinds of questions and issues, but we're all trying to navigate through. This is a disaster, this is a crisis. So we're doing our best, but your question is good, and it's a legitimate question to ask. I think that everything has been, fallen away where I don't see any, issues. But I have not applied for anything. The only loan that I have applied for during this time, just to be very upfront, is my QuickBooks came up last weekend and it said, "Hey, we already did your PPP application for you," blah, blah. And I was like, oh, that's just too good to be true. So I clicked on this thing. 60 seconds later, and the next day it says it's approving my PPP application. I still did not go through NDC through it, and it looks like I'm going to be getting some form of PPP funding. And I was just blown away by my QuickBooks that just like it was literally all done. I just checked a few boxes and hit submit, and boom. Now we'll see if the money actually shows up, but that's a different story. So, Karen, does that address your questions?
No.
Yes, it was a general question, and this is unprecedented at times right now, and things came up so quickly, and we acted very quickly, and I think we did a very good job acting very quickly. I just wanted to make sure we didn't miss anything, so something doesn't come back to us later down the road.
Yeah.
So I'm always trying to look ahead.
Yeah. And I think specifically for those reasons, we recognize that, and that's why we want to form a relationship with someone like NDC to get that off of the city's shoulders and definitely avoid even any questions or perception or thoughts or conspiracy theories.
I think she was trying to get at the question of fiduciary relationships and perhaps even getting kickbacks.
She asked her questions. They're satisfied. Let's move on. So we have NDC on the line right now. Are there any other questions of NDC?
Yeah, I had a quick question. I just wanted to reiterate with NDC the possibility to develop loans for when eventually the economy does open to a lot of these restaurants and businesses, more specific towards them. I know, for example, a lot of restaurants probably had ordered that's, for example, food that they were unable to use or sell due to the shutdown. And so even just to restart, they're going to need money to pay their vendors to get the food back. And so loans of that nature kind of on the reopening side, not just the PPP, but beyond that, is really important for the community.
Absolutely, and that is exactly what we're trying to set up with the potential programs that we put on the second page of the matrix that we gave to Zena, and also the CDBG funds that we're talking about, and the EDA funds would be stuff that we could use to set up those programs. So we are definitely looking at that, because I really do feel that that's kind of the next phase. We've talked about emergency, now let's talk about how do we reopen these businesses.
Right. And so one of the things that I've been talking to Diana about is doing another survey, and with the help of IDK, to get a better sense now of what the needs are in the community from the businesses, so we can better, package this loan programs specific to the city of Solvang. The first time we did sort of a reach out from IDK to the business community was when this whole COVID-19 emergency had just started, and I think at that point businesses didn't quite know yet what they would need. I was hoping today we would be sitting here and talking about this in the context of the county is going to start reopening tomorrow, and that would have really given us a lot more, teeth to dive into this issue and be able to actually start working with the businesses on a reopening and what do you need during your opening, what kind of loans are you going to need, when are you going to need them. Now we continue to have some of this uncertainty, unfortunately, as of today, as to when the county is actually going to reopen. But we'll start talking to them, we'll start getting some information together and actually, packaging and thinking about these loans in the context of specific need of the city of Solvang.
Perfect.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, just as a follow-up on that, one of the other things the governor did say in his press conference today is that tomorrow he's going to be releasing the state, I guess there'll be further guidelines, but the state-specific physical improvements and changes that businesses will need to be able to make in order to open up whenever they can open up. So those, again, those things that I think we all had hoped were going to come out of the REACH plan, apparently the governor is going to have at least some version of those available tomorrow.
My questions kind of fall in line with what Daniel was just saying. I hear about this iBank relationship and these ideas around, recovery type, mechanisms or programs that we can come up with regard to maybe even, the city using some of its own money to leverage that. I just wanted to talk to a little bit more about, like generally, what does that leveraging process look like, and what kind of, what can we do to make sure that we tear things to make sure our community gets taken care of and we recover.
Diana, can you address that? What kind of rates we might be able to get? What's the process? What are some of our options on, city putting in seed money and NDC being able to leverage the money?
And general timeline would be nice too.
And timeline as well.
Yeah, from our Grow America Fund perspective, we actually have that in existence now. That is our SBA 7A program. That's something that we can, we just need to identify an amount that makes sense to put into the program and start that program and accepting loans. It is an SBA 7A, so we are waiting for a little more guidance from SBA on what they are going to do, if they're going to waive some requirements related to COVID and stuff for regular loans as we go opening, because I think there is probably going to be a 6-month deferral period, at least initially, for loans, but there's still going to need to be some regular underwriting that happens. So that is something that we're working on, but we could definitely move forward and identify. I think figuring out the size of loans and all of that stuff would be good too. From the iBank perspective, we started talking about that today. We need to become an iBank approved lender, and then once we are that, and then we also need to discuss funding and how we're going to fund the program. So it's one of those. The GAF program is already structured to leverage 1 to 4, so you get one for every $1 we can lend $4 for the program. So if you give us $1 million, we can loan $4 million in the city of Solvang with that program. Right now, we're figuring out what the iBank program will allow us to do, because it depends on how we can finance it. There is a guarantee with the iBank program, which is similar to the SBA program, but the way that it is done is very different than the SBA program. So we can fund the SBA loans fairly easily. We're trying to figure out how we can fund the iBank loans. Chuck, do you want to add anything to that on that front?
Yeah, I would say a couple things that we're working on. We had an NDC call today, starting to kind of pivot to those debt products, as you mentioned. I think we're kind of winding down PPP and looking at more sources of capital. We do believe that, what we're hearing in Congress now is there's likely to be some modifications to the PPP program. There's been criticisms of how narrow you can use those dollars, the 2-month, the 8-week cycle of it. We're likely to see some flexibility for those dollars so they can be used for more things and for a longer period of time. As Dana mentioned, there is an existing debt product where SBA pays the first 6 months of debt service. Again, that's loans, and so far people be ready for loans. With the iBank, we're talking to our capital partners to look at who has a particular interest in California, because that guarantee is only in California. So there's a variety of these capital sources we're trying to line up. What we're trying to be careful with is, in all the communities that we've worked with, there are going to be a certain number of businesses that will fit the circle for the SBA program. And there's going to be businesses that are important that don't fit that circle. So we're trying to make sure that we've sourced capital that can respond to both needs. If we can fit it within the iBank capital system or SBA, we get more leverage, which is great because it's more money for the community. But that means there's going to be some businesses that really won't fit that footprint. So we're trying to be thoughtful about those, and not yet trying to talk to the city about capital. Again, we think the state CDBG funds, the state's getting a significant amount of money as a second tranche of HUD funding. So we think that that would be a really good source of capital for business lending and Solvang. The EDA thing is an option. That one's a little bit more problematic because frankly, Santa Barbara County has not been engaged with EDA for a long time. So there aren't the normal kind of relationships that would already track the things. But we're definitely trying to figure that out internally within NDC, hoping we can bring you back some solutions pretty quickly.
Okay, thank you. And then, let's see, I think I had one more. Oh, the only question I had was, Zena, earlier you mentioned that NDC is requiring tax returns for the PPP programs they're going for. I just didn't understand why, because it's my understanding that others don't have to, through other programs, don't have to submit actual tax returns. And I know that in my experience, QuickBooks did not have my tax returns to send. So I know
Right.
that has not happened.
I actually did ask this question of Dan and Chuck, and I think Chuck had a good explanation, and he can talk more. But it has to do with the fact that, you know, if you're an existing customer of a business or of a bank, they likely already have all of your information on your business, and it's probably similar with your QuickBooks situation. But NDC actually has, you know, a requirement to make sure that they're talking to a legitimate business, which is why, and they don't have those relationships already existing with our businesses. So that's one and primary reason why they ask for that information. And I think it's also important to notice that I, as a city, for example, don't see any of that information. It's you know, it's within their privacy protection. So it's not like that information is just getting out. So Chuck and Dan, maybe you can add a little more information to that.
Yeah, I would just volunteer that from the NDC side of any of the lenders doing PPP loans will all have their own application process to kind of meet the requirements that they have to certify for SBA purposes. As Brenda mentioned before, the two main things is you have to be able to prove that you're an actual entity, that you're created in some way. So you have a business license, you have something that confirms that you've been in business for some period of time. And then the second thing is we need to be able to confirm the estimate for your payroll expenses. So there are a variety of lenders that do different kinds of things. Again, a lot of lenders already have a relationship with their bank where the bank already has that information, so they don't need to worry about it again. I don't know in terms of QuickBooks or some of the fintech companies, frankly, we have seen them to be a very low touch application process so far within the industry. We don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Because at the end of the day, it depends on what SBA comes back with in terms of how did you document, you know, the loan amount, especially as it comes to the forgiveness. So we're a nonprofit that has an SBA license. SBA tends to audit us fairly extensively. So in our application process, we told people we needed to see a tax return because we needed to confirm that they were a legitimate business. And we asked for their payroll submittals. So again, so we could have some basis for validating the estimate that they're giving us on the payroll tax. So some people didn't like that. Some people were okay with it. That's just our process. We don't necessarily think it's very onerous. If they know about the information requirements beforehand, we haven't seen that interfere in terms of the processing. But I would say every lender kind of has their own way of going about doing this. Some are very low touch and some are much more expensive.
Okay, Thank you. I mainly wanted to ask that question because, when these things go out and then, everyone's looking at these different programs and applications, and when they start seeing differences, they start asking questions of why we require things or why not. I've also noticed on some applications that there's like a box you can check, and it asks like if you want to request additional, funds at some, so I'd imagine there you'd want the tax returns, but then like on, QuickBooks, it, all it has is your actual, payroll data that, it submits on your behalf and everything, especially if you're doing, QuickBooks payroll, for example. So again, they're just only going off of simple payroll data and actual, forms submitted, not actually asking for tax returns. So I wanted that just to be addressed for the public's, interest of knowing.
But I think what you just said is the key observation, that they have access to that information through your system already, so they don't have to ask you
But
for
not
it.
tax returns. I'm just distinguishing that difference.
No, that's true.
They don't have, your tax returns.
Yeah, I think that what Chuck's point about the fact that we are an SBA lender and we do get audited by the SBA, so we are making sure that we may be a little more conservative on some fronts on making sure we have the right documentation, but at the same time, we are making also sure that these are real people, these are real businesses, and that their payroll amount has a higher point of getting forgiven. So I think that as much as it may seem a little more onerous to some business owners, but it's more protecting them and us.
And I understand. I just wanted to clarify these things for the public, since these questions do get asked. So, are there any other questions on the NEC item? Do we have any public comment on the? I think I'll just ask as we go through different areas of COVID if there's
So
anyone.
I think maybe actually we should jump back to the first part of the presentation that talks more about the where we are with COVID-19, where we are with potential letters to send to the governor. I think that may be where we have two things that we may want to take the public comment on general COVID-19, which I believe it's related to, rather than the specific actions for businesses and whatnot. And then we also have our Police Chief Lieutenant Jeff Green here, who can give us just a little bit of a quick kind of overview of what they're seeing and how they're acting in terms of, Sheriff's Department view on COVID-19 regulations.
But I'm trying to organize this a little bit. So we just spoke about NDC. Is there any action this council needs to take tonight regarding NDC? I'd rather just we take care of it while it's fresh than.
I don't think so.
There is no action that you need to take
Okay,
today.
so that's just an update. The only other thing that I know that there is, regarding the nonprofits that are serving the community that need food right now. I believe that they're waiting on the phone to speak.
Yes.
So maybe could we go to that item and get them taken care of, and then finish
Come back.
out with the rest of this.
So the next update is the Great Plates program. Last time when we had the council meeting, you authorized an initial seed money of $50,000 as a budget and to go ahead and pursue this program. It was very new at the time. The governor was just starting to talk about putting this in place. Since then, we've been researching this program. We've been on calls with Cal OES, getting to know more about the guidelines for this program and what it really means. What do we need to document? IDK has been assisting as well. So over the last 2 weeks, we did an inquiry to all of our restaurants in the city of Solvang and inquired who would be wanting to be part of this distribution of 3 meals a day to seniors. And we got a number of responses, with 5 restaurants being qualified. I believe there might have been a 6th one added, but we will definitely be looking at their applications and developing steps forward to ensure that they are definitely meeting the guidelines, the nutritional guidelines from the state, in order for us to be eligible for reimbursement from federal government at 75% and from the state at 19%, with about 6% being borne by the city. We have also been in discussions with People Helping People, who have agreed, and we're in process of finalizing an agreement with them for enrollment of seniors into the program. There's very specific qualifications for how they have to enroll into the program. There's very specific questions that they have to ask and document. There cannot be any duplication of federal or state assistance being received by those seniors while they're in this program. So People Helping People is ready to go and administer it in terms of the signing up seniors and facilitating that delivery. And the way we have applied for the program, and we have been certified by the state, is that the program is eligible through June 10th currently. There may be an extension, but there is no certainty of that. And we estimated our budget, our request to Cal OES at about 150 seniors a day. If that was at full enrollment, we would be looking at cash going out of the city as a front money at about $70,000 per week. So, doing it for a month, so you get too close to $400,000. That's there's a certain amount of risk in terms of reimbursement. Obviously, we will be doing all of our due diligence to make sure that we ask all the right questions and document, all the nutritional values and whatnot that's required by the program. And then those claims need to be submitted once a week on a timely basis. So all of that is in place. I'm going to assume, unless you tell me otherwise, that the $50,000 seed money from the city applies to the 6% cost from the city and not to the cash going out. But this is just to inform you that if you want us to continue to launch, and we're ready to launch now, that would be the cash going out the door from the city side. And then we would be seeking reimbursement from FEMA and Cal OES. And then, of course, we had a meeting with local nonprofits, volunteers, and church community representatives, and we have a speaker online that's ready to talk about their needs. And the meeting was set by the mayor and Councilmember DeJornis was there as well, and it all kind of surrounded the discussions of, as COVID-19 happened and all of this food distribution needs have become apparent, this different, volunteers and people trying to help people created different distribution sites. And what we were really trying to get to is, how do we help them? How do we become more coordinated? And how do we have a plan to work together to provide fresh food to those in need, and as well as, take care of some of the logistics such as traffic control. So as you may recall, IDK had donated a refrigerated trailer to PHP for their distribution of goods. The PHP is still interested in using that trailer for their program, but obviously there is these other programs that are also in a similar need and doing lots of food distribution into the community. They see from the numbers they're showing us, the needs have tripled since COVID-19 has hit our community. And I think we have Miley on the phone that is going to be kind of the speaker for the group. And what we are looking for here is whether or not council, subject to FEMA reimbursement, would be willing to help these organizations basically provide money for food purchases. We would directly purchase it through the city to ensure that even, just volunteers who are not nonprofits are taken care of, and we are documenting this in a way to where we can get reimbursed from FEMA. But Miley is there to talk to us about some of the needs and potential asks that they may have from the city.
She's muted.
Yeah, it's Jill.
Sorry.
So-
Okay.
There we go.
Sorry, I'm on my friend's computer, so I'm at work in Montecito, so it says Jill Brown. So this is actually Miley Homey. So as many of you know, I've been working kind of with Pam Nico and with Bethania and with the Ranch Church and various different organizations and groups in town to kind of reach a lot of our restaurant and hospitality employees that have been out. Of course, we've opened it up now to anyone, housekeepers, nail salons, hairdressers, every single person that's been affected by the shutdown. But it originally began with restaurant and hospitality workers particularly. So just like Bethania saw 700 families on Tuesday, we also just did a Thursday distribution of 700 families, and the average family size is 6. We do have some families that are 8 or 12, 8, 10 or 12 in a household.
It's 8 o'clock.
But anyway, we've been able to feed people for around $12.70 for a family for a week. So, and that's because we're all volunteer. So no one's being paid, and we've been able to get the produce at, wholesale prices. So Scott from IDK said there's this FEMA program that if the city was able to, I guess, pay in advance, then we would they would be able to buy the produce, and then we could share it kind of among our group. So to me, it seems like free money that can, and then we can help get it to everyone. And if we needed a secondary trailer, he said that would be available. And then the city said that the Memorial Hall could be used as a central distribution area. And again, we would still, Bethania has a really strong program going there. It's a USDA food bank distribution, so it has very strict rules around it. So they, like I'm going to be able to add eggs to theirs tomorrow, but I can't add, we can't add whatever we want. So it seems like with this other money, if we can kind of share it, and then the senior center, Pam Nico Senior Center in Buellton with all the meals, wheels they're delivering, and the other additional meals, and St. Mark's and their soup program, if everyone can kind of access this free produce and chicken and eggs and all these different items coming in, ground beef, milk, that it could actually go to everyone. So, and I'm absolutely happy to share with whoever needs it and facilitate how that would work for different organizations picking up milk or eggs or cheese or whatever they need. So more than just canned items and raisins and things that aren't necessarily a meal for a family.
Okay. So I believe Miley's worked with you, Zena, as well as Scott around the logistics and recommended funding levels for getting this bucket of nonprofits taken care of. Is there any recommendations here on what we should, on how that flow should work, or funding
so
levels?
based on what Miley has sent to myself and Scott, we are thinking that probably about $40,000 would cover the needs of these organizations for the next 4 weeks or so. So that could be, the additional or the original tryout dollar amount for us to work with coordination of Miley with all of these nonprofits, churches, and volunteer organizations. So I would say about $40,000 is what we would be looking for council authorization today.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions at this point in the staff report?
No.
Okay, so we'll keep moving forward. Thank you, Miley.
Thank you so much.
And that is all I had on COVID-19 update. And once again, we can hear from our lieutenant.
Okay,
Is
so we'll do
everybody
that. We'll go
here?
to public comment and then bring it back to the
public comment.
council.
Yep.
Okay.
How are you?
Doing good.
Good. Zena asked me to come tonight and basically maybe explain some of the stance of the sheriff's department. As you know, we're under contract, and the stance is pretty much the same that it has been. These are very trying times. As you guys have already pointed out a few times tonight, I mean, we've never seen this before. And we're all trying to work through this. The governor has made some comments, and then there's been some changes, some things we thought were going to happen haven't happened. And so our basic stance is still to educate and work with the community, work with the businesses, try to keep them in a willful compliance area. If we find some businesses that are in a potentially a gray area, we review it, we're looking at to see what we can and can't do. And if we have a business, for instance, If it's not in compliance and refuses to comply, then we would look towards other avenues, possibly a civil injunction, possibly business license removal, could be a citation, and that's on the extreme side. Really what we're looking for is willful compliance and working with the businesses because we understand that this is very trying times. So I just wanted to answer that or be here for any questions that might come up. We understand that we do get complaints about things that were perhaps wrong before but aren't today, or were wrong in a different area and aren't wrong in our area. So there's a lot of confusion out there as to what the laws are, wearing masks, not wearing masks, all sorts of different things that we look at. So just didn't know if there was any.
So you're leading more through education, warnings, and in more extreme cases than.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Can you address that issue regarding wearing of masks? There was a sad set of stories on NBC a couple of nights ago where people on the East Coast, unfortunately, had taken it to such an extreme that when people entered a grocery store, for example, or a supermarket, and they weren't wearing a mask, they were accosted physically by people inside. One was a security guard or a police officer who body slammed a woman to the floor because she wasn't wearing a mask. I hope to God that doesn't happen here in San Ynez Valley.
I don't believe that that's our intent in any way, shape, or form, sir.
So what's the rule on wearing a
For
mask?
instance,
Because I know some cities have chosen to impose such a thing, in other words, they did it on their own. We have not done that.
Correct. You have not.
So,
And for instance, maybe one of your grocery stores as a private business has said, yes, we want you to wear a mask. That is their prerogative, and they have the right to refuse service.
okay, so
I
I'm
don't
making,
think
I'm
you're
making
gonna
this
see us
one,
body
I'm making
slam
this
anybody.
distinction because I want to make sure that everyone understands if the private business wants you to wear a mask, you should wear a mask. It is their store. But if they are outside enjoying the fresh air, the city does not have a rule, as far as I'm concerned, as far as I know, that says you have to wear a mask. And yet we had a protest last week on a Friday, and there were people that were accosting a group of protesters in the park and verbally assaulting them because they weren't wearing masks. I'll let them speak
I mean,
later.
it's definitely very clear that the city of Solvang has not passed a law within the city jurisdiction to wear masks. The city of Santa Barbara and the city of Goleta within our county have done so. None of the other jurisdictions have,
And the state hasn't.
and the state hasn't.
Yeah.
So it's not a law that's applicable to us, and some cities just chose to go that
So
direction.
at this point, it's voluntary, just to be clear.
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you. And thank you for your work, by the way. I just wanted to make that distinction because unfortunately, I don't want it to rise to that level of ridiculous behavior.
Neither do we.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, and then, so with that, we'll go to public comment, right?
Yes.
Okay, do we have any public comment on the line?
I believe there was one person online, John Backy.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and the City Council for allowing me to talk tonight. I want you all to know that I encourage you and support you for what you're trying to accomplish. As you know, I'm an elected member of the San Ynez Valley High School Board of Education. I've been trying on that board to inject some sanity into many of the same issues that we're talking to tonight. So I asked rhetorically, what gives me the qualifications to talk on this subject? I've been amazed watching TV, put a camera and a microphone in front of somebody and they automatically become an expert on the subject of epidemiology. A term that 6 months ago, many of these people couldn't even pronounce correctly. So let it be clear, I am no expert. However, I do believe that my MD and my second degree in microbiology does give me more credentials than most have. So regarding the quarantining of our valley, who are we quarantining and why? Well, the who is basically everybody, unless you happen to be one of those privileged few like law enforcement and healthcare providers. The why are we quarantining them is what's even more interesting because the answers are not only varied, but they're oftentimes unrealistic and based in supposition, but certainly not based in science. This is the first epidemic quarantine where we've quarantined the healthy, where we've quarantined the people that are least likely to contract the disease. In the few times that this country has affected a wide quarantine, it's those that are most at risk that have been quarantined. I think it interesting that the media and many politicians refuse to talk about the concept of herd immunity. Well, I can talk about it because I've published on the subject. And I think the best way to demonstrate to you the value of herd immunity or what herd immunity is with this simple hypothetical example. And that's the following. Say for a moment that you had 1,000 cows in a pen, and you had knowledge that coming over the mountain was a contagious disease. We'll call it the bovine fever. Well, if you had none of these 1,000 cows previously immunized, you would have reason to believe that most of them are going to come down with the disease. Well, let's go to the other extreme. Let's say that you had advanced knowledge of this coming contagion and you had immunized 999 of the 1,000. Is there any chance that that herd is susceptible to getting that disease? No. Yes, there's one cow that hasn't been immunized, but the herd is safe. So what if it was 998 immunized and 2 are not? Is the herd still safe? Sure it is. What about 997 and 3? The point is, we all know at the two extremes, if nobody's immunized, the herd is susceptible. If everybody is immunized, the herd is safe. Nobody knows what the number is in between. But what we're doing wrong is we're treating these cows as if each one of them is locked up in a stall, in a pen. In other words, quarantine. What we're doing wrong is we're not allowing the healthy people to go out into the community, to mingle with the herd, because that's what it requires to get herd immunity. The idea that just because a young healthy person is being subjected to this virus, all of a sudden it means that he is at great risk of contracting it is absolutely ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. And all you have to do is look at the numbers of our own valley. I mean, there have been at max 7 people that have tested positive. Do not confuse that 7 people in our valley have been hospitalized and placed on ventilators, because that is not true. The ridiculousness of what we're doing is speaking out as a supporter of all of our school-age children.
That's gonna wrap it up.
We were told that when this quarantine went into effect, it would be for 2 weeks. And that made sense because the incubation period of this virus is 2 weeks. 10 weeks later, they're still imprisoned in their own homes. Now, here's what's stupid about that. These are all minor children, so they're not living alone. They're living in a close confine with their siblings and their parents. And so you can think of their family as the proverbial canary in a cage. If this child, this student, truly had the virus, then one of his family members after 10 weeks would have come down with it. But yet we all know that has not happened. That has not happened at all. But what are we doing?
Go ahead and wrap it up, John.
Dr. Bacon, I have to ask you to wrap it up.
All right. Well, what I would ask is that the city council please attempt to refrain from merely being swayed by politicians and bureaucrats that have other alternative motives, because we live in a cold spot. I'm tired of hearing about hot spots, but we live in a cold spot, and we should be able to take advantage of that fact and start releasing the citizens and the businesses and the students from this quarantine, because there is no scientific evidence that they are at risk. It's not like they're living in the urban part of Los Angeles or Oakland, California. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So with that, do we have any other public comment on the line?
There's a phone caller we can check.
Okay.
I Actually, I'd like to ask Dr. Baki a question if he's still there regarding capacity. Hey, is John still there? Can I ask a question of him? John?
Please, yes.
One of the issues that we're dealing with in terms of reopening the state and reopening the county is the ability of the county to deal with a surge in new cases and deaths. Can you speak a little bit to that in terms of the county's ability to deal with these cases? I mean, my understanding is that we're using less than 1% of the potential capacity of the county.
Well, I don't know if the 1% figure is correct, but I'm on the medical staff at Lompoc Valley Medical Center, which is where they have the prisoners right now. And so if that is the hospital that has the most stress on the system, I can tell you that as we speak, only 50% of the ICU beds are filled. None of them are with COVID patients. None of them are intubated. And all of the patients there are prisoners. There are no citizens that are in that hospital. You know, when you think about the prisoners, they are the most perfectly quarantined individual on the planet. And for us to be allowing our city and schools policies to be affected by the spurious number of prisoners that have contracted the COVID virus, once again, just shows how we don't have a thoughtful process going on here.
So
To answer your question better, Chris, no, at Cottage Hospital, at Marion, at Lompoc Valley Medical Center, the system is absolutely not stressed. We were so over-prepared for it. But you want me to tell you what is stressed? It's the emergency rooms with the increased domestic violence. It's the increase of children that are being abused. It's the increased spousal abuse. And it's all because of the quarantining.
Okay, Dr. Baki, I have one more question that's related to the capacity question. Again, this is from page 123. It says regional variance criteria. We need the hospital capacity, okay, county or regional capacity to accommodate a minimum surge of 35%. It doesn't explain any more than that. And also, hospital facilities must have a robust plan to protect hospital workforce. In your professional opinion, do you think that our hospital system in the county is capable of handling a surge of 35% of, I guess, COVID cases?
Well, Lompoc Valley Medical Center is right now experiencing the highest number of COVID patients. As I said before, the numbers speak for themselves. The ICU has 0 at this moment.
And
they have backup plans which increase the ICU capacity by 4-fold.
so what is your opinion for the rest of the county?
Well, I don't see that Cottage or Marion have any similar or would have any similar problems with handling that possible increase.
And do you believe that the hospital workforce is fully protected and ready for such a surge? That they have enough PPE gear?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, without question.
Thank you.
Okay. So let's wrap that up. Do we have any other callers for public comment
Callers or Zoom?
or Zoom? Sorry.
Or what about people that sent in emails?
We read all the ones during actual public comment at the very beginning of the meeting, so I do not believe.
Okay.
One caller?
State your name.
I'm on the line. My name's Hank Comberg. I'm from Solvang, California.
Hi, Frank. I'm sorry, Hank. Sorry.
Hank. That's okay. Well, first off, I'd like to commend Dr. Baki for his information. I wish he would relay some of that to the people who are making decisions in the county. But to my question or my public comment is, I was curious as to whether any of the other jurisdictions in the valley are giving as much money as the city of Solvang towards the people helping people and the feeding programs that apparently the city of Solvang is committed to, which is quite a bit of money. I know it's supposed to be reimbursed by FEMA, but I'm just wondering if any of the other cities or not even cities, I guess San Diego's not even a city, or Los Olivos, but if Buellton is participating as well. That was my question or public comment.
That's a good question.
So since the very beginning, I have reached out with Buellton. We highly encourage anything that we can do to work together. We've also offered any of our programs that we are running here in Solvang. For example, the microloan thing was pretty novel. You know, if they kind of wanted any of the systematics on how some of that works, that we would easily make that available to them. We're happy to partner with them. I would love to see Buellton come and help with this, because the way I see it is everything we do here in Solvang is still taking care of, a lot of people that are generally here in the Santa Ynez Valley. And then also, of course, all the different towns are part of the county unincorporated. So, I would love to have the county, help with any of these programs, but we have not received that necessarily to date. So, but we are trying.
Right, and the county, just on the Great Plates program, the county did choose not to participate in that program.
Because of cost.
Yes.
Yeah. So.
And one last comment, if I can. To me, so that kind of parallels the whole situation we had with the sheriff's community officer, that we were, City of Solvang, meaning we were funding programs that were benefiting the whole valley. And it seems like we're doing that again, and we're on our own, and we're holding the bag. So I think that's a little bit of a concern as a resident of the City of Solvang, that, we're holding the bag for the whole valley, and I'm a little concerned about that, but nonetheless, I appreciate all the work that's being done. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and we appreciate and definitely recognize that. I highly encourage, you write letters to, your local supervisors, City of Buellton, things like that. We definitely want the whole community to come together. Also recognize a large portion of our labor force that works here in Solvang has been laid off from our own Solvang businesses, but they might not live exactly in Solvang. You never know what all these different conditions are, but if we just put our heads in the sand and don't do anything, then we're gonna have a real problem on our hands, and it's just a really difficult situation that we're in right now.
And to be clear, we expect to be reimbursed by FEMA for money that we spend feeding our people in Solvang. Whether they live in Solvang or not, we can't determine, right? But if they come to Solvang, we can't turn them away.
Right, so the FEMA guidelines, so when we talk about, for example, $40,000 potential appropriation by the council today, if that's what you choose to do to support these nonprofits, volunteers, church communities for food distribution, FEMA just requires us to document that it's for purchase of food. It doesn't require us to, document who is actually getting that food and who we're serving. And I think that goes along with the lines of what their purpose is. I mean, it's really to provide that immediate aid and assistance to the region. We just need to document that it's being spent for food.
Right, and we're making sure follow all processes for potential recovery is,
Right.
So.
And did the food banks give you any idea of how big this program could become in terms of the number of people coming for food? Because it seems like it's grown dramatically over the last 6 weeks and doesn't show any signs of slowing down.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't. I mean, I think maybe if Miley has more comments on that, she may be better one to answer. I mean, one of the things that we will need to watch on the side of the city as we spend this money, that this appropriation would be, with the assumption that this money will be reimbursable for FEMA. So we'll be continuously watching any changes, any deadlines from FEMA to make sure that whatever we do is reimbursable. And if it's not, if anything changes, then we'll be coming back to council.
Okay. Thank you for your feedback, Hank. Do we have anyone else for public comment? Okay. With that, we'll take it back to the council for discussion and action. Item number 4, COVID-19. We had several things that we discussed and received updates on. I think the 2 items that need definite approval and a motion is whether or not to pursue the Great Plates program. So if anyone has any additional questions about that, then let's hash that out. And then we also have this other local nonprofit initiative here in front of us. In which case, we did hold a meeting here at City Hall with several of the nonprofits regarding the concerns over sustainability. They're running into problems with regard to actually sourcing food. Of course, they're all getting exhausted. Their donors are running out of money to donate, and the demand keeps increasing for food as we go through this process. I believe you came up, Miley and Zena described a pretty decent structure for supporting some program like that in a way that we can then hopefully get reimbursed through FEMA, and I believe FEMA has, they are paying for, actual food and stuff like that. I don't know if you have anything to add, Zena, but.
Our understanding, I mean, they did send out a specific guidance that food, specifically purchase and distribution of food, is reimbursable. There's something that we've seen and we're still investigating that gave a timeline expiring just about now for that program. So we're going to make sure that before we spend this money, if you authorize us to spend this money, that we follow up with Cal OES first and make sure that that deadline has it moved or is somewhere in the future.
Okay. Perfect. So we have, I think most of this is we've received the update. I myself, would definitely support the taking care of the nonprofits. I think we definitely have a pretty scary need that's out there. The city has also agreed to, help them out with regards to traffic management and logistics, anything we can do in terms of lending our infrastructure and helping. I don't know how many people have actually noticed the very large amount of cars lined up around the neighborhoods and stuff like that, all for these programs. So it's great to see the community coming together like that, but it's also exceptionally disheartening to watch that need there. I think I'd like to make a motion that we receive and file this update on COVID-19 and move forward with the local nonprofit as described earlier by Zena and Miley. Authorize a $40,000 limit, maybe with a 10% city manager discretion. Come back in the next 4 weeks with an update, and we can reassess from there.
Mr. Mayor, before you do that, I'd like to ask a question. I'm not sure if this is the right time to I don't think we can discuss it because it's not on the agenda. But the whole issue with the rent moratorium.
So I'm going to get to that. Just that will be addressed
Tonight?
No, but I have it on my list here. But yeah, it's not on this.
I just want to make sure it gets done tonight if at all
Yeah.
possible. Thank you.
So then, if we move forward with at least get that settled, then we can just talk about the Great Plates program and whether the council wants to allow that to keep going forward or not. Does that sound okay?
Mr. Mayor, may I also say that there's also a letter on page 125 of your packet that's already prepared and ready to go if you are okay as council
Okay.
sending that from the mayor to.
So I'll address
Governor
that separately
Newsom.
and add that into the list so that my initial motion stands as is. Is there a second for that?
I'll second.
I have a question.
Karen, yes?
Got a question.
Uh-huh.
So, with the Great Plates program, who are we giving the money to?
So my motion is specific to just receiving the remainder of the COVID-19 update and then this other local nonprofits initiative that we were just talking about. I'm then saying that we can address Great Plates and letters/league initiatives separately and then make motions
Okay.
for that.
When do we get, as council members, to give our input on the whole COVID situation in town here?
At the end. We can do that. I'm only trying to get things off the plate because otherwise we have a bunch of different issues that we're trying to address here. So if you're fine with,
At the end of what?
we
Item
can.
number 4.
We're still on item number 4. So until we've left
Oh,
item number
this is
4.
Item number 4, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, so I think I have a second to the motion
Yeah.
by Chris Dearness. It's moved and seconded.
Mayor Protem Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember DeJarnius.
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Waite,
Yes.
Mayor Toussaint,
Yes.
passes 5-0.
Okay. Great Plates program. So Karen, you said you had a question about it?
Well, I was just wanted to see, we don't know yet, I mean, who exactly we're giving the money to. I know that we have, in our last meeting, approved to give people, helping people a certain amount of money. So with the Great Plates program, who would we be giving the money to? The names of the organizations?
So I can address that question. We would be, the way it's proposed right now, and the way we've been setting it up, is that we would be partnering with people helping people to facilitate the delivery of the meals and to be certifying the seniors into the program. So whatever cost comes with that administration, which is also reimbursable under the program, would be going to people helping people. The city is required to front all of the money, so whatever costs to the restaurants for these meals, the city would be providing those costs to the restaurants. And then we would be submitting for reimbursement of all of those costs to CalOS and FEMA on a weekly basis as is required by the program.
Okay, so we're not giving the money to people helping people then?
We are only giving them the money that it costs for them to administer the program for administrative charge for basically doing the accounting of the meals submitted for certifying the seniors. And then we are paying the restaurants directly through our program and also with help of IDK.
Which we get reimbursed for.
The restaurants that are approved for this program?
Right.
Right.
So we have 5 or 6 that applied that are qualifying. We'll continue to work with those restaurants to make sure that they truly satisfy the nutritional requirements of that program for us to be able to, get reimbursed. So we would be in the next or tomorrow starting to work with them to work through the menus and work through the costs, and then coordinate the delivery of meals through people helping people.
So just kind of dovetail onto Karen's questions. One, could you just describe, my understanding is this Great Plates program is very stringent. It has very high reporting requirements, it's very structured. You got to follow it. So you got to be very cautious to make sure we don't then run ourselves, in a situation of not getting reimbursed. But also I think it has very stringent requirements on any restaurants that would participate in the program. Can you describe some of that?
Yeah, and I might ask Scott to chime in as well, but there is very specific guidelines as to what type of meals have to be provided, what type of nutritional value, low sugar, low salt type of things have to have either fruit or vegetable with each meal, and they have to be able to provide for specific dietary needs. So all of that will need to be documented before we can really certify a restaurant to be in this program. As far as certifying the seniors, at first I was afraid that it would be worse than it is. Fortunately, they don't require any backup documentation, for example, on the seniors, income levels, etc. They just require that as we sign up the seniors for the program, we ask them these very specific questions, a questionnaire that's provided by CalOES that they have to answer in order to be able to be qualified. But the good piece there was that there isn't a bunch of additional paperwork to, back up the answers of those seniors and document with additional paperwork. Scott, do you have any additional information you want to add to this? Are you online?
Yeah, sure. Sorry. Hi. So I was asked by the city manager to help research this program, and I've worked pretty diligently with CalOES to really understand it. So I think the number one thing for the council to consider is to look at it as a economic. So the program is designed primarily as an economic stimulus for restaurants with a need to feed seniors. So, candidly, it's an incredibly expensive program, and it's, I think, designed more to try and drive revenue into restaurants that are struggling right now. I think had the governor not changed his plans last week, we may not have even needed to participate in this program because restaurants would have been allowed to open. But the requirements are very strict on the restaurant side, that they provide meals that meet a certain standard. Zena's correct on the senior side. PHP has agreed to provide all the requirements there. But if you don't fill, there's a portal that you have to put a mountain of information in every Monday by noon. You have to have the number of people who called, how many people you said yes to, how many people you said no to, exactly what they ate. There's a lot of reporting behind it. So I'm happy if it's appropriate, I'm happy to forward the program guidelines to the council for review.
So are you suggesting that we will end up spending more on government administration than the actual food?
No, the government administration is limited to 5%. So PHP's administrative costs cannot exceed 5% of the program. The program is $66 per day, which is the government stipend. You know, it's up to the council. One of the things the council could ask is that we ask the restaurants to provide, you know, a fair market value price per meal rather than just asking for the full amount, which could keep the costs down a little bit. So there, in the guidelines, there's a maximum cost. I think it's, don't quote me on this, but I believe it's $12 for breakfast, 18 for lunch, and 22 for dinner, or somewhere around that. So we could ask the restaurants to, you know, provide the meals at cost or closer to cost, rather than allocating the entire $66. But the maximum amount that PHP can take as an administrative cost is 5%. That administrative cost is fully paid by FEMA. The city would be on the hook for about 6.25% of the total cost.
So what's the
Plus
total?
the upfront capital outlay.
What's the estimated total program cost? Because I see something on page 46. It's approximately $70,000 per week. How many weeks do you think this is going to run?
The program is only authorized through June 10th. So
Starting when?
You know, we can get started.
Starting
We
as
can
soon
get
as we
started.
finalize.
Like next week?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can start pretty much immediately, but it would have to be over by June 10th.
Yeah. So I think one of the kind of policy considerations.
And they could extend that June 10th.
They could. They haven't indicated that they will. They could. I mean, I think that the first time I was on a call with them talking about this program, they were definitely indicating that they would be seeking further, you know, extensions, because some of the questions and kind of criticism of this program was that if it's so short term, you get all these senior citizens out of other programs that may be subsidized by, you know, state and federal, because you can duplicate the efforts. And if it's really short term, then once this is over, then they all have to find a spot somewhere else in another program again. So that was a question that, you know, CalOAS couldn't answer specifically whether they would get an extension or not. Obviously, it's something that they have to work with FEMA on. So at this point, we can only count through June 10th. And I think one of the things to really kind of point out here is that the seniors that, you know, there are some seniors that are really not even able to cook. So for them, this is a great meal that's prepared coming to them. There may be other seniors that, you know, could be helped through, you know, this nonprofit organization to where you just deliver goods to them versus paying for a restaurant. So part of the program is really supporting our restaurants. And so from that perspective, we are looking at about 5 or 6 restaurants that have, you know, applied and are interested in being in this. But
Okay.
Yeah.
This would be for Solvang seniors only, and
yes.
you're estimating that at the highest would be 150. But there's nothing saying that, you know, it could even be 20 that even sign up for this.
Right. So my number from about a week ago from talking with People Helping People, because obviously Dean from People Helping People was with us at the last council meeting and heard about this. So he had reached out to seniors, and he had a list of about 70 seniors as of last week. So that would be about half of this maximum capacity of 150.
I just want to make one more comment, because a lot of seniors can't make it to the food banks, for example, Bethania or some of the other places. So having this food delivered to them is a big plus. Also, I wanted to ask, is the Solvang Senior Center doing the same thing?
I was actually just going to ask. I think I saw Ellen was on the Zoom. I don't know if she has any.
Ellen is on the Zoom, yes. If Ellen has any feed into this.
Hi, how are you?
Hi.
Hi.
What would you like to ask me?
Oh, we had no specific question. I just noticed that you were, you know, on the Zoom meeting. So
Actually, I do have a question.
I was just curious if you had any comment about any of this. But
I know that
it's like Chris has a question.
She's already providing food to senior citizens, and I think they're even delivering food to senior citizens. So would they qualify as part of this restaurant thing?
No, this would have to be a completely new, separate program.
Yeah.
Okay.
But Ellen, maybe you can just give us a really quick version of what you are doing for seniors.
Well, what we're doing is we're providing hot lunches because we're closed for all of our activities, but we're still open to provide hot lunches for our seniors who would like to come in and pick them up. And we're providing, fresh produce and so forth, taking care of their nutritional needs and also their keeping them busy, their minds and their bodies and so forth, busy through providing them with take-home activities. We also work with, as far as like food delivery programs, we have a few folks that we do deliver meals to. We work with Meals on Wheels through Atterdag at Home. And we've worked with PHP when we have some seniors that need food provided for them. That PHP, Myra's been in contact with me, and they've been able to help those seniors too. So we've all been working together to provide for our seniors. Does that help you?
Yes, thank you very much.
Great.
Does anyone else have any questions of the program? Okay. My questions are, if we do move forward with this program, I just want to understand our full, full picture here, especially liability in terms of what we're putting out. Provided that we do get reimbursed, I see this as a relatively low-cost program, given it's 6% that we're, technically. But what I do see it as is more of a cash flow issue, and I know that we do have, decent reserves. Obviously, we have a situation right now where we're going to be burning through those, so we still have to be cautious. But what is the payback? Is there any payback cycle on this in terms of, 3 months, a year, 10 years, in terms of getting actual reimbursement back on this program?
So Scott from IDK was researching that. Scott, do you have any updates?
I specifically, they have a call every week with Cal OES, and I specifically asked that question on behalf of the city. And the answer I was told was that it would be the same payment plan cycle that FEMA is used to. And obviously, I don't know what that means. I've never been.
So is this like an underlying program of FEMA?
So I mean, if they're saying that it's on the same reimbursement as all FEMA claims, that usually FEMA takes 6 months to a year maybe to reimburse. Normally, they wait until the end of the emergency to even begin the process of reimbursement. They have actually made an exclusion for COVID-19 to where they have allowed multiple phases of reimbursement. But the expedited first phase that they're doing right now is geared towards jurisdictions with really high spending, so we wouldn't be part of that. And I don't believe that even with this program we would be anywhere near that. So we would be more on the tail end of the reimbursements that FEMA would be processing. So, it could be a year, or with dealing with something unprecedented as this, I guess it's a little bit of another unknown.
Yeah.
as to how
So
long
to
it
be
would take.
clear, the exposure is about $300,000 a month, and this could go on for 2 months as opposed to just one. So that's
Well,
600.
supposedly the program ends
June 10th.
June 10th.
Yeah,
So
but
you have
as she was saying, especially if we keep the state closed until July, sometime in mid-July, this program's going to continue on for a few more weeks, maybe even
And their
another month.
goalpost keeps moving.
Exactly, that's the problem. So we're looking at a potential exposure of like 600,000 plus.
Well, we can
could be
cap
up
it.
for-
But
We don't
we
have
can-
to,
but, yeah,
we
we
can
can
say
end the
we're
program.
ending as of June 10th. You don't have to just keep going with it. You
That's
can
a
put
really
it
good
anytime
point.
you want.
The only thing is that once you start it, and those seniors are actually used to getting those 3 meals, a day, if we don't start to reopen, if things don't start getting back to normal, then it would be somewhat challenging for us to just stop being part of this program.
All right, so I'm just
And-
trying to be clear for the community's sake. The exposure could be 500,000-600,000
Right.
potentially, and it could be up to a year before we get reimbursed.
Right. Well, we don't have to certify everybody. I mean, some of the, options for you to discuss, for example, could be, do you want to focus, I mean, is your focus on getting as many meals and help to the businesses of Solvang, helping them in that regard, which is part of this kind of policy discussion here, or should we limit, enrollment of seniors to say, the more needy ones that really can't go pick up food, for example, and that may keep
That's
our
really my
numbers
concern.
towards, maybe the 70 or instead of the 150.
Yeah, I mean, for example, my mother would fit in that latter category where she just can't go and pick up food. I have to do that for her. So I don't know how many seasoned seniors we have that are in that category, but I'd love to make sure they're taken care of.
But we can, prioritize that, for example.
Also, some other tactics that were mentioned were, limiting something. Obviously, it's a maximum of $66 per day. We could set either a cap or some other form of competitive process where I don't know, maybe one of the issues I see here, I don't know from an administrative standpoint, or how many can we allow any restaurant that qualifies and wants to be part of this, or do we have a certain limit of restaurants, things like that. But it could also be a fair market kind of bid where they put in what they can provide, and so if it fits the qualifications of the program, step number 2 is, what is your competitive pricing?
Right, and
Just
that,
a thought that could.
that is definitely something
And you
that
can
we
make
can
that
look
the
into.
top 3, and that way everyone knows they had a fair shot at getting, being a part of this program.
Yeah, that would be something that we could definitely implement if that's what the council is interested in, is creating that competitive bidding process for the 6 restaurants that have qualified. I would say that the more restaurants we have in this program, the more risk we're going to run in terms of, turning in all of our due diligence compliance and getting that reimbursement.
I'm just throwing all these things out there. I mean, it's kind of a complicated thing. It's a economic stimulus / recovery thing, which the council's already indicated we want to find a program to get our business back going, because we know where our bread and butter comes from. At the same time, we have people that need to be fed, and we have disruptions in the food chain and logistics there. So
I got to add one thing. We are in an absolute crisis, and then the state comes down with certain salt contents and certain sugar contents. I'm thinking, this is great. They're going to be just like Solvang School, where half the food gets thrown away. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, we better off to use this money.
Just give people food.
With a different organization and deliver that food
This
to
is
these individuals.
nuts.
I understand it's for these restaurants, but are we using our money wisely by being subject to more admin in reality?
No good deed goes unpunished.
So the alternative is to continue working through the food banks and having them distribute the food through Meals on Wheels and things like that. For example, the senior center delivers food as well as takes people who walk in, right? But they would not be able to participate under the restaurant concept. And I think your point is well taken. Even if they did participate, if the state requires them to remain closed, it doesn't do them any good.
Well, I still see value in the sense that we do have restaurants that are open for takeout and pickup. Obviously, those restaurants are struggling just to even keep that open.
Right, we're basically giving them customers. We're providing a way for those businesses to make a little bit of money in this situation. I understand that completely. I just hate to put them under a microscope with all these regulations, and anything coming from the state is so onerous that maybe you hamstring these restaurants. Maybe because of that we don't get reimbursed, which if we're going to get reimbursed, it's a year from now. So I don't know if this program's the right solution to what we're looking for.
Okay, I have a comment.
Karen?
I think we need to reevaluate this, and as I'm sitting here, I'm getting text messages from various charitable organizations saying, what do we have to do to help? So I'm not so sure that we actually need this program. I'm not, I'm getting to the point where I'm thinking that we can use people helping people to help with this in some way, but maybe not under this program. We can use organizations like the Senior Center, Buellton, certainly Solvang. I've gotten a blast of emails from, of course, the Elks. A lot of Elks are Vikings. I'd rather reach out to those organizations at this time. I don't know how to retract a motion at this point, because I didn't make the motion or second it. But I would examine other options at this point than after further discussion and going with the plates program.
Yeah, so there's been no motion made on this item here right now regarding Great Plates. So now is the time to discuss all these concerns and decide whether the council wants to move forward with it or not.
Oh, I was under the impression we made a motion to, go forward and have the staff look at it.
They did look at it. Now we're discussing.
Well,
whether to
at
do
the
it.
last meeting, we made that motion and authorized staff to pursue it. Now you have it in front of you, so do you want to pursue it? That's what we're discussing right now.
I think Karen's making some very good points.
So,
I just think there's a possibility that there's something else we can do for the businesses that may be better for the restaurants. I don't know if it's possible, but
On a cost-benefit basis, I'm hearing that we can serve our seniors more cost-effectively through the food banks that we're talking about, and putting out $300,000 a month and servicing maybe 5 or 6 restaurants, that doesn't make a lot of sense. We might as well just pay their rents. It'd be a whole lot cheaper than wasting $300,000. So if that's what you're talking about, yeah, I agree with you.
Matt, did you have? I'll let you. You seem passionate about something. I'll let you speak.
No. Thank you, Mayor Toussaint. It's just like any other federal grant program. You just have to remember, it's going to take a while to get reimbursed, and everybody made great points, and I could see argument both ways. But if you are going to get reimbursed 93 cents on the dollar, the more money you spend in this program, the more money's funneling, the more federal outside money is going to these businesses, right, and helping them out. And the only thing is the cash flow concern is an issue. You got to make sure you can manage that. But basically, it is, in a sense, free money, especially if people helping people is going to be doing all the admin. And, I think you just give good guidelines to the restaurants, and you're going to funnel all this, federal money to them. And they're going to pay sales tax, so you're gonna get some of that.
Yeah, and that's where
Excellent points, Matt.
That's where this is hard, because it is outside money coming in. We don't have any other outside money coming in. But yeah, it's a cash flow issue.
It comes down to
and
cash
like
flow.
most of these other programs, just like you see, the ticket price, you look at it once it goes through these things is absolutely crazy. But that's how it works from above.
And here's another twist. Thanks to the wonderful generosity of our federal government, where they're paying out $1,200, I guess at least once, maybe even twice, and $600 a week, a lot of workers just don't have an incentive to come back to work. So even if they wanted to get these restaurants up and running, they may not be able to get their employees back. Now, having said that, I want to go back to this issue with cash flow, because we're hemorrhaging $500,000 to $600,000 a month. And here we're asking you to potentially spend another $300,000 to $400,000 a month for this program. Can we do this? That's a question for staff.
But could we also do it until June 10th and then reevaluate this?
yeah, that's an option as well. Could we do it for a time?
So we're not committing ourselves to the full 300 grand. We're not
Or a
committing
small
ourselves.
amount of money.
We'll have a better idea of our cash flow on June 10th, depending on if the goalpost does not get
and
moved
what the
again.
demand is, because for all you know, there's
Correct.
only 25 seniors that
Right.
Mr.
Okay,
Mayor,
so-
members of the council, can I just mention
Yes.
one other thing that I don't know if I heard this already talked about? But one of the other reasons for this program was, as I understand, to create an incentive for at-risk individuals to stay at home during this time period that perhaps we're working through opening up. And so, again, that's in theory one of the things, because it is directed at,
because if we get one at-risk death, then we're closed for another
14 days.
14 days.
exactly. So this again, it's people who are 60 or over and at risk, and those who are 65, and then you have to meet an income criteria.
I think the intention is good, but realistically, can it be done more cost effectively without the Great Plates program? Because if you're funneling tens of thousands of dollars through the food banks to do just the same thing through Meals on Wheels, doesn't that accomplish the same goal? Look, I'm not opposed
As
to
long as
helping.
it's reimbursable, if food distribution is reimbursable, so when we talk
And
so we
$40,000.
this
go back
program
to-
is prepared food
Right.
that is going directly to, whereas all these other programs are food that now has to be prepared.
Right.
I think we're also running into logistical issues where and I think this is all over the news, there's plenty of food out there, but it's all being poured down the drain because it's not in a way that can be, consumed or distributed through, methods that we currently have in place. So, if you have 5-gallon, big things of milk that normally go to a restaurant with a bib on it,
They're not buying it.
they're not handing that out, at some of these other programs. That milk will just go down the drain. If meat can't be brought in sizable packages that can be distributed properly, then you can't just go take a cow and, cut it up and, divvy it out there for people to have. There's all these things that we have to, think about. So there is a lot of food being thrown away that could otherwise be purchased in bulk, processed, and, and that's what this program kind of does. So these are all very complicated things, but when you start measuring out all the logistics,
Look,
and
it comes down to
challenges,
cash flow. Do we have the cash flow to manage this for a couple of months?
and that I agree with.
At least 1 month.
We have the cash flow to manage this for 1 month, yes. I mean, we sit on pretty healthy reserves, although, yes, we're burning very, very quickly if we continue to be closed. And if the city continues to explore loan programs for businesses, that's another cash flow that really should be budgeted into our next budget, because that money will be out for a while. But yes, we can front the money with, some risk and some trial period. And
I say June 10th, and that's a number that's out there at the date that's a date that's out there right now. Give it a shot. Let's see how it works.
Okay. Maybe that was with some fair process, to make sure we get better pricing. We don't want to just authorize the full amount, just to limit our exposure somewhere and make sure it's not just, the cheapest food being delivered at the highest cost kind of thing going through the restaurants. We need it to be competitive. That's just a thought. But just on this item, speaking about all these different logistical and procurement issues and things like that, I'm just curious. So through FEMA, if we went out and purchased bulk food, for example, and we ran our own version of the program of this, right? But now we're buying food at a far lower cost, and that food then went to the restaurants, right? Could the city run its own program where we then basically pay the restaurants only for their fee for them preparing the food? So now we basically obtain the food directly from the city, right? Get reimbursed from FEMA for it, but it goes directly to the restaurants to then process the food that otherwise they're turning upside down. And then you pay that basically that last mile kind of surcharge on it. I'm just curious.
Yes, I think we should have our own Iron Chefs competition. What do you say?
Iron Chef competition.
Today's beets. What can you do with beets?
Yeah. Well, we could do a YouTube live stream channel, and it could be an event that everyone can
Comrade.
watch online with proper social distancing.
right. I mean, the way the original guidelines for purchase and distribution of food went out, yes, that would be my understanding. I mean, we can follow up, directly with a person at CalOAS and ask all of those questions before we dive into those
I think you'd
programs.
be the same. You'd solve that issue if you just discussed with the restaurants and get them to lower their prices to a reasonable amount, because they're going to be buying that stuff as well, is my understanding.
But the issue is for the city to get reimbursed for the actual food cost, we have to follow the guidelines that FEMA
right, but
sets out.
the restaurants are going to have to follow that guideline, correct? I mean,
Well, if the city's buying the food, my understanding, right?
Mm-hmm.
The restaurant can't just go buy the food and then
Right.
submit it to the city.
oh, we're buying the food anyway.
It would be the city buying food specifically for those in need.
Do we have the manpower to do this?
And then we're having the restaurants prepare it.
We're going to be buying the food for this, what you just approved, the $40,000.
Right, the food banks.
Through the food banks. I mean, we will be pressed. to
Well,
be
this
invoiced.
program we're not managing anyway. We're having
Yeah.
EVP is going to manage it.
So
I'm
essentially,
assuming they're going to be involved in buying the food.
Yeah, I don't want everyone to get hyped up over what I just said. I was just simply asking a
I
question
believe
if
that
technically
that's a
you could do
potential.
something
Yes,
like that.
I think technically you could do something like that.
So what
That
you're
was-
suggesting is IDK could source the food, as they're doing for the food banks already.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor,
Mm-hmm.
and first is actually a legal comment, so that may
Mhm.
seem unusual, but I would caution you against getting yourself in the food chain of private businesses.
Thank you.
Where you're then buying and telling them to prepare what you bought and then having them then present that to the public. I just would caution against that. And then second, I would just note, if I understand, one of the other purposes of this program, including the reason that you all were looking at it, was to get restaurants up and getting ready to reopen to the public. If you step into their food chain and so become their, their agent, I guess you would be, in buying that food, you may want to look at, are you then going to do that forever? The purpose being instead to get them back into the business of buying food from their normal distribution.
No, which is what we all want. I'm just coming up with,
That's a good point.
anything creative, and I think you're taking a little extreme with what I'm talking about, but that's just my personal.
No, I appreciate your comment, because these guys already
We
have
get
their
sued by
food
Rycroft.
chains established, like through
Serious.
Cisco and things like this. So they need to get those food distribution guys up and running again as well. So it's not just the restaurants, it's the whole logistical system that supports those restaurants.
I
that's
do
gonna
not
back
want to
up.
get in the business of providing food to anyone. No, I mean restaurants to be
No.
purchasing foods. It's not our forte.
So you're
It's
telling me no to beets?
or in China, it was yams.
Yams? Okay. All right.
Anyway, I was just trying to think of other things that could be done here to reduce cost. I see a
Understood.
council that's
Totally
very
get it.
cautious about cost. I'm very cautious about cost. I'm just looking at what the logistical issues are and just curious if there's anything, I'm just thinking off the top of my head, if there's any other ideas that can be done that are more cost effective. So that's part of doing your due diligence, to decide whether or not you want to move forward with the Great, Plates program. We've lost a council member. I think we have a motion on the table, but, or Robert, I think you had a motion.
Would be to continue to, not start, but to
Move forward with the program.
go forward with the program until June 10th would be my motion.
Anything around establishing fair market or budget limit type?
I just don't want to, I don't want to overcomplicate this. We're in a crisis. We want to go fast. We want to get this done.
Okay, just asking.
That would be my motion.
And how much money was that? Just what we already agreed to?
Yes.
Sorry, was that Karen?
The money that we already agreed to helping people helping people?
I think that's done.
That's apples and oranges.
Done.
This is
And
separate.
people helping.
How much money she's asking? I think it was 40,000.
So what?
An additional 40?
No. So People Helping People, last time U.S. Council had authorized an agreement with them to give seed money for their campaign to raise money for food donations of $10,000, and then to continue to pay $5,000 each quarter for the next fiscal year. This program here for Great Plates is suggesting that on the side of signing up seniors and distribution of the meals to the seniors, we will be partnering with People Helping People and establishing a contract with them to administer that side of the program. The city and IDK will continue to administer the restaurant qualification side of the program. And then People Helping People would be eligible to up to 5% of the cost as an administrative cost that can also be passed for reimbursement to federal and state government. So if we were to spend $300,000 over the next whatever weeks, a month, 5% of that could be administrative cost for going towards People Helping People. Scott, do you have a comment?
I just think there's two things worth noting. One is the way the contract structured with People Helping People is that their fee is not payable until the city has been reimbursed. And then second is that the restaurants will be set up on terms with the city, so that the city will pay the restaurants directly.
Right. So there's an inherent administrative, cost to us that you're not really going to be reimbursed for.
But all these are serving different,
Right.
Okay, so Robert, I think you had a motion on the Great Plates program. Is there any more discussion on that? Is there a second to that?
I'll second it.
It's been seconded by Chris.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember DeJarnius.
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Waite,
No.
Mayor Toussaint.
Yes.
Passes 4-1.
Okay, so I believe, is there anything else? Okay, now we have the, there was in the packet here on COVID-19, there's a initiative by League of California Cities. Zena, do you remember what page that is on the packet? by chance?
125.
125. Basically, you know, they're getting the cities together to push the, I believe the state into, you know, some form of funding to support cities through this process and get us back to whole somewhat. But again, I would just, you know, stress the fact that, you know, yeah, the state is in heavy, what is it, what was it, 70 billion again?
Yeah, they're about, I've heard different numbers, $80 billion shortfall
Yeah.
on $149 billion.
That's just
general
today,
fund
plus
budget.
there's a lot of other indirect
Right.
impacts they'll see.
Right.
And, you know, so again, you know, trying to get blood out of a turnip sometimes, you know, but I think it's another avenue. If we don't pursue any, you know, trying to get funding from the state, then that would, you know, probably be a little bit negligent on our side. In fact, in the event that the state actually does come up with something, give it to us. So I personally would probably move with supporting their initiative here.
Yeah.
Okay,
Do motion on that?
sure.
So I'll just make the motion to. Sorry, was
Just-
it, or is there any Karen, do you have any other questions about? Do you have any questions about this item?
I don't.
Okay, so I'll make the motion that we support the league initiative.
I'll second it.
It's been seconded by Chris Dearness.
Mayor Pro Tem Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember DeJarnis,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yeah.
Councilmember Waite,
No.
Mayor Toussaint.
Yes.
Passes 4-1.
And I'm sorry, Karen, can I ask you why you're voting no on that?
No.
I don't want to answer that right now.
Okay. And then, is there anything else on COVID-19? Is there any other discussion just in general?
Yes.
Karen?
I can wait until everyone else is finished if everyone would like that.
Well, I'd like to address the issue with respect to rent moratorium, because unfortunately, given the news that we just heard earlier, that Governor Newsom wants to extend this into summer, we have a bigger problem now we need to address. I don't know if this is the right time, if we need to put it on the
Yeah.
agenda for next time.
So the rent moratorium, it was actually intended to be on this agenda here, but, you know, we've had a lot of things happening, so it just didn't get that far. But definitely, I think that needs to be on the next agenda. We're going to have to reevaluate that.
Thank you.
Silence, Karen?
I would just note that because your discussion of this is so broad, the specifics of that need to be on the next agenda for you to pass it. But if there's anything different from what you had before that you want to direct us on preparing something new or different, you could give us that direction.
Well, I think, I think we've received a lot of public feedback, and we've seen, you know, issues and stuff. So I'd really like staff to look at the issues that are there in the community and come back with some kind of recommendation and things for the council to consider. I think also the moratorium is only on evictions. It does nothing about setting any forms of standards or anything with regard to how that even works the day that eviction moratorium is done. And to my understanding, you know, everything that goes through this this process right here is just taking every month's rent in full and putting it on the back end with no real guidelines for, you know, how anyone needs to work with anyone or things like that. And there's no way that anyone's going to be able to come up with these kinds of monies, you know, from
Yeah, I don't
day
think
after
Governor
this.
Newsom and the state has any plan to deal with this either.
Yeah.
They don't. seem
And they
to-
might start seeing the same problem and come out with something, but otherwise, I think we're
Really?
left with
They're
dealing
not
with
even
what.
talking about this. The state's not even talking about this.
No, I know,
County's
I
not
know.
talking about this. So my gut feeling is we're going to have to come up with a program, or at least the outlines of a program, and find a way around this. This is a cliff. This is a ticking time bomb that's going to implode.
Is there anything else you want staff to consider as they look into this item, bring it back to the council? Okay with that? I think we're good. Karen?
Well, on the COVID thing, obviously I am on polar opposite ends of how the city is dealing with this. And I just want to point out that appreciate the presentation of our officer, law enforcement, who gave his rundown on what's going on. But it has become painfully obvious to me that we need to give more detailed instruction to what reopening means, because I will tell you that we do have businesses in town that are not following any of the guidelines. No social distancing, having people inside eating, having tables set outside eating. As a matter of fact, the sidewalks on Alisol were so crowded this weekend when I was out running, I had to run in the street because there was no way anyone could socially distance with the amount of people that were going in and out of stores on Alisol Road between 246 and the post office in that general area. I know perhaps there hasn't been a lot of enforcement because we're trying to educate people, but I do not think that we have been emphatic enough into what the actual guidelines are in reopening. You know, we do have a very real virus going on out there. We do need to know, you know, what's rational, what the risks are, where you go and what you're supposed to do at this time. I do not think that our stores are putting up signage in front of them that are permitted. This is not being monitored. We are having an influx of tourists from other towns coming in thinking that we are open. And there are various ways that this virus can be spread, and there's a reason that we're not meeting the criteria at this point, because it is a pandemic. And I think what I'd like to do, so that I don't have to take up too much time here,
Please.
is just note to the general public that I did post a very, very informative article on my Facebook site and my political site. And it can be found at www.erin, E-R-I-A-N, Bromage, BROMAGE.com. And it's entitled, "The Risks, Know Them, Avoid Them." And I know that we had a doctor on speaking earlier. Thank you very much for your comments. But this also comes from a doctor who studies epidemiology. And it's very important to realize that it's not just the prison system that people are speaking about in Lompoc that is throwing our numbers off. It is the workers from the prison system that come back into our community. There are people that live in those areas that do work in the prison system, that do have families in this area and just out of this area and come to Solvang and work here. I would be really, really more comfortable if we could put out some very strict guidelines and give a little more explanation, other than just repeating what the current state mandates are and what the county mandates are. If we could just outline it and break it down for everyone to understand in easy language, ABC, not just here are the stores that are reopening. This is how you can reopen, but it has to be curbside pickup because people aren't seeing that. They're just seeing that we're reopening. And yes, I would love for the entire city of Solvang to reopen, but I also want it to be done very safely. And I want to be done according to rules and mandates for safe guidelines. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other comments?
Yeah, I'd like to address that indirectly. What's fascinating to me when you look at the county data, and they post it every day, is how few cases we've had in the entire valley. We've had 7 since the beginning. 7, that's it. The banks have remained open, the supermarkets are open, the pharmacies, the gas stations, and a variety of other stores. And yet we've only had 7 cases. and none of them were serious. None of them required hospitalization. So yes, there is this concern about the virus, but it's not anywhere as lethal as some people fear it is. It is lethal to people who have chronic underlying conditions and are over the age of 60. That's a proven fact, and those people need to take precautions. But the idea that the rest of the world needs to shut down doesn't make sense. It just, the science doesn't back that.
Okay, are there any other comments on this item?
No, I just got a question for Karen, actually. You there, Karen?
Yes,
I'm just wondering, I understand your point and your concern. I was just wondering why at the protest in Solvang for reopening the economy, I was wondering why you were down there passing out cards. Looked like you were participating in the protest. I'm just wondering why you were doing that if you're adamantly against it.
Well, because everyone has the right to uphold and express the First Amendment of the United States, which is to assemble peacefully. And people were assembling peacefully from what I saw. And I did arrive very, very early on, and I filmed it, and I also posted it with my comment that people were exercising their right to the First Amendment. I had gloves on, I had goggles on, I had masks on. I drove up in my car, I parked across the street from, right across the street at Bracky's. And then I walked over and I handed out my card. I did see one of our council members there who was shaking hands and hugging other people, not practicing social distancing. None of the protesters there were actually practicing social distancing. So I merely was handing my card out saying, you know what, I understand you have the right to assemble peacefully. Thank you for assembling peacefully. If you have any questions about what the actual state mandates are and rules and regulations, please call me. Handed my card and then I left. So that's exactly why I was there.
It's also their First Amendment right to hug each other and shake hands.
I think she was accusing
Well,
a council member.
That's part of peaceful
So-
assembly. They can do what they want. I didn't scold them for being there.
You just did.
No, I didn't. I just said, thank you for being here and assembling peacefully and exercising your First Amendment rights.
I appreciate
If you have
that, Karen.
any questions regarding state mandates and county mandates at this point, feel free to call me.
And you are free to stay home and quarantine yourself, as everyone is.
Everybody.
Yes, I certainly am free to stay home and quarantine myself.
Are there any other comments on this item? Okay, I'll close this item. Move on to item number 5.
Break.
It's past 9 now. We can take a 5-minute break. We'll come back to item number 5 at, well, let's just call it 9:25 p.m. Okay, are we ready? Karen, are you there? Karen, are you there?
Yes, am I here?
Okay.
Welcome
So
back
we'll
to
resume
Rock and a Hard
the.
Place.
Yeah, welcome back to Rock and a Hard Place. We'll resume the meeting here. We're on item number 5 now. I think also, since we're at 9:30, we'll take I'll make the motion that we continue the meeting.
I'll second the motion.
And seconded by Robert.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember DeJarnius,
Yeah.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yep.
Councilmember Waite.
No,
Was that a no?
that was a no.
Okay. Mayor Toussaint,
Yes.
passes 4-1.
Staff report.
So item number 5 is a marketing and tourism update. Sorry, marketing and tourism update and event permitting process that
Was that too funny to handle that I didn't want to continue?
No.
Thank you, Robert.
Oh, at least you're
Ridiculous.
consistent, Karen.
Well, we can not continue and give that attorney here later on, item number 7, a bunch of money because we didn't meet their deadline.
That's true.
Nonetheless, so continue on item number 5, marketing and tourism update and special event permitting process. This item will be primarily.
And I'm sorry, we told Ellen with the senior center that she can give her comment now. I'm sorry, I
Okay.
slipped up on
That'd
that.
be great.
Ellen, are you on the line with us?
Yes,
All right, so you wanted to speak on item number 8, but we're going late, so we'll allow you to make that now.
thanks. How are you?
Good.
So, every year, we are fortunate enough to receive support from the city to help our senior center run efficiently. And you contribute about 25 to 30% of the funds for our senior center to keep it up and running. And we've been doing extra in this period of time with our interesting new normal. We've actually been serving more seniors meals per week than we had in the past. And we're continuing to try to keep their lives as normal as possible once we kind of got ourselves on a routine and our seniors. But the point of me being here is to ask again for your support of the senior center. We have over 500 members. Roughly 60% of those members are from Solvang themselves, but of course we take care of people throughout the valley. We also have members who come from Buellton, from Los Alamos, San Ynez, and we work very good hand in hand with Atterdag Village, with Buellton Senior Center, with Bethania Church, people helping people. We're all working together to help the lives of our seniors be wonderful and complete. And as you know, because most of you have visited our senior center, you know what goes on there. And I think Robert was there during the beginning of our tax time, which of course we had to cut short because of COVID-19, but normally we help, hundreds of seniors. I believe last year we helped 300 seniors prepare free AARP tax preparation. And Robert was able to come and join us for lunch one day and see what went on at our center, and I think he was highly impressed with our activities.
Very much so.
Yeah. Thank you. We had a pretty good lunch too. Huh?
Yes, you did.
Karen's been to visit us, the mayor's been to visit us, Chris has been to visit us, Chris's mother's involved with our center. So, we do a lot for our seniors, and we hope that you will continue to support us as we go forward. Unfortunately, some of our funding requests for going into our next year have been put on hold because some of our funders have either reevaluated and cut back their funding, not just for us, but for all of their the folks that they usually fund. Some of our grant requests are frozen at this time because of COVID-19. So we do have, we're looking at a smaller budget than we had this past year. So we're hoping that we can ask the city once again to support us and hopefully increase this year to $50,000.
I have one question.
Yes.
You do get some assistance from the county as well, correct?
Well, we have a small percentage from the county, but we are on county property. Our building is, we are on the county property.
Correct.
We have a 20-year lease with 3 10-year options, and we do not pay any lease.
Got it.
So that is what they contribute to us. But we provide a lot of services for all of our seniors. We're basically the yellow pages for the valley, and we help them in every way that we can.
And only a senior would understand the yellow pages.
Yes.
Well,
That's why I brought that up.
Yeah, blue chip
I
stamp.
can actually confirm that
Okay,
they
we're
provide a
Google.
variety.
Yeah.
But, you know, we provide, we help them navigate through Medicare. We provide Medicare programs for them. We work with Rite Aid for flu clinics. We work with HICAP. We're basically a conduit to everything that they need. And we work in conjunction with all different resources in our valley to help them.
Right, an invaluable resource and service because you guys don't charge anything for doing all this. So thank you very, very much, from at least speaking for myself here on the council.
You're welcome. And, you know, as I said, we provide these wonderful meals that people at this time, even though we are closed for regular activities, I mean, that's something people are really missing is the friendship and being able to, you know, be with each other, but they're all in a very vulnerable, you know, they're in that vulnerable population. So we keep them connected through arranging for them to pick up puzzles and books and yarn to knit for the troops. And we even, you know, do curbside pickup for them. They can come in and get their lunches, or we'll go out to their car. And we're just trying to keep their life normal and not have, you know, everybody's hair on fire because their life has changed. If you can keep their lives normal, you can keep them engaged with each other, they'll be much healthier when, period. So that's what we're there for.
Got it.
So, Ellen, since you speak more frequently with the elderly, what is your impression of their ability or willingness to self-quarantine? Because unfortunately, it doesn't make sense that the city is going to shut down indefinitely. On the other hand, if we can help the elderly who are most at risk to self-quarantine, it's much easier for us as a city to support them. We'll bring food, we'll bring resources, medical help, whatever is required. So what is your feeling from their standpoint about being at home?
So when all of this first started, we had a team of volunteers who called everyone on our list, all of our members on our list. And of course, you know, some people we didn't hear back from, but the majority we did, and they were happy to hear from someone. We have a few people who, we're the only people, they'll come in every day, they wear their mask, they come in, they follow the guidelines, they get in their car, and this is their big outing, is to come in and have a lunch. They're not having a problem, a majority of them aren't having a problem self-quarantining. You know, they're trying to follow what they can do to keep themselves healthy. But their one place will be coming to the center because we're only open a short amount of hours for the public period just to take care of them. But we are there for them to call us. We're there in our regular hours and they can call, and we get lots of calls.
Is there anything we can do as a city to provide masks, hand sanitizers, anything like that?
Well, if you have extra, we'll take it. We have a group of folks who've been sewing masks for us. We have material that's been donated so people can take it home and they can, the big thing is to help them feel like they're part of helping each other and to make them feel vital. So they can make masks and bring the masks in and share with their friends. We've had someone through the hospital who's been bringing us masks. They have a major production going on there, so they bring the masks into us. As I said, you know, they can come and pick up yarn, or we'll drop it off for them. They can knit for the troops. It's a troop project for our service people, and so they're still at this time knitting scarves and hats for the, you know, for the winter. Keeps them busy.
Is there anything we can do financially to support the PPE issue, the personal protective stuff? Will that cover it?
If you have the means to bring, you know, we could take more masks, we could take more sanitizing products. I mean, those are like a hot commodity, which are hard, you know, hard for us to come by. So we would be happy to receive any of that.
Can we look into that?
I would suggest you just ask Ellen questions now. Later, during the budget, that's what this item really is. But
Yeah, we just wanted to get her to talk, so
not-
she wouldn't stay
just
up all night.
note that down for later.
Got it.
Is there anything else? Any questions of Ellen? Ellen, thank you so much.
Thanks.
And this is just preliminary financial planning, so stay tuned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ellen.
With that, we'll move on to item number 5, marketing and tourism update and special event permitting process.
But you were halfway through.
We'll get a staff report.
So, yes, back to marketing and tourism update and special event permitting process. As you would recall, during the last council meeting, we had IDK give us an update on some of the ideas on marketing and efforts for reopening. We had the first meeting of the steering committee since then that Scott from IDK can update the council on. And of course, we have here today the long-awaited special event permitting process, which has been in the works and ready, but we all dove into the COVID-19 emergency, so it hasn't come to council formally yet. So this is a time where we're seeking specific direction and approval from council for those special event permitting guidelines. And with that, I'm going to just turn it over to Scott from IDK. Scott?
Sure, hello. Hi. So thanks, Sina. So as she said, we'll give you a quick update on the marketing side and then dive into the permit side, since I know it's already late and you probably don't want to be up all night. So on the marketing side, you know, we're starting to see a huge uptick in people calling and emailing, messaging, commenting on Facebook and other social media, asking if Solvang is open and safe. As of this moment, you know, the decision on when to open is and how to open is obviously outside of our remit, a bit above our pay grade. So for now, we're complying with the county and state requirements and letting folks know that there's still a stay-at-home order in effect. That's not stopping everybody from coming, so we've definitely received also an uptick in local residents upset, and concerned that we're promoting tourism, which I can assure you that we're not spending any money on advertising. All of our forward-facing stuff is very aspirational. We make sure that we're very clear that when it's time to visit Solvang, we'll let folks know. But that's bodes well for the future, that there's such a strong pent-up demand to visit the town. So we hope to be able to capitalize on that. So to that end, as we've mentioned previously, we continue to try and keep the messaging alive and keep information out there about Solvang and keep Solvang top of mind. To that end, I want to congratulate the Elverhoy Museum on the piece in Forbes magazine today, which is a pretty big deal, about the Rembrandt exhibit, which unfortunately was closed 2 weeks after it arrived. The Elverhoy has been able to extend that exhibit into August with the hope to extend it even further, so that once the shelter-in-place and safer at home orders are lifted, we can invite locals and tourists alike to explore the Rembrandts at the Overhoy. But the fact that Forbes took an interest in that and wrote a piece is amazing. Anna on our team helped kind of bring that home, but I want to congratulate the Overhoy on that piece. The other kind of local effort that we've got is the Solving banner program. So this is the program that we created to put up banners around Solving, highlighting the seniors. We've asked parents to contribute just the cost of the banners and have partnered with Inklings to print them. We expect the first batch, we've sold about 18 of them so far. We expect the first batch to be delivered this week and installed. We're also sharing them on social media as they come in. You know, again, just to try and be able to show locals and the community alike that, you know, some semblance of normal. To Alan's point earlier with the seniors, we're trying to create some form of normalcy. As Zena mentioned, we had our first marketing and tourism committee meeting, which went well, and you know, we sort of discussed our current marketing strategy. We began the framework of our longer-term marketing strategy, which this committee will work over the next couple of weeks to pin down, so that we're in good shape to launch and take advantage of these visitors that have a pent-up demand for visiting Solvang. We also discussed ways that we can safely and appropriately support the businesses, you know, as we enter the governor's phase 2 and phase 3. You know, obviously the requirements have changed, as Zena's mentioned several times, so we kind of keep trying to adapt to those new requirements. But one of the pieces that we discussed with the Marketing and Tourism Committee was the possibility of closing Copenhagen and inviting some of the businesses in Solvang that are too small to properly social distance and properly take advantage of curbside delivery, for example, or you know, tasting rooms that don't have enough seating. We discussed the possibility of closing Copenhagen and inviting not outside businesses and certainly not outside vendors, but Solvang businesses from the outskirts of town to kind of come together and allow folks to walk along Copenhagen Street, have more space than the sidewalk to walk, and explore some of Solvang shops when it becomes appropriate to do so. And I think you know, it's clear based on the current guidelines that now is not the time to do that, but we discussed, you know, whether or not there would be support for that. So the committee asked that we survey the committee was generally supportive. The concerns obviously were around making sure that it stays on brand and a high quality experience. You know, the committee did not want a fair-like feel. They don't want, you know, a bunch of misshapen and tents that don't mismatch tents. They want to make sure that it's a high-end, you know, very European sort of experience and well-branded and not just kind of thrown together. So the other thing they asked is that, you know, though there was support within the committee, that we survey other businesses so that we could get some additional feedback. We've begun that process. We have a little ways to go there, but initial feedback is fairly positive. Couple of pieces that we want to make sure are clear there is that, you know, we're talking about expanding, for example, one of the restaurants, you know, wants to expand their outdoor patio, so that if the time comes that they're allowed to use their patio and not necessarily, and perhaps close or decrease the size of their dining room, they wanted the flexibility to sort of expand into a larger footprint. And to that end, I can't share my screen, but we talked about, you know, parklets and other higher end options for Copenhagen. So we anticipate bringing the survey results to the committee, to the next committee meeting, and having some clear guidance for council on whether that's something that we want to ask permission to do, you know, in the next meeting. Alongside and parallel to that, so that we can move quickly, you know, obviously as part of the effort with the county to make sure that we're complying with requirements that they have in place, you know, we want to ask if we can expedite, as part of the expedited move deeper into phase 2, if we can relax the dine-in requirements for outside dining, so that we can create additional outside dining opportunities on Copenhagen. or even, if we don't do all of Copenhagen, we could do the parking lot behind the visitor center and invite some of the businesses from other parts of town there. So that's the updates I have on the marketing side. I can take questions there or dive straight into the event process and take questions on everything at the end, whatever you think is more appropriate, Sina.
Are there any questions at this point the council has? No? Okay.
Okay, so diving into the permit process. So we redesigned the Solvang special event process. We've created a new fee matrix that all events are 100% cost recovery. So, for example, there was a heavy reliance on city staff to close streets or provide no parking signage or, maintenance staff to provide additional resources. So we started to kind of monetize that for the event so that they can start to kind of have a menu of services that they can choose local contractors. There's plenty in Santa Barbara County and around California that can do traffic services, for example, or they can use the city and reimburse the city for that. But we felt the first move was very important to try and move towards full cost recovery for the city. As I've mentioned several times before, the way that the old process worked is it was a $125 permit application, no matter the size of your event or your impact on the city services. You were presented with a bill for police services in many cases, but that was it. There was no real enforcement of cleanup, no parking, traffic control, or anything else like that. So we've really modified that fee matrix. The other thing we've done is we've created a maximum cap of 500 people with no street closure to do kind of an expedited permit process. So, and not, I don't have that, if you pull up the flow chart set on the screen. I think it's slide 3. Yep, there you go. So what we've done is we've created kind of a flow chart. So there's a questionnaire, once the council approves this, there's a questionnaire online at solvingresources.com. That'll be the entry path, and it'll be available on solvingusa.com, but that will be the entry path for anybody who wants to hold an event in Solvang. There will be a brief questionnaire, and from that, we can send the appropriate permit. So if you're a small event with 100 people that's not closing the streets, that just needs access to the city park and is relatively low maintenance, for lack of a better word, that has an expedited permit process that goes to the city manager for approval and is then either denied or approved. If your event is over 500 attendees or has a street closure or is a city-sponsored event, then it goes. We're asking the permittee to attend a marketing and tourism steering committee meeting and make a presentation. We've asked that those permits match one of 3 criteria: either an increase in TOT, an increase in economic impact, or furtherance of Danish culture. If they've proved one of those 3 things and have indicated that they can do the event safely and that there's not going to be a net negative fiscal impact to the city, the tourism committee can ask questions of the event, possibly make changes to the proposed structure to make sure that it benefits local businesses. And then from there, we'll make a non-binding recommendation to City Council, where the City Council can discuss and either approve or deny that permit. So it provides an extra layer for the community to be involved in the permitting process, and gives the council, a chance to understand community input prior to making the final decision on larger scale events. And then within that, we're also proposing to do the four city events per year on behalf of the city. So obviously in the fourth quarter, that would be Yule Fest. In the first quarter, we had intended to do a I can never say it right, sip, sample, and shop event, for those 3 months. Then leading into the spring, something more outdoors at Hearts, and then going into October, obviously working alongside the city to bring and ensure that the haunted house continues to happen at Theater Fest. So that's our plan for the permit process and everything on the back end. You know, we've cleaned up the automation, we've integrated with DocuSign where possible, and made it as light a touch as possible on the city side, but also made sure that we're implementing greater controls to ensure that the city's not on the hook for resources in the event that a larger event comes in, and also that businesses aren't caught off guard by any large-scale street closures. So that's obviously there's a lot more behind it, but it's late at night, so I want to give you guys a chance to move on to your next agenda items.
Okay. Are there any questions?
No, thanks, Scott.
Yeah, I got a quick question. Scott,
Yes, sir.
can you, one of the things that I've been thinking about is expanding the Fast Allowance celebration that we have here. I guess Bethania is the one that sponsors it every year, and it's a wonderful family-oriented version of Mardi Gras. Has anybody discussed this amongst your group?
Yeah, it's something that we talked about for our second quarter event. The city-sponsored second quarter event that we're responsible for producing. So it's something that we talked about doing for Q2 21, assuming we're ever allowed to do an event again.
Can you keep me posted on that? I think it'll be a great, a very successful idea.
Are there any questions?
No.
Public comment? Do we have any public comment on this item? No? Okay, we'll take it back to the council. Any thoughts? I mean, I think it's great. I think you're outlining a really good, installing processes and things that we didn't really have processes for before. I also think it's great to have, more voices on the table, such as the committee that IDK is kind of spinning up to make recommendations and vet some of this stuff. One of my questions for you, Scott, is has this particular packet item been run by that committee?
Informally, prior to putting the committee together, we talked in broad strokes about what this process was going to be, and kind of when we invited folks to that committee, made sure they understand that that was going to be a responsibility of theirs. So in broad strokes, they understand it, but in this case, I think that it's more aligned, since it's ultimately the city's responsibility to permit these things. I felt it was more important to get the city's input on this process, and make sure that the city was comfortable with it and that met the city's needs, and then sort of back into it on the committee side rather than go the other way in this case.
So Scott, how much of this new system came from the existing systems here at the city?
That was actually my other thing. I wish the old stuff was in the packet with the new stuff, so you can do a little bit more, comparative analysis.
Was it 10%, 50%?
I think so. So to be clear, I think the old event permit application itself was okay. So we didn't change the physical application much. I think what we changed was what happens once you submit that application and whose eyeballs are on it and how, and created some controls around that. And then also the fee matrix behind that, I think was a major change. And then bringing all of that out of PDFs and handwritten forms and into a more modernized, digital automatic system through DocuSign. So there's a web front end that brings it in, and then, with a couple of clicks, the approval goes to the approver, depending on, whether it's the city manager or city council, and then, tracks there's a whole tracking side behind it, tracking compliance. So, for example, behind there, since we're a small city as part of a larger county, if any event sells or serves food, they're required to have a food permit from the health department of Santa Barbara, right? So prior to this, there was a very manual process, and a lot of these things could be easily overlooked. I mean, candidly, in Yule Fest, the night of the drone show, the fire department, it was like 3 o'clock. We were just about to open the doors for the drone show, and the Santa Barbara Fire Department went 6 shades of ballistic because we hadn't submitted a fire permit. It was just something that had been missed in the process. So, we quickly fixed that, but it really indicated that in especially larger, more complex events, there's a lot of moving parts. So we really focused on, on automation and control to ensure that there's compliance. And then, we'll be able to, a year from now, bring more data back to the city than we could before about what resources, events depended on how much they were paying for those, versus how much the city had paid in the past. So we'll also have a lot more data behind this. But to answer your very specific question, I would say probably 40% of the paper application we're reusing, but the process has completely been redesigned.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think the two big things added here, clearly the process of going through, feeding through the committee and then coming to the council, because I recall us going through a number of decisions last fall and trying to figure out which events to actually hold and which not. This creates a very much more clear, robust process for that. And then, of course, on the city internal side, we did have an application that, kind of stated, you may need this, you may need that, but there wasn't a clear decision matrix.
A lot of subjectiveness in the...
Right, like what needs to be done for each event. And it was kind of a little bit, as with many things in the city as far as process, a little bit whimsical and, subject to determination on the spot when it comes along, right, rather than having clear process and guidelines.
So 90% of this has been changed and 10% is remaining, which is just the document that they actually fill out.
Right.
So it's a major overhaul, right?
Yes.
Thank you. Scott, thank you very much. You did a
Scott was
fantastic
modest.
job. That's what I was looking for as a council member. The more automated and the more accountable the process, I think the better off even for the people who are putting the events on, I think they appreciate the fact that it's going to be easier to navigate the process and get these things done more cost effectively and hopefully generate some revenue for them and for us. So thank you, staff. Thank you, Scott, for all the tremendous work you've done. You exceeded my expectations.
No problem.
Thank you, Scott.
Anyone else? Karen?
Nope, no comment. Thank you, Scott.
Okay. So, Scott, what's next steps with this? Are we going to, now that, council thinks you're doing great work, it seems like, do we want to roll this through further vetting of your little committee that you've put together? Make sure that this is, fully dialed out in the community to avoid, complaints later. What do you recommend?
I think that, obviously right today, we can't hold events. That's clear. Right?
It's just coming up with processes.
Yeah, there's certainly a pent-up demand for it, and I think that the sooner we can release this process, I think there's all events that are already interested in signing up. So, I'm willing to say that I think this process may not be perfect, but I think that it's strong enough that we can go through a year with it. Which is how long we're joined at the hip as of this moment. So I think we go through a year with this process and, we revisit it at the end of a year. I think anything that we tweak now would be done in a vacuum without sufficient data. So I'd rather you vote to approve this process now, allow us to start rolling it out, and work out the kinks in situ over the next year.
Okay.
So Scott, just real quickly, are you how comfortable are you with this system in its ability to approve and support larger events like a month of celebration for Yule Fest?
Month of celebration.
In other words, up to this point, we've seen like a one-off, a day or two, or a weekend. But what this system does, I hope, is support something more grand, like a whole month of events.
Yeah, again, using Yule Fest as an example, we filled out, I think, 11 different permit applications and had, a whole packet supporting each one and brought those into the permit office. And I think they were surprised that we submitted one permit for every event that was happening that month rather than just an event that said Yule Fest. So I think, going through this process as a promoter once upon a time, I think that we changed it so that it is more approachable for, say, a 3-day event or a month-long celebration. And just to be super clear, while we've added a lot of automation, this is still a very human-driven process. So it's not like, we throw this out there on AWS and Amazon Web Services and it just automatically happens and we sit back smoking cigars. Like there's still a lot of human touch here. I just think that it's created more accountability and more data points for both the promoter and the city.
Okay. And how soon can we get kind of like a draft, like schedule of events on a normal year, minus COVID, kind of what that advanced calendar of events looks like for the city?
Yeah, I can send that to the council. We have one already sort of together, that we've been working off of as events have canceled. But again, there's pent up demand for events to come back, and so we've really started. I mean, the fall is starting to look busy, so we can provide that to the council before the next meeting.
Okay.
Obviously, once this process is approved, then we'll reach out to all of the legacy events and make sure that they apply within this process, and kind of take it from there. So we should be able to at least create a draft calendar, like I said, before the next council meeting.
Okay. Thank you. What do you guys want to do? Is there a motion?
Yeah, let's make the motion. I'll make the motion that we accept Scott's planning document and implement it.
And he'll come back next council meeting with a draft schedule of events. Is that what I heard, Scott?
Yeah, no problem.
I'll second it.
It's been seconded. Or if you accept my amendment.
Amendment accepted.
A second accept.
And Karen, do you accept the amended motion? Thank you.
Yes.
It's been moved and seconded.
Mayor Pro Tem Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember DeJarnius.
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Waite,
Yes.
Mayor Toussaint.
Yes.
Passes 5-0.
Item number 6, Solving Park and Mission Drive tree replacements. Matt, you're up.
Again, good evening, Mayor Toussaint, Council
Wait, did we
members.
take public comment on that one?
No.
Oh, we need to go back and
Right.
as a formality. So I'll make the motion to revisit item number 5.
Second it.
So moved and seconded.
Mayor Pro Tem Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember DeJarnius.
No.
Member Johnson.
Yes.
Member Waite.
Yes.
Mayor Toussaint.
Yes. Okay, we'll correct the point of order. And we'll go to public comment. Do we have any callers on the line? There's been no callers on the line. Does anyone want to reconsider the motion that was presented? Okay, I'll make the motion that we pass the original motion.
I'll second it.
It's been seconded.
Mayor Pro Tem Clark.
What? Yes.
Councilmember DeJarnius.
Maybe. No, yes.
Councilmember Johnson.
Yes.
Councilmember Waite.
Yes.
Mayor Toussaint.
Yes. Okay,
Matt, you're
item
up.
number 6. Matt, you're up.
Okay, again, good evening, Mayor Toussaint, council members, Matt Vanderlyn, and your Public Works Director and City Engineer. And I will go through this with lightning speed in light of the other important things coming up. So, we just recently went through 7 years of pretty severe drought in all throughout California, and during that time, we had several trees that died or went into serious decline, and then as a result of that, we had to remove several trees over the last few years throughout the city, and that includes several along Mission Drive and one at the northeast corner of Solvang Park, a large sycamore tree there that had gone into serious decline and was actually unsafe. So also back in 2014, the city adopted a street tree management plan, and the goal of that management plan was to identify appropriate trees for parkway areas and along the streets that would not have invasive roots that would uplift and damage the curb and gutter and the sidewalk, that would have desirable shade characteristics, and also be drought tolerant, not to utilize, require a lot of water to keep them alive. And that street tree management plan was adopted back in 2014, and it included a recommended list of street trees. And it had them broken down into small, medium, and large sizes. And the small and medium-sized tree, all of the small and some of the medium-sized trees are recommended for parkways. And so staff is seeking the city council's direction for the replacement of the tree there at the northeast corner of Solvang Park and several of the trees along Mission Drive. Three trees from the list that are recommended for Mission Drive are the Chinese flame tree, the pistache tree, and the southern live oak tree. And so we're requesting the city council again direction on which tree species. And then for the park, we also recommend those one of those three tree species. It should be noted that there are two trees, parkway trees, or along First Street on the east side of Solvang Park that are southern live oak. So if you're not, and we included photos with the staff report. I don't know if
Jeremy, if you can show the screen. There's Chinese
Beautiful.
flame tree, pistache tree, and southern live oak tree.
Yep. And that concludes my staff report. We would like city council direction. Oh, I'm sorry, there was one last thing. Of course, the city council could, May is really not the best month to plant trees. Ideally, you plant them in the late fall or winter months. So we could just wait until next winter if you prefer. Or we could wait to plant the ones on Mission till next winter, and if you really want to get a tree there in Solvang Park, we could do that, so we could handle it however you prefer.
Great.
Yep.
Okay. Are there any questions of the staff report?
Yes, because I'm not an herbologist. Anyway, I'm curious about the root issue, because that seems to be a big problem with some of the trees that we have. They tear up the sidewalks. Are any of these trees a problem in that respect?
No, so all these trees are from the adopted street tree management plan, and the arborists that prepared that management plan, looked basically very carefully at all kinds of trees that are only recommended for parkways that don't have the invasive surface roots and stuff. So,
Well, the Chinese flame tree looks beautiful to me, but how similar is that to the jacaranda tree?
it's not really that similar. The jacaranda has not as dense foliage, and has the those flowers that are really sticky that drop and make big mess on the ground. What's not shown in this photograph is the Chinese flame tree has blossoms of flowers, but they're kind of dry type flowers, and so when they drop, they don't make that much of a mess, and they're not very bright colored. They're kind of a pale yellowy orange sometimes, and they're in little clusters throughout the tree, and then those dry up while they're in the tree and then drop off.
Yeah, they're really beautiful. I'm looking.
And these are all non-deciduous, right?
The Chinese flame tree and the pistache tree are deciduous. They will lose their leaves in the winter. And the southern live oak is evergreen, so it will remain green and with the leaves all year round.
And which one do you recommend with respect to drought tolerance?
They're all fairly drought tolerant, but of course the oak is going to be the most drought tolerant of those three. Yeah.
What about disease resistance?
I think they're all pretty much the same as far as disease resistance. All of these are trees that are used widely as street trees throughout Southern California, and so they're known to be pretty hardy trees.
Which one's going to be the most expensive to maintain?
I would say they're all very close. The maintenance cost is going to be really close to the same on all of them.
Will these be getting white lights on them? as well?
If you prefer.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I'm sorry. Along Mission Drive, once they get big enough, when they're first planted, they're kind of smaller. And we typically either do 15-gallon trees, or occasionally we do a 24-inch box tree. The cost that's presented in the staff report includes a 24-inch box tree, so a slightly bigger tree to start out there at Solvang Park. So it's a little bit bigger and it'll mature quicker and create more shade in the park and stuff.
One of the problems with sycamore trees is that they produce some kind of material, like particles that are really hard on people's allergies. Do we have a problem with these trees in that respect?
No, they're not known for any kind of like polleny problems or.
Yeah, well, my father had. I love sycamores, but my dad had the worst time with the sycamore
Sure,
trees.
right. Yeah, that little fuzzy stuff that comes off,
Exactly.
and yeah.
Good.
So none of these trees are known for having or producing allergy-related problems.
So the only one that flowers is the Chinese flamethrower tree.
Yeah, I should note that the pistache tree is the one that in the fall the leaves turn yellow and red. It's probably the most beautiful.
Which one is that again?
The
That's
pistache.
the pistache.
Okay.
That's
So
interesting.
I almost included a picture showing that as well, but I didn't want to. I probably should put both, but. But yeah, I don't know if you're familiar with the liquid amber, how the leaves turn yellow and red. So the pistache tree, the leaves are similar color, but it's much less messy tree than like a liquid amber or something. And liquid ambers are terrible because they have really bad surface roots and just destroy the sidewalk and the curb and gutter. So.
Huh. That's really
So
interesting.
they're good like in other areas where you got plenty of room, but.
I like pistache.
That's really interesting, the idea that it would change colors throughout the year.
What about our Arbutus marina trees? The common name like strawberry tree.
Oh, the Australian strawberry tree?
Right.
Yeah, so it's evergreen, and it does have the fruit that develops on it that that can be messy, and those are very drought tolerant. It's a native of Australia, I think, that tree, but yeah, I don't believe it's on our list. I'm not sure if it's recommended as a like a parkway tree or a street tree. So.
Well, a lot of cities have them like all over on but I was just curious about that tree because it seems to be more like somewhat conducive to maybe being on sidewalks where, for example, a big oak tree would make someone's shop disappear, but some of these other trees can still be enjoyed but not get too crazy.
Right. Well, the Chinese flame and the pistache tree are more of a lacy, less dense foliage tree, and they can be pruned to be more airy and not
To create more of a canopy?
yeah, and not create huge mass of foliage to block views or whatever. Yeah.
I'm trying to visualize what that would look like on a tree-lined street full of Chinese flame trees, for example, with the flowers, or maybe a set of trees that change color with the season. Again, that's also very interesting to me, because we'd like to create that fall feeling, right? As we go into the fall season, we have fall events, and the trees are changing color. That seems really appealing to me, anyway.
Yeah, the pistache foliage is actually really beautiful in the fall. It turns yellow and orangey red.
Yeah, it creates that harvest feeling.
Right.
I'm
It
looking
gives
at
that
some pictures on
true
Google right now.
autumn feeling.
Yeah, and how tall do they get? It looks like they can get pretty tall, like 20 feet tall.
Yeah, they're full grown. They're like 20, 25 feet. They can get bigger than 20 feet, but not much more than about 30. That's like it's very upper reaches of the foliage is about 30 feet for both the Chinese flame tree and the pistache tree. The oak over time will get a little bit bigger.
I'm looking at one apparently in Tucson, Arizona. I mean, it's doing really well in Tucson, so it must do well here.
And most of these trees we're talking about are for Mission Drive. in the
Right,
park?
right now, we're
okay.
just, right now, what we're seeking direction on is for Mission Drive.
Oh,
Yeah.
I was, okay.
Okay.
Well, that would be kind of awkward with all this sycamore.
And all three of these trees, we have, you know, there's a few around town already, so it's not like,
Do we have a plan? I mean, an actual tree plan? Because what are we going to do with all the sycamores on Mission? Are we just going to replace
Yes,
them
we do.
one
We
by
do
one?
have a tree plan.
I mean, it's like, here, let's plant one tree over here and a different tree over there.
well, different people have different aesthetic preferences, so, so I think at one point there was, on some streets in the city, there was a plan that, okay, on this street, all the trees are gonna be one tree variety. But I think, my impression from speaking with lots of different arborists over the last few years, there's kind of a trend away from that, just to have more of an urban forest where it's a blending of all different kind of trees and stuff.
Eclectic.
And then if, the benefit of that too is if you do have some insect or something that, or some disease that happens, then you don't have all the trees down the whole street wiped out, you know?
That's
You
what
might
we
have-
saw during the drought, or the beetle coming through, and
Yeah,
next thing
yeah.
you get the whole.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a great point. Didn't think about that. Well, thank you for updating the tree plan.
Well, they're looking for directions on direction on what we want to see here.
Well, I'll put my neck out here. I'd like the pistache tree because I love the way it turns in the fall. I mean, these are some really beautiful images. If you just Google it, it's really
I have a
beautiful.
comment.
Yes.
I like the pistache tree, but as far as any money spent, I don't want to do, you mentioned that we could do this in the fall. I would like to pick a pistache, put it off till the fall, and go from there. We got other fish to fry right now, but I
Well,
don't think,
I think you also have our feedback, and we can
but you know where
draw
we're
it out on
going,
a
yeah.
map with where you recommend the, whatever pattern you recommend stuff, and bring it, and then we'll.
But I like
for
the
later.
Any more
pistache.
questions?
Any more questions, Karen?
No, I have none.
Okay, we'll take it for public comment. Do we have any speakers on this item? Okay, that will take it back to the council for discussion and action.
I think we should do the Solvang Park. We should do a tree now and then wait on the other ones. I don't think we should wait on the Solvang Park tree.
Okay.
Was that a motion?
No, because
Well,
I
he's
didn't decide on
just
the
starting the
tree.
discussion here, so.
Somebody just came in on the telephone. Do you want me to unmute them?
Yeah, you can
Sure.
see.
Hello?
Yep, they're there.
Oh, hi, this is Connie Cody. I don't know how many trees you're talking about replacing, but I've watched Solvang cut down grown trees 3 times in my lifetime, and the town looks like a desert for 20 years. I looked up the pistache tree. It takes 20 years to reach 20 feet in height.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
This needs to be considered, I think, while you're planning. If you're doing this, it certainly should be done in a very slow way because we need shade. Tourists are not going to stay around 100-degree days, day after day after day with no shade. It's so inviting. These trees have taken a long time to get to where they are right now. I remember it was the 1980s when they planted those sycamores that are there, and the town looked horrible for years in the beginning. To think about it, all of Mission Drive, both sides of those trees gone, and little sticks standing up there to grow. 10 years, 15 years, it'll look nice again. Okay, do we have that many years before? It's just not very inviting if you don't have shade. And that's all I have to say about it.
Good point.
Thank you, Connie.
Thank you, Connie.
Bye.
Have a good night.
Bye.
Okay. We'll take this back to the council for discussion action.
But we're not buying a seedling, though. We're going to buy a relatively mature tree.
Well, there's 124 and the others are, that's pretty standard nursery,
Yeah. But Connie makes a very good point.
Yeah.
But I also
One of the concerns I have is we've taken out a lot of these diseased trees and the ones affecting our sidewalks, you know, so there are places that do look pretty bare, and that did generate a lot of public feedback about, you know, scared that we're just getting rid of trees and not putting anything back. I don't think they understood that a lot of those trees were on schedule to be, you know, replaced for various reasons, but
That's correct.
yeah.
Yeah, so many other places throughout the city where you see trees have been removed, the plan is in those locations to plant new trees this next winter. But since these are kind of more high profile and everything, and there's been a lot of interest on the city council about Solvang Park, we wanted to just bring these back specifically to get direction on these, so.
Yeah. Well, and I think all those bigger projects are, you know, going to be far off the table for quite some time now. But this is a very relatively small cost, and it gets the trees, you know, going. The question is just, do we wait until after summer or not?
Yeah, I think Councilmember Johnson's idea of putting the one in Solvang Park, because of the irrigation system there, it's going to be in a really good environment.
Because the other ones require staff to manually.
Correct. We have to manually water those, and which we do. We watch them carefully and everything, but that takes more staff time, and it just makes the tree a little more vulnerable when you plant it at this time of year. Mm-hmm. Where in Solvang Park, with the irrigation system running, the soil is going to remain moist, and it's going to have plenty of water. So.
Okay.
And what's the expected cost on that?
The 24-inch box tree, it's $1,500.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And planting it, everything?
Yeah,
all
our
in?
staff will plant it. Yeah.
So it's all in 1,500?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. So I guess I'll entertain the motion that we replace the Solvang Park tree at this point in time, and then the rest get replaced after summer.
Yep. Okay.
I'll
Is
second
this a-
that.
It's been
With what?
seconded.
Just clarification, is that a pistache tree?
Yeah.
Pistache tree.
I'll go along
Picking
with
the
the
tree right
pistache
now
tree.
too, or are we leaving that to staff?
Pistache.
I think you want the tree that's going to be, it's going to grow the fastest and get large quick.
And give
And
you more
so,
shade.
so my understanding is that that one is going to take forever. Isn't that what we just?
No.
No, I think, again,
I mean, an oak takes forever too.
I
So
know.
I think you have.
But is the
They don't
Chinese
take a
one
long
going to
time.
grow
Well,
faster?
well, all of the
Well, I don't know.
Chinese
most of the trees on our list, and these three specifically, they are drought tolerant, and because of that, when they don't get a lot of water, they can survive, but then they grow slowly. So if you do water them enough,
Grow fast.
they will grow faster. Yeah. So.
Okay.
But I think they're all pretty close to about the same
I like the pistache.
growing rate.
Great.
Well, if Robert likes the pistache, I think we got to go with the pistache.
Okay, so motion has been made and seconded.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember DeJarnius,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Waite.
I'm not an arborist, but if that's staff's recommendation, I'll go with that, yes.
Mayor Tushant,
Yes.
passes 5-0.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Matt.
Thanks, Matt.
Item number 7, demand by attorney for Southwest Voter Registration Education Project that the city changed to by district electoral system. Staff report.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, we received on, I believe it was on Monday, we received a letter from an attorney who says that he represents the Southwest Voter Education Project and its members in the city of Solvang. He doesn't mention who the members in the city of Solvang are, but he demands that the city change from its racially biased voting system of at-large voting to a district-based voting system. There actually was a state law passed by the state legislature a number of years ago that expands on the Federal Voting Rights Act to create a California Voting Rights Act. It makes it very easy to challenge a district-wide election system, which is what your city has. It makes it almost impossible for the city to successfully defend a district-wide election system, and it creates financial incentives for plaintiffs' attorneys, because if they are successful, and success is extremely broadly defined to be just about anything, if they are successful, then the city must pay their attorney's fees, plus you would pay the costs of defending the suit. I've provided you with a discussion from the League of Cities a couple of years ago of the problems with facing a California Voter Rights Act threat, and then a safe harbor provision that was created by the legislature in 2017 in response to cities being hit up with these kinds of lawsuits. And our recommendation is, based on the fact that these are virtually impossible to defend, that you move toward a by-district election system. For Solvang, since you are a charter city and your charter sets that the mayor is elected at large, the mayor would continue to be elected at large, and you would create 4 districts from which the 4 council members are elected. Otherwise, you would have to go to a vote to change your charter. And the problem with that is that during the time that you're going to the vote to change your charter, you can face such a lawsuit and suffer all of those charges. And it's actually quite likely that even at that point, the court would find that whatever the voters approved in any change does not affect the obligation under the California Voter Rights Act. The safe harbor provisions, and again, of course, nothing ever works timing-wise. The safe harbor provisions require, if you want to rely on them, that you pass a resolution of your intent to move to a by-district election process within 45 days of the day that you receive that demand letter. That 45-day period, we calculated it, and it runs on June the 18th. So if you want to take advantage of that safe harbor provision, what you would do is direct staff to return on before June the 18th with a resolution of intent. The next challenge is that once you adopt the resolution of intent, you have to hold a series of public hearings, which are detailed in the memo that I provided to you, before you can actually adopt the new voting district map. The fastest, as far as I can tell, that you could accomplish that is 60 days. You must do it within 90 days of adopting the resolution of intent. So again, the next problem is that for this year's election, the nomination period for candidates opens on July the 13th. So you actually don't have enough time between now and when nominations open to actually comply with the time period that the law requires. That same problem has been faced by a couple of other cities, particularly Buellton and Carpinteria, in those 2 instances where they both received challenges, I believe, one in 2017 and the other in 2018. The plaintiff, who was the same plaintiff and same plaintiff's lawyer in this situation, agreed, I believe, for the payment of $30,000 to not challenge their decision to wait until after the 2020 census, and so have the election not change until 2022. You can direct me also to call that attorney and see if we can negotiate something. My further problem with that is that you can negotiate something with that particular plaintiff and that particular lawyer, but there are a number of lawyers and plaintiffs who are sending similar notices of intent, and there have been at least one case that I know of where after a city agreed to passed the resolution of intent and actually went through the process of creating the map, they were still sued by a plaintiff who claimed that the map was not what they wanted. So,
What they wanted.
yeah, you could still have that problem. I think that we'll come back to you with further recommendation when we bring you back the resolution of intent, if that's what you direct us to prepare. But you may want to go ahead and go through the process, at least have, and the process is you have 2 public hearings at which the public can come with no preconceived map and give you their ideas on what the map would look like. You may want to go ahead and have those hearings, and then consider whether you're going to hire what's called a demographer to actually create a map. And even in that instance, then people can come with their own ideas at the subsequent 2 hearings that you must have before you adopt this. I think that may be appropriate, but yeah. So that's our recommendation.
But either way, this attorney wins. At the worst case, he gets $30,000. At the best case, he gets $3.6 million. That's what he got from Palmdale. So he gets money regardless.
I believe that he's gotten $4.2 million in another case. So the safe harbor provisions provide that he can only get his actual costs of preparing his letter, which I can't imagine was much, and then going through the process with you up to your adoption of the ordinance. Again, and for that plaintiff and that attorney, it cannot exceed $30,000. So $30,000 is the max.
In the middle of a COVID crisis, I wish we would have done this a year ago, because this guy wins.
Well,
and that's his game. It's not about civil rights. The people that he uses as examples in his lawsuits do not want him to represent them in Oceanside and in Solvang. The person that he mentions in the Solvang letter wants nothing to do with this or him. The plaintiff, the person that he brought up in Oceanside, ran for office, and she said, I lost fair and square. Once he found that out, he wanted nothing to do with her. This is just a racket. And this makes me ill.
Is this legal extortion?
Yes, it's legal
blackmail?
extortion.
Oh.
Google the attorney's name and read the articles about
Well,
him.
I'm sure he's an ethically upstanding member of the legal community.
And it's, you know what though, it's our fault, because we should have done this before. And this is
No,
I don't want to spend
no.
a dime to this attorney.
First of all, I'd like to
Got
know.
to get this done.
How, is this demographer going to go out and count people, literally? Or are we going to rely on a census? And if we're going to rely on the census, why don't we wait until
Because
the new
it'll cost
census is
us.
done? No, the census has to be done.
So again, in the instances of Carpinteria and Buellton, and so this is not a new thing, in some ways not a surprise. Lompoc got challenged, Santa Maria got challenged, Goleta got
Santa
challenged.
Monica fought it and lost.
Fought it and lost. This is a well-known law and process.
And it's not just cities. It goes after restaurants. He goes after foods, labeling. He goes after labeling.
I
Very
assume that the
aggressive.
next will be the school district, because the same law applies to school districts.
And that's how they make their money.
So
I love lawyers. Oh, I'm sorry, Chip.
It's just sad.
I would hope that you have a higher regard to my, I'm trying to remember the exact phrase, but my ethics and
I have every confidence in you defending the city ably. I'm just, unfortunately, the law is skewed in such a way where we really can't
I don't know
win.
of a municipality that's won one of these cases.
Well, it's
there is not.
And
it's funny because we're such a small town.
Questions, and then let's go to public comment.
Got it.
Are there any
well, the
questions?
Yeah, my question is, what's the cheapest and fastest way to get out of this mess?
Exactly.
He just told you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he just told you.
Yep.
All right, do we have any
So-
public comment on this item?
Wait, I got a question.
No public comment.
I
We'll
have
bring
a
it back to the
question.
council for discussion action.
Do you have a
Chris,
question?
do you have a question?
Is this something that we're forced to do by 2020, the election of 2020, or is this something that makes more sense we can push it off to the next election?
If he'll allow
Well, I
us.
believe that because Buellton got served, I'm surprised it's taken this long to get to Solvang, because Buellton got this letter, I believe, in 2017, if I
was 3 years
recall
ago.
correctly. And through whatever process Buellton has followed, I think, they accepted the argument that it would make most sense to do this after the census. And obviously Buellton would have had time to install this prior to the 2020, so
But-
clearly they're willing to accept that.
So you have a demographer coming, but if you're showing that your demographics are spread out, do you end up having a district looks like Nancy Pelosi's from Marin County across the Golden Gate Bridge to San Francisco's Hunter Point? Is that what you have to do?
So
Instead of
there's
just cutting
nothing
your
in the
city into
California
grids?
Voter Rights Act that says you must in fact accomplish avoiding racially discriminatory districts.
So you're going to let somebody, basically this attorney is going to draw our districts for us then?
Well, again, the process, you would have 2 public hearings where the public comes in and lets you know any ideas that they have. Then after those first 2 public hearings, you would have a formal map drawn up. There's nothing in the law that says it must be by a demographer. You do need to use the actual voter information from the previous election. And then you present that. You actually have to provide notice and opportunity for the public to see that proposed map or maps, if you have multiple different maps that you might consider, for at least 7 days. Then again, you have the 3rd public hearing. And if you arrive at one of the maps that was presented for 7 days, then you can have a 4th public hearing without any requirement for further publishing of the map. If you, at the 3rd hearing, decide you want to consider a different map, then you have to go through the 7-day publishing process. Again, and by the way, there are a maximum number of days in the law, which is 90, to go through this process after you adopt the resolution.
But we're forced to adopt a resolution, or we could get hit with a multi-million-dollar lawsuit.
Yes.
So we're supposed to get this done in 90 days. Is that in time for the 2020 election?
I don't believe that there's any chance that you could, in fact, get this done in time for the 2020 election. I guess
But
if
during
we
a
were,
COVID crisis and the election and all this other stuff, we would be going through this process of.
Yeah, I believe that what I'd ask
Also,
you
somebody
is,
in Malibu can make a fortune.
I would ask you to let me also again call the attorney in Malibu and see if there's something we can negotiate to
Absolutely.
have this be after the 2020
And I have
census.
zero problem with district elections. That's fine. If that's what we want to do, that's fine. I just hate the way, I wish we would have done this 2 years ago, because the state came down with it, and I think it should have been handled sooner.
Mr. Clark, I was not your attorney 2
I
years ago.
understand that.
I just find this fascinating because the town is so darn small.
I know, that's what's funny, but it doesn't
There's
matter.
no real justification for this. I can understand a city of Santa Barbara. That makes perfect sense, but what are we going to do?
When you
Create some kind of
when
weird
you have
spider-like-
districts, and it lumps people together. Like, I kind of thought Solvang was like one big family.
No, we have to balkanize Solvang.
And that's what they're asking people to do.
What
To
divide and
balkanize the
conquer.
town.
The fact
Absolutely.
is, it's irrelevant what we think. So I would make the motion that
Okay,
we
thank you. You're right.
bring this
I want-
resolution back.
That's fine, but let's do it like the first week of June, before
Well,
the June 18th meeting.
So
whichever way
I think
costs-
that there is a staff
whichever way costs
recommendation
the
here,
least.
and I would like to make the motion to direct staff to prepare a resolution of intent to change to by district electoral system for council members for consideration at council meeting prior to June 18th, 2020.
I second that.
It's moved and seconded.
Mayor Protem Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember DeJarnius,
I want to abstain on this. Can I abstain?
You can abstain.
I'm going to abstain.
Everyone.
Councilmember Johnson.
Yes.
Councilmember Waite,
Yes.
Mayor Toussaint.
Yes.
Passes 4-1.
Okay. With that, we'll move on to the 2020 preliminary financial plan.
So this item, as you would recall, back in January, we had a conversation about moving to a 2-year financial plan and really looking at our city operations as one kind of tool to determine what you want to accomplish over the next 2 years and blending the operating budget aside with the capital improvement program, because those two are really two components that achieve your goals. Since then, obviously, the COVID-19 occurred, so everything we are doing today is in flex. So just talking about the process, originally we talked about doing a forecast in about March, April timeframe, that having informed the council on what type of monies you would have, then coming back in May with a preliminary financial plan and returning in June with, based on your policy direction, any adjustments we need to make with an actual plan for adoption. So the process is obviously a lot more fluid now. Our forecast is a guess at best, yet we have some numbers here, and we'll continue to work on more details on the revenue side as we get into June discussions. But the process today is really focusing on council policy direction, and for you to, there's quite a bit of data in this report. For us to go through kind of at least the highlights of that data and get feedback from you on, what are you looking for? Are you looking for, a balanced budget at any cost? Are you looking to actually take some initiatives that may be in the proposed budget? And then it includes both the operating budget and the capital improvement program, and it includes all of the actions that the council has already taken to date. And then we would be also going through the process of the grant applications between now and June 8th. So on June 8th, we'll present to you a more complete set of grant applications. You have already given direction to focus on humanitarian services only. So that would be up for consideration on June 8th. And then we would be looking at the final budget being brought to you for adoption on June 22nd, which is the last meeting in June. And you have to adopt an operating budget for us to continue to operate and expend, obviously, expenditures before June is over, before July 1st. So just a few mentions again. We are doing this within development, within the context of unprecedented COVID-19 emergency. We need to be prepared to be fluid and change course at all times. So even though we are still kind of going through the course of adopting a financial plan and needing to adopt at least the budget for the next year, my expectation is that, of course, this would be a continued fluid environment as things develop. We'll continue to refine revenue projections. Numbers will change. As we can see, we don't even know when the reopening is happening, so every week that passes by changes all of our numbers. And of course, there will be unbudgeted costs associated with the response to COVID-19, and those are not even plugged into this budget at this point. That would just need to be a fluid conversation. So council prior direction to incorporate it into this budget was the reduction of ongoing operating expenditures by $1 million in non-essential services, entering into a contract with IDK for the next fiscal year with expenditures directly tied to TOT received and capped at 12%. So if we don't earn a lot of TOT, we also pay a lot less in that contract. You directed staff to address unfunded liabilities. That's in the works with our CalPERS, and we'll also be talking going forward about the OPEB funding. We've limited grant program to humanitarian services only with focus on senior services, and then you directed staff to enter into negotiations with Ellerhoy Museum for ongoing partnership, which was approved today as part of your consent agenda. So some of the criteria for prioritization of this financial plan was to focus on essential services. COVID-19 response obviously is a TBD because things continue to develop. We know that there will need to be assistance for businesses, but as far as like emerging food needs in the community, that is something that I think is continue to evolve and develop. And I have a sense that Councilmember Jorgens has a comment. You're welcome to comment if you like.
Unfortunately, this is not a pretty picture, and the question that keeps coming to my mind is, the longer this continues, the worse it is for our business community. How many businesses are going to reopen? And I don't know how to get at that answer. I don't know what, obviously staff is the only one really appropriate
Just seems
to go and
premature
ask.
to even try and think of anything right now.
Well, I think you need to think about the possibility that a significant number of our businesses will not reopen and how that's going to affect our revenue picture. So we may put on paper what we'd like to see happen, but if 25% of our businesses don't reopen and our hotels don't reopen, we're in real dire straits. This is like I can't believe we're trying to do a budget right in the middle of COVID. This is like the worst of all times.
Yeah.
Right. So that's what I'm saying, that this is, this is really just kind of going with the motions of what we would do in a normal, environment. You do still have to legally adopt a budget before July 1st.
It's state law. You cannot. We have to meet.
You have to.
Yeah.
I got that.
able
So
to-
what about JPAs or joint power authority type
So
of
I think
activities?
that's.
Do
I
you
would
think,
just
do you
like
think,
to.
can we get through the rest
yeah.
of the presentation and then go to?
Well, she was talking about prior decisions, and I think that's one we did discuss,
Right.
and it's not up there.
We did. So I'm actually it's later in the presentation. So it's
I
part of
didn't
it.
mean to steal your thunder. I'm sorry.
So COVID-19 is a fluid environment. We'll continue to address that. You have emphasized before economic development, obviously being prepared to restart the economy and then to support and develop the businesses going forward, being forward-looking. As part of that is some of the projects like the Veterans Hall development. That's really looking forward into the future when we hopefully recover from, this economic injury. And then investment in key infrastructure, which is something that's, it's cheaper to pay for infrastructure at the right time than to fix big problems down the line if you continue not to invest. So it's still something that you should be considering even during these difficult times because,
Absolutely, especially if we can take advantage of these really low interest rates.
Right.
In fact, there's a lot of talk about interest rates going negative for the next year. That
Right.
would be interesting.
So
People paying us to borrow money.
So as you look at the capital improvement program, that are some of the considerations that you could consider in terms of how we fund some of those things. But we could still continue to move forward with those. So as I've mentioned before, the financial policies should continue to emphasize that the need that we need to continue to hold reserves for other non-COVID emergencies and sharp economic downturn. We shouldn't be just running through all of our reserves. We're already $2 million out of reserves this fiscal year. Next fiscal year, we are at least another $2 million short. So $4 million out of reserves right away it's a big number. So we should be doing other restructuring, being strategic versus just tapping into our cash. Plus, we might need some of that cash to be, out of our hands for helping our business community and residential community as well. We should focus on long-term fiscal health, despite the fact that we're in COVID-19. That's just a standing practice that we should be embracing and investing in key strategic infrastructure and reducing unfunded liabilities and risk of future unfunded liabilities. That's the addressing CalPERS and OPEB, which we are actively engaging in right now. Continue to develop and move forward with economic development strategy, which we are doing, and then also looking at full cost recovery for non-essential services. So all fees in the city have really not been updated since 2005, and with very few exceptions, and cost allocation hasn't been updated since 2004. So those are the questions that we need to be answering with this financial plan and looking for just that structural reimbursement structure for the expenditures that are non-essential for the city. So some of the strategic actions based on, council previous direction would be to address COVID-19, including support of residents and food distribution, support to businesses, establishing loan and grant programs. Funding estimates are not included in the presented financial plan. So as we go through these numbers, none of that is included at this point. To seek out regional opportunities for services, partnering with other jurisdictions to take advantage of economies of scale. So that's where we would be talking about the JPAs. Obviously, those are things that we still need to work through. There's no estimates here, but we know conceptually that is a good strategy. We'll continue to address CalPERS pension costs and OPEB retiree health costs. The initial contract analysis for strategic actions is in development right now, underway, and tentatively we will be hearing some of the initial analysis at the next council meeting. And then to continue to invest in economic development and grow revenue base for the city of Solvang by promoting value development projects and economic diversification. So those are the projects of really looking at developments like the Vets Hole, looking at other key areas in the city where we could capitalize, for example, maybe on a parking lot becoming an actual development and growing our property tax there, and bringing more retail, hotels, and other revenue generating sources.
And the reality is the economy is forever changed. I mean, if we continue to respond to flu virus situations like we did here, then we're going to have to come up with new ways of operating as a city. And for example, people are going to be working from home more frequently, right? And that's probably a good thing. And the same thing would be true with other activities, whether it's school or otherwise. So we'd probably want to have an infrastructure that supports that kind of work from home, stay in the city type of activity, as opposed to getting your car and driving to Santa Barbara to work.
Right. Yeah, and I think work from home is something that's been, kind of a trend, and it's probably especially beneficial to jurisdictions that have really high traffic problems like Los Angeles. We fortunately don't have it here, but we definitely have been improving, at least here at the city, with our capabilities of doing things much more automated and efficient.
Yeah, and that's absolutely true. I mean, I can't believe we waited, 50 years to try and update the city? We had problems with the previous.
Can we
But
get
the
to the
point I'm making is
presentation?
moving towards smart cities is the answer, because now we can keep people here and working here.
So I'm going to go to the actual document that's in your packet, and just walk you through some of the highlights that are included in this packet. I'm not sure how much in the detail you would like to dive in today, but we'll walk you through at least some of this as presented, so that you can make, give us some policy direction how to adjust this budget before June. So what we have here is, just starting on page 178, you have a listing of all of the currently funded positions with their total salary and benefits. Those are the remaining positions, and there is a note there that we have already reduced the positions from current fiscal year funding level prior to COVID-19 by 12 positions, and the saving rate is about $1.2 million from those. So the remaining salaries are at $1.9 million, split between general fund, water, and wastewater. Then item number 2 there, starting on page 179, I just outline some of the proposed operating expenditures to continue to, renovate the city, to continue with some of the projects, given the, changes in the environment, given the changes in business practices, but at the same time, needing to still, modernize and continue to improve our processes, continue to improve our efficiencies. What I'm outlining here is just an ask for professional services, essentially. That's one-time monies that are needed to keep pushing these efforts in restructure, and so, and with the right skills. So one of the problems I think that we have as a small city sometimes is having one person do multiple jobs and really not be a jack of any of those trades. So what we need is the right professional skills for the right projects to be able to accomplish those projects. So here on page 179, I'll start with, just giving you some highlights. So I put in $20,000, for example, for continuous renovation of the chambers here. We have a project that will be kicking off shortly, completely updating the video recording, getting rid of this projector and putting a couple of more modern monitors, but another $20,000 for next year. It's just, the next one is legal fees at $150,000 for just general legal, and we'll of course be looking at any cost recovery, especially on the planning items, to where if large projects come in that involve annexation or anything like that, where we would be pushing that towards the applicants that are asking for it. Then in administration, those are just regular valuations at $20,000. I've put in $40,000 for temporary agency to deal with projects and also to fill some of the deputy city clerk roles. $20,000 for public relations. That's, you know, all of our communication with the community. There used to be no budget for that prior to this year. We've gone through different transformations throughout this year, but it's really just $20,000 to continue a similar contract as we have right now with Anna to continue to work with us on public communications. Then in planning, we've got about $60,000 that's subject to 100% cost recovery in legal fees, which will be bringing a resolution at the next council meeting. It needs to be a public hearing, so it's advertised for next council meeting for us to amend our fee structure to where a lot of these planning projects would be 100% cost recovery. So then there is a budget for professional planner consultant services that's in the same model to be 100% recouped from those who are applying with planning projects. We need to, all of our filing system is in kind of a mess. It's not well organized and it's all big paper. So now as we are implementing the permitting software, it's going to be not fully useful to us until we actually can get all those records into electronic form. So we need to have somebody actually, you know, organize those files and then have a scanning service basically scan those files, and then we'll be able to have it all online. Then I put in $30,000 for professional services for code enforcement because we'll need some part-time code enforcement function. $60,000 building official, which is very similar to what we are doing right now. That's building official and our inspector. $30,000 just for citywide economic development for the entire year. Parks budget includes an assumption that we will be at no more than 50% capacity for programs, and obviously we are also looking at potential regional solutions going forward with Buellton because we're already doing a lot of things together. So I've been in contact with Buellton to look at other alternatives. So those numbers may change. And I won't go through everything, but in administration, one of the notable things that I have here, and it's really a different and specific skill that we haven't had in the city before, but backfilling some of the administrative functions with a management analyst limited term contract position. So that would arguably still be subject to PERS, but it would be a limited term to have somebody in the city that will backfill some of the functions of the administrative services director, but at the management level to where they would be able to help with business process improvements, report writing, analytics, budget analytics, etc., those types of projects, which are currently, I'm basically doing that work as well. Then I've put in $30,000 for project management for special projects, $30,000 for financing of complex projects. So as we talk about public partnerships, public-private partnerships on large-scale projects, that involves, some fairly complex options on financing. You can do, different districts, different strategies on how you actually structure those transactions. So I think we need to continue to have a consultant on financing side there. Then, of course, we've got the $50,000 now running with NDC for specifically business development and economic development grant funds for all of our small businesses support. And then we've been talking about website update, which I've put in at $35,000. IT budget, we are looking at $72,000 for the year as a quote from Landspeed, which includes some of the new subscriptions to where we're basically going entirely into the cloud, and we won't be having new recurring costs of replacing servers. So we had a cost plugged in before of about $40,000 for server replacements. We're completely going away with that, but our annual cost is going up a little bit. We are looking at increasing our bandwidth, which which is something we need if we're going to go to the cloud. We're going to switch to the VoIP phone system, which may actually happen this year. And then on vehicle replacement fund, I'm suggesting just a 50% flat reduction in that funding. That fund is very healthy. We have a lot less employees. I don't see a need to continue to heavily fund that replacement program, so I just took a flat, 50% reduction.
I think, didn't we even find, I thought that all the money was going into that fund. I don't think money was leaving the fund to pay for new vehicles. I think the vehicles were still being paid just straight out of the general fund.
In some instances, yes.
Okay.
So it's a very healthy
And the vehicle
funded fund.
replacement fund is pretty large.
Yes.
Do you know, Rick, what about?
I don't remember, but it was, it's well over $500,000. I mean, it's
And that's just a separate fund that by policy we've created, so we still have
Right.
access to
Right.
that. We can
Right.
bring it back in if we need to use it during the COVID crisis.
yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. And then, of course, we have special projects.
$500,000. And there's like 30 trucks parked over the.
There's only 24.
It's only 24.
Oh, I'm sorry.
S- so, see,
Well,
we're
we
selling
can
trucks.
sell all the trucks off to pay the nonprofits that we're now supporting to feed
Obviously,
people.
trucks, cars lose value, so you get very little back once you sell them, but you lose all the value of them.
Every dime counts right now.
So then moving on to special projects and capital improvement program. The special projects and capital improvement program were kind of blend together before at the city as capital improvement program. The special projects are really not capital improvement program. They're just projects. But this document this year, we have, separated special projects that are one-time cost, one-time projects and efforts, and then the true capital improvement program that has to do with the city assets. So I won't go through these details here, but we have a whole document that we can walk you through, and I'm going to ask Matt to help with that in a minute. And I think I have ran through all of the other items here, except for showing you this graph or chart on page 184. So, I mean, just presenting to you this status quo preliminary budget that doesn't really, work in the strategies to deal with COVID-19 yet, and doesn't include any other strategies to, curtail expenditures or change our operations. Doesn't include anything on, working on the regional solutions, working towards going to the JPIAs, having solutions on CalPERS and OPEB especially. None of that is presented here yet, but just to give you a sense of what we're looking at. So in the general fund, if we continue with reopening sometime in the summer, as I've presented to you during the last council meeting, we're still looking at some $2 million loss. It could be more, but that's that 7.6 number. And then on the expenditures, I've tried to break it down. We're looking at about $8.9 million here, about $1.2 million shortage. If we were to do all of these things, obviously we would be looking for your policy direction and what your priorities are. But we're looking at salary and benefits, including OPEB, at about $1.1 million for the general fund, other operating $1.8 million, professional services, all the contracts at $752, marketing contract at $385, county services cost us $2.4 million, that's sheriff, animal services and library. Grants at $139 if you keep it at the same level as you had during this fiscal year. Special projects at $400 and capital improvement program at $1.8, and we'll go through those details in more detail. And you should also notice that water fund and wastewater fund are actually also not structurally balanced. Even if you separate the capital improvement program, we are looking at lower revenues than we are looking at expenditures. So, and with that in mind, I would like to turn it over to Matt to kind of walk us through the capital improvement program. which I will scroll down to so we can see on the screen.
Okay, so I will keep this brief and then, of course, be available for any questions you might have. Of course, with the current crisis, staff doesn't recommend proceeding with all of the projects that we had hoped to do. This list of projects and the 10-year capital plan, we began working on it actually in the middle of December 2019, so at the end of last year, and started updating it and looking at, you know, strategic planning and what projects we really wanted to recommend initially. But there are several projects that we can postpone 6 months, 12 months, 18 months, 24 months. And during that time frame, if we have the design work and the engineering work finished, we have the plans and specifications ready, we put that on the shelf basically, have it ready to go. If any grant program comes up that that project would be eligible for, we're in a really strong position to apply because we have the plans and specs totally finished. And then we can pursue grant funding if it becomes available. In addition to that, we can watch the economy and what's happening with the construction industry and strategically time when we want to go out to bid on a project to get the very most competitive, lowest bids possible. So there are a few projects that we do have grant funding on already. For example, the 5th Street Sidewalk project, we just went out to advertise for bids on that last week. And so the bid opening, I think, is just June 9th. And so at the second city council meeting in June, we'll be bringing that to you for consideration of awarding a contract or not. But on that project, we have $168,000 in grant funding through a Measure A grant. And actually, this fiscal year is the last year. If we don't proceed now, we'd have to request a time extension. And per the guidelines, the maximum time extension is 18 months for that program. But anyway, that's a project that approximately half the cost is grant funded. And then we've been informed that we're the top scoring application in the next cycle of Measure A Safe Routes to School grant program. And so one of the projects in here is the Solvang School Sidewalk Project. And the grant will cover, again, about 50% of the project costs on that. And we could wait to do that. That's a 4-year grant program cycle on that. So we can proceed if you think that's going to be helpful to Solvang's economy to get the contractor here working and doing all that work, you know. So a lot of the projects can be postponed, and if we're strategic about that, we can make the take the best advantage of any kind of situation. So so I don't know if you have questions about any specific projects or how much detail you want me to go into, but you know, the capital plan breaks out all the different departments and divisions within the city and projects proposed in those divisions and departments. And
so I think maybe we can just run through each of these pages and kind of give highlights. I can cover this admin services department, for example. We are looking at, you know, water and sewer rate study. Those are funded by Water and Sewer Fund. I think, you know, usually they're done together. There's some synergy in doing those together. But we could, for example, the sewer fund is a higher priority because we need to do that for our wastewater treatment plant in order for us to get the financing for that fund. We need to have that study done to get a rating to be able to borrow. And then we have the general fund fee studies here, even though we can make some tweaks to the structure to the extent allowable by law to pass on actual costs. Our fees for the city in its entirety have not been updated since 2005, and cost allocation has not been updated since 2004. So we just, charging something from the enterprise funds since way back when into the general fund. And so for a small city, it shouldn't be too costly. I'm putting in $35,000 here to do some of those studies, and it would be basically a consultant running through those numbers, with the city just providing, the materials, the actual costs.
Well, but I'm sorry, you said you want to move forward with a study on overhead contributions from the enterprise funds?
Yeah, so those general fund fee studies here include both an update to our fees, so all of the fees that we charge for services, any planning fees that are more like application based versus and processing of the permits that are not just a pass through at actual cost to an outside planner or whatnot. You would have the parks and recreation, you would have your building fees. All of those would be updated. So all fees for services would be updated, and then can be by policy 100% recovery. And then the cost allocation itself, which is based on the costs that it takes for the general fund basically to administer or provide with administrative support to water and sewer. That calculation was done back in 2004. Arguably now with much lower salaries, it might even go down. There's been a lot of inflation, but at the same time we have less staff in the general fund that may be attributed to that. So that hasn't been updated since 2004. Generally speaking, to keep your funding structure healthy and your revenues and expenditures kind of going along line with each other, you want to do fee studies every 5 years at least. City hasn't really been doing that, so this $35,000 here represents hiring a consultant to run those numbers for us and update all those fees to where we can basically have 100% recovery from charging outside sources, and also have that clarity on relationship between general fund and enterprise funds. And then information technology here is talking about further migration to cloud and some other battery backups at $20,000. And then on planning, we have a grant that we received, as you would recall, from SB2 to update 2 elements of the general plan, which also hasn't been updated in some 12 years. So here you see that the grant funding is suggested to update the land use element and the circulation element, which are probably the ones that you're most interested in terms of economic development and dealing with some of the traffic congestion. And then there's housing element and as well as the design element updates in there. We had the design element in the current fiscal year, but that hasn't happened. And obviously now there's an additional delay with COVID-19. So that's just migrating to the next year's budget. And then there's those smaller, elements of open space, conservation, noise, and safety elements that are programmed into 22-23 and estimated about $140,000 to update. Oops, why am I? And then we dive into more of the capital improvement projects that Matt can give you highlights on.
Sure. So there are the Solvang Park upgrades. The City Council has expressed interest in some kind of upgrade, facelift, major renovation of the Solvang Park. So what was envisioned here is this coming fiscal year 2021 to do a study and look at all kinds of different alternatives and do cost estimating for whatever upgrades that you might like to do, and then the following year do the construction. So that the $240,000 number, that was just kind of a placeholder, but depending on what improvements are desired, that would of course fluctuate or vary. Also, the HCA Park, the pergola repairs are needed. Basically, the pergola in that Area D has deteriorated to the level where we are either going to have to put caution tape around it and just.
Which area is this again?
Area D. So it's about a third of the way back into the park, and there's like a little bridge, and it goes over, and there's a barbecue area, and it's got the I think it's a wisteria plant, but it's got the arbor structure that's got all the vines growing on it. So it's a wood structure. It's basically, reached the end of its useful life. I think it's about 25 years old, and the wood's just rotted out. It's basically unsafe. So we either have to just rip it out and completely reconstruct it, or caution tape it off and just close that area until we decide to do something there. So that was the second project on the list. Then there's other things like parking lot maintenance. It's paving and paving repairs, slurry seal in the different parking lots. And we've have a need to replace some picnic tables. Some of the picnic tables out there, they are reinforced concrete, but they're really old, and the rebar in the concrete has corroded, and we had one picnic table where the seat actually collapsed. So we had to just break it down and get rid of it. Basically get rid of that. But then the skateboard park has need for repairs, and there's been a long-standing desire for pickleball courts, but that's considered a project that's way out. So it's like it's kind of aspirational project at this point. So continue to the next, please. So as far as the maintenance division, at some point there'll be a need if the Veterans Hall site is not completely redeveloped. There's a need for taking a look at the seismic, the structural capacity of that building. Normally buildings that are older like that have a need to be retrofit and reinforced at some point in their life. And then we've got the...
wasn't that project supposed to happen, then we held off? There was something with the Vets Hall that we held.
That was the bathroom remodeling project, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, which we held off on.
Okay.
Yeah. Which was about a $450,000.
Yeah, I remember it was like $500,000. So good thing we didn't spend that.
Yeah. So then continuing on, there's we got parking lot 5 minor improvements. That's parking lot 5 is the number we've assigned. We have 1 through 4, so this is our newest one, parking lot 5 right here. And that was going to be in connection with the 2nd Street drainage improvements that also include the trash capture structure.
And I'm sorry, just before I forget, on the Vets Hall item, we had the $500,000 bathroom remodel that got postponed, which I think that was like about a year ago or something like that.
Yep,
and then,
about a year ago.
But now you're talking about how it needs retrofitting.
Well, we don't know for sure. This would be to hire a structural engineer to do an analysis of the building. What they do is they look at the actual record drawings for the building and see how it was built, and inspect where there's connections, column and beam connections, what kind of size bolts and things have been used, and then compare that with the current seismic code, and basically they apply the current seismic code loading to the existing structure mathematically, just through structural calculations, and see if it is structurally adequate.
Got it.
Yeah.
So I guess what my concern is, with that, that's all general fund money, right?
Correct. Yeah. That is correct. Yeah.
Okay.
But at this point, we don't know. It's weathered several earthquakes over the years pretty well. We're not really close to any major earthquake fault, so that's good. But it's not been looked at
Yeah.
In light of the
No, my
current-
concern is just all that we're hemorrhaging right now, and then what you're talking about that's needed over there, just with the bathrooms alone, is something that's now like clearly out of the question.
Right, yeah.
So,
Exactly.
and it could take us many, many years to recover and build up the reserves to even take on a project of that size. So,
Yeah, so.
I'd have just expressing my concerns in that area.
So we also have a project in here for painting the city hall. That's just the exterior painting. Restroom 3, which is the one across from by Paula's Pancake House on Mission Drive. It's in need of some upgrades. Of course, that's out a few years. And then if you can. Yeah, and so they're listed is the Veterans Hall ADA and restroom upgrades project, but it's just, since we don't know yet what might happen with that site, it's just, and we can just delete that if city council wants us to delete that off the list, we can just delete it, so if you can continue. So then we have, there was plans for an emergency generator also there, since the Vets Hall site is the city's emergency designated emergency shelter. So, obviously in some emergencies, earthquakes and things, you lose power. And also with the PG&E's public safety power shut off, we might have a situation where we don't have power and need to use that facility. So that was that emergency generator.
And that's the Vets Hall again. That's our.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the seismic retrofitted building would be where we would send everyone in the event that there's a big earthquake.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, the good news is on that is if you did have a big earthquake and it's still standing and you can see
Well,
it's.
there could be aftershocks.
if you- but well, yeah, there always are aftershocks, but anyway. All right, so, and then there's been an idea of a project in our plan for many years to basically redo the whole back area behind the annex across the street, and then reconstruct the maintenance shop.
Right.
Basically, it was a garage that they remodeled to become like a little office and stuff. So, but it's functional now, but it's starting to show signs of age and wear, So. Anyway. So then there's a new requirement that if you want to be eligible for highway safety improvement, which is a federal program that's administered through Caltrans, if you want to be eligible for highway safety improvement program grant funding, you have to, every city in the country within the next 2 years has to finish this local road safety plan. However, there's grant funding available for that, and so we wouldn't proceed with this this plan unless we got the grant funding. To apply for the grant funding, it's just a few $1,000s, and so the plan here would be apply for the grant funding. If we get the grant funding, do the plan. If we don't, hold off. Because right now, we did analysis, we looked at, do we actually have any projects right now that we know of that we would want to apply for highway safety improvement grant funding? And we haven't identified any, so it's not urgent.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Anyway, then we got slurry seal, pavement overlays, bunch of Measure A funded work. Interestingly enough, SBCAG did an analysis. They hired a consultant, did analysis as what they expect the changes in sales tax revenue that funds Measure A.
Mm-hmm.
And so next fiscal year, they estimate a 10% drop. In the second year out, they estimate a 5% drop. The third year out, a 2.5% drop. And in year 4, a slight increase. So that's their estimate. They hired a consultant that.
But you're talking about a drop consecutively each time.
From what was estimated or projected 6 months ago. before all this happened, they did projections.
Oh, okay.
Because we do a 5-year program of projects with Measure A, and so they project out the revenue for 5 years, and over that 5-year period, they adjusted year 1 down 10%, year 2 down 5%, and year 3
Got
down
it.
2.5%.
Okay.
Yeah. So, which I don't know. I thought that was if that holds, that's actually pretty good. So,
Yeah, no, I was gonna say it looks pretty optimistic.
yeah, I kind of thought that, but anyway, so miscellaneous road repairs. We also had sidewalk infill and repairs. There's a lot of sections on Mission Drive where we've got trees. The sycamore trees have grown really big and kind of uplifted the brick sidewalks and stuff. So we were envisioning doing a project. There's about 10 locations on Mission Drive where we were going to basically reconstruct the bricks around the trees and enlarge the tree wells, and then reset the brick in those areas to get them flat and smooth and eliminate any tripping hazards and stuff. So that was that project. You could scroll down, sorry. Yeah, keep going. Okay, then we have, of course, we do access ramps every few years. That's either adding access ramps where we don't have any, or replacing old ones that don't meet the current standards. We've added, I don't know if you'll remember, but this year in our Measure A program of projects, we added a designated line for bike lanes. And so we can spend more or less, whatever the city council's pleasure is on that, but we've got that as a designated line now to continue to try to implement bike lanes throughout the city. And again, public parking lot maintenance. And then this project, the Alisal Bridge Pier Repair Project, this is a pretty significant project. The bridge has 8 piers, so it's got the 2 abutments where the bridge touches the land, and it's got 8 piers or big columns there that support the bridge. There's 3 in the middle that have experienced really severe scour. So that's where heavy flows when the lake spills have scoured away the gravel and exposed what's called a pile cap, it's kind of like the foundation at the bottom of the column or the pier. And so it was identified in a study a few years back that we need to repair 3 of those piers. So that is also a project that we might be able to get grant funding on. It's a type of project where if we did the design work and had it all designed and then pursued grant funding, we might be in a better position. But so that's project's not for a few years out, but we definitely want to be looking for possible grant funding on that, and that is an important kind of higher cost project that we don't want to delay too long. So this whole section's for our stormwater program, so it covers our stormwater program and any storm drain projects. So right now, our drainage impact fee that we charge on development projects is like way out of whack. It's like way low. It's like there's no one in the state as low as us. It's like, anyway, so we've done 2 little brief technical memos, had consultants look at recommendations for adjusting that. And so we're ready to bring that back to the city council for consideration whenever you are ready for us to bring it. But that drainage impact fee needs to be increased. By increasing it to a recommended level, that's only going to cover about 15% of our stormwater program and storm drain capital projects, but at least it'll get that squared away and cover part of our costs. But anyway, so the first item there is looking at doing some type of rate study, how we can fund the remainder of our stormwater management program. Because right now it's basically We've used up all the previously accumulated drainage impact fees because the fee was so low, we only had a small amount. So we've used all those up, and now everything is just funded by the general fund. So it's, we can just continue to do that if we wanted, if the city council wants to do that, but we don't really recommend that. And there's ways of implementing like a stormwater charge. There's several different ways it can be implemented.
So I think we understand that a lot of like the services that we've been providing out of the general fund that are, optional, and we do that, out of the benefit to take care of our community and not charge them, more taxes. We obviously recognize that we won't be in that position anymore, but I think it'd be, pretty bad timing to then turn around and, tax struggling, families and stuff more money for stormwater management.
Sure.
What I'm just trying to get straight to the point with is, I know this is a mandate that we have to get done, but, can't we just simply delay this way out?
Yeah, some of the things, and we'll go down the list but I will mention, that's a really good point, Mayor Toussaint. The drainage impact fee, is just for new development or redevelopment.
Understood.
So that wouldn't affect any existing.
No, that's different, but I'm just talking about the overall. I mean, it's like an average of what, $600,000 a year. And before, we have had a staff report come here that talked about, putting levies on, or, additional tax, on property taxes.
Right.
You could, stormwater, you could coin as part of water and, add a
There's different
third
ways,
utility onto our
Yeah.
water and sewer, rates. I mean, there's several different methods, but,
Sure.
I for one would take a strong stance against doing things like that during a time when, people can't even feed themselves. But
Right.
I just want to know simply how long we can delay these kinds of projects, out. That's all.
Yeah, well, so going down the list, the Second Street drainage improvements, I would recommend we finish the design. We've already have awarded a consultant contract, and I would then put it on the shelf and wait.
Okay.
Don't do the construction. That's the big expenditure. Wait on that, see if we can get grant funding. And that also includes the trash capture improvements, and then it's on the storm drain list because it's a storm drain component of the South Alisal Road paving project, but there's a culvert that's undersized that should be upsized. And that whole South Alisal pavement project, we've awarded a design contract. I recommend we finish the plans and specs, which we won't be done with the plans and specs until about November or December. And we can see where we're at that point, but we can just put it on the shelf and then try to pursue grant funding or just wait on that project. And then another storm drain project is, when we did our storm drain master plan, we identified a culvert along Friedensburg Canyon Road on Adobe Creek that also should be increased or upsized. And then there are other additional culverts on South Alisal Road that need to be upsized. So there were several that along South Alisal. Okay, the first item on there is the study. It's been in the city's general plan circulation element, and it's been in the capital plan off and on for several years to add bike lanes or somehow widen the west and east end of Mission Drive on both ends of the town. So basically, kind of when you come into town from Buellton, you go up the hill, widen that section, and then when you're from Pine Street down to Alamo Pintado Road, when you're kind of dropping down that hill, widen that. Those areas, they are kind of narrow. They're really not that safe for pedestrians and bicyclists. And so there's potentially a lot of grant funding available for doing those type of projects. Those are going to be like $2, $3, maybe $4 million projects. And so that's, a lot of money, obviously. But within the active transportation program and other programs, there's grant funding opportunities. So, but what you need to do to be in a strong position for the grant funding is have gone through some type of study and have community public meetings where, people can give input and and you've got this public input in there, and then now you've got this study that you can refer to in your grant application and make it your application stronger. So we got the Fifth Street Sidewalk Project, again, that's out to bid right now, grant funded. South Aliso Road paving reconstruction, we recommend finish the design, then hold off. The Solvang School Sidewalk Project, we're showing it for construction next fiscal year. We don't have to do that, but about 40% of the cost is grant funding, and we're kind of anticipating we'd get good bids because of the situation right now. But anyway, we can hold off on that or proceed next fiscal year. The Highway 246 bridge over Alamo Puntado Creek, it's in Caltrans' SHOP program. It's scheduled for design and replacement in those fiscal years shown there, 24, 25, 25, 26. However, there are certain components of that project that the city might want to have included that may not necessarily be paid for by Caltrans.
Like a bike tunnel?
Something like that. So this is just kind of a placeholder. We could utilize some of our Measure A circulation improvement funds for this. But anyway, so depending on what Caltrans will or will not pay for, if there's, again, certain things we want to have added to that project, then this is a little bit of money set aside for the city to do that. And then the Mission Drive East End Bikeway shoulder widening, again, we would hope to get grant funding, but that'd be widening Mission Drive from between Pine Street and Alamo Puntado Road. And then there's the Ford Drive extension. That's a project that's been in the city's capital plan off and on for many years. And it's mentioned in the couple past studies. So it's kind of just a placeholder here. It's shown as happening, several years out. So that's just to bring it up for your consideration and direction on how you want us. We can drop it from the list. We can leave it there 10 years out, or whatever your pleasure is. But we just wanted to have it there so you could discuss it if you'd like. For the water fund is doing really well. It's in really good shape. We were planning what we've proposed is to update the water master plan, and we do have an EPA mandate to do this risk and resiliency study. So that is federally required. It's kind of unusual. Normally we have state requirements for water and utility stuff, but this is a federal requirement. So we do have to do that, and we have a deadline at the end of next fiscal year to have that completed and certified by the US EPA. And then the first project listed there, it's the valve and fire hydrant replacement project. We did a big valve replacement project about 2 years ago. We could hold off a little bit on replacing some of the valves, but this project also includes adding, I think it's 7 fire hydrants throughout the southern part of the city. We did a study about 3 years ago and identified locations within the city where we needed to add fire hydrants because the spacing between the existing fire hydrants was too great, so we needed to add some fire hydrants. So we added 6 on the north side of town, and we still have 7 more to add on the south side of town. So we could trim that project back, defer the valve work, and just do the fire hydrants, which I do, staff does recommend we do the fire hydrants just because of the, fire hazard nature of our area here. And then there's the pressure reducing station that's needed on the east side of town between Zone 1 and Zone 2. And then we recommend implementing a waterline replacement program to start beginning replacing some of the aging old pipelines in the city. That would be defined and identified based on the water master plan update that we do. You can, if you can. Sorry. And then just, we still have their River Wells project as a placeholder. We don't know what's gonna happen with that. For next year, which just shows $30,000, just, that's for if we need to create some exhibits or do some minor engineering work or whatever. It's set aside for that. Eventually, we're gonna wanna do some rehabilitation of well 3 and 4. So both of those wells have disinfection systems and valves and piping at the wellhead. About every 30 to 40 years, you need to upgrade all that. So that's what that is. And then the last project on there is Reservoir 1 expansion project. So basically, the previous water master plan studies that we've done have identified that we don't have adequate reservoir storage or tankage in our system. So right now, to meet peak demands, we have to turn on more wells. We can't fill up the reservoirs at night or run the wells steady, and at night when the demands are low, the reservoirs fill. During the day, the reservoirs drain, and you can, ideally, you'd be able to just pump your wells steady. But we don't have enough storage, reservoir tankage storage, and so to meet that peak demand, we're draining the reservoirs and we're turning on additional wells to meet the peak demands during the peak time in the summer. So so the Reservoir 1 expansion project would be to either purchase a lot next to Reservoir 1 on the top of the hill on Alisal Road. So if you go up, if you're at Mission and Alisal and you go up the hill, Reservoir 1 is right there, kind of near the top of the hill on the right-hand side. So we would have to either purchase a lot next to that and demo a house and then expand the reservoir, or possibly we could do a project where, since we own the road right away, we could do a project to expand the reservoir under the road right away. But the only drawback to that approach is all the utilities in the road would have to be rerouted to make room for your reservoir expansion. But again, that's not needed here in the next couple of years, but it's definitely something we need to have on the list and is needed and should be addressed, within the next 10 to 15 years. So if you can continue on. So for our sewer collection system, again, the sewer master plan update, our current master plan was done in 1988, so really they should be updated about every 10 years. Generally what you do is a 20-year plan, and then every 10 years you update it. So you're like always kind of keeping it sort of fresh and current, and not 40 years old or 32 years old. Anyway, we're also recommending, our sewer collection permit requires that every 5 years we update our sewer system management plan. We're updating it right now as we speak. It'll be done, in just a couple months. But then 5 years out, we got to do it again. So it's just a recurring thing in our permit that we have to, every 5 years, we have to update that. Then we have the manhole rehabilitation project. We could defer that a couple of years. And this, again, when we do the sewer system master plan, that'll identify, it'll update the list of sewer lines that need to be upsized or replaced. And so we'll want to eventually implement a sewer line repair and replacement program. And then I think then after this is the wastewater treatment plant. So we're going to be bringing some technical memos to you here in the next couple months. The first one is going to be about the immediate aeration system upgrades. We're getting ready to actually go out to bid on that here in about a month, and that's a $2.4 million project. So what the staff is recommending at this time is do that project and finish the other technical memos and put the engineering work on hold and the construction of the wastewater upgrades on hold. Do the aeration system upgrades is 2.4 million, so we do recommend that we do that. That project on its own is gonna save the city probably $100,000 a year in power savings. That'll allow us to comply with the nitrate requirements that are gonna be added to our permit. And then I would recommend putting the entire project on hold 6 to 12 months and kind of see where we're at.
I'm sorry, you're saying to do the aeration now as soon as possible, but then the actual rest of the wastewater treatment plant upgrade,
Yeah.
you know, holding off as much as, yeah.
Put the engineering contract on hold for 6 to 12 months. You know, because we're gonna have a lot of stuff, you know, the next year, there's gonna be lots of stuff we gotta deal with, right? So,
So we already approved that. Is that something we can do at you're talking about the $1.5 million
correct.
environmental and engineering study?
Yeah, and so the first parts of that was the technical memo and the plans and specs for the aeration system upgrade. So I recommend we go out to bid on that and do that project, do the construction of that next fiscal year. And then, the other two studies that we're gonna be bringing to you is they're looking at alternative 3 and validating that as the lowest cost alternative. And we already received the draft technical memo on that, and I can tell you that we've found a different alternative that will save us over $3 million in construction and over $300,000 a year in O&M.
Awesome.
So, yeah, so we're excited about bringing that back.
And it'll reuse the aeration upgrades that we're
Correct,
doing
exactly.
today,
Yeah, we
right?
won't have to
Okay.
rip out any of the aeration
Okay.
upgrades or anything.
And one of the questions I had on that was with the aeration upgrades, I mean, a lot of this denitrification process and everything that's really put us in a really bad shape there with the wastewater treatment plant. With those upgrades, is it possible that we can get, you know, several more years potentially out of this existing plant, or are we still?
We can get a few, I wouldn't say several, but we can definitely get a few more years
Okay.
out of it, yeah.
I'm sure how long we
That's-
can keep, as this process goes, we don't know how badly we're gonna be injured after all this.
Yeah, one of the big concerns that I have of at the wastewater treatment plant is the electrical system.
Mhm.
Just because, you know, it is really, there at the end of its useful life.
Got it, okay.
But we can do small little, like, maintenance projects where we replace certain, you know, major components and stuff,
Mhm.
keep the costs way down. So,
Okay.
yeah, and we've been, you know, we've actually been brainstorming, the public works staff have been brainstorming about this for the last about 2 months now, because, you know, we see what's going on, obviously. And we know that, you know, the city's not gonna be able to just go do some huge project. Yeah, so in our contract, so we're gonna be bringing back a technical memo on that, looking at that alternative 3 and this new alternative. And then they're doing a technical memo looking at the recycled water and what the true cost of that is, and how that would be implemented. So, but after the consultant finishes those studies and the plans and specs for the aeration system, we can tell them, hey, we're putting you on hold, you know, 6 months, 1 year, whatever. And, yeah, so we can do that. And that's what the staff would recommend, actually.
I like that idea. I just want to let you know I haven't fallen asleep yet.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so that's it, other than the transit, which is, you know, all the transit stuff is federally and state grant funded through the FTA and the TDA, Federal Transit Administration, and the Transportation Development Act. So it's bus replacements and some studies and stuff. So that concludes everything on the capital plan.
Okay, so now we need to just hear a little bit of feedback from you in order for us to make any adjustments between now and June 22nd for an actual budget adoption. Obviously, as I've mentioned before, a lot of this is going to be very fluid with COVID-19. This is just a base budget and some of the priorities that you want to definitely accomplish in the next year, but we'll have to make adjustments as we go along with COVID-19 funding and, continue to just pursue those strategic direction that you've discussed before on unfunded liabilities, regional solutions, et cetera.
Okay. Well, I think we've, I guess first of all, are there any questions real quick before we go? Okay, so with that, we'll go to public comment. Are there any callers on the line? There's no callers on the line. With that, I'll take it back to the council for discussion action. I think it's great that we took the time to go through this tonight, and it's available for public review now. But I don't think that there's any way we could possibly deliberate through this entire thing and come out with something productive tonight. But I think any direction that we could give tonight regarding this, and we might even want to consider setting aside maybe more of a special workshop that just deals with this as we go in, especially because there's going to be a lot of hard but important decisions as we navigate through the COVID storm here.
Can I add, I like Matt's comments about making 2 steps to get a project ready and then look into grants and be more prepared down the road. So those bigger projects that you mentioned that we can start to do something on without expending a tremendous amount of money, get them on the shelf, as you use the word, and then have those for when we come back stronger than ever. So I like us focusing in that direction.
Yeah, good.
So, and what my question also is, what's the probability of even more, all these grants and things like that with all the deficits that you're now, everyone's broke. Like, is there another little pot of secret money that falls out of the sky in the grant world, or?
Yeah. No, that's a very good point. It kind of all depends on what type of stimulus packages Congress comes out with and so forth. But in the past, funding funding public works construction has always been a big stimulus kind of thing. So it's going to, the whole world now and the whole country is going to be really impacted. So, but I think there will be some grant funding. Yeah.
My concern is just like all these studies and even though it's smaller and you're not actually doing the project, right. I also want to consider the fact that we only have so much staff bandwidth, so when things can start, going again, then you have everything you're going to be hit upside the head with. But, but also just finding a happy medium there, because I don't want us spending a bunch of money on all these different studies and all these different things that, for all then get outdated, and the actual attrition of all the ones we end up using is just terrible. And but then also they all do add up to a pretty significant chunk of change. So that's what I'm concerned about here, especially when we have such a dire situation where we're being hammered so hard. I've just not seen the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow there on some of these things. So until we can see further direction on what kind of programs might be coming out, then I'd be cautious about putting money on some of these things.
That's wise.
That's my concern as well. Is I think the state's gonna. You do a study now, 2 years from now, you're gonna have to redo it with all the changes they make and all the stuff they do. You just can't trust them. So if we are gonna do it, it's gotta be one that can be maintained until we can get that funding.
Or it can actually get funding today.
Right.
Put people to work today. Get done today.
Definitely want to be very strategic about what studies we do or don't
Matt,
do.
last year we went through this exercise, I think it was in July or August, and we talked about prioritization of some of these projects. How hard would it be to go back and put some of these projects in those contexts? Like, here's priority A, we got to do them. Like you were talking about the LSL bridge, the last thing we want to see is the bridge collapsing.
And I think if we do like a workshop where we go through, I think give you some direction now, and then we can come back, we can do that a longer session during the day when, more members of the public can, they can review this meeting, still have option to weigh in on the next meeting, and we can come up with something because I think we have to be strategic during this.
Yeah, so my direction, at least my feeling, is to find other cost savings, and I understand that's what we're trying to do, but possibly speaking with the your wastewater manager and your water manager, and asking them to go through and seeing what cost savings they can find, seeing what things we can extend out or something that we can take over, or whatever the case may be, because they're going to have a much better idea of those cost savings than we are, because they're in it day to day.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, maybe we need a department head all hands meeting, and we got to find every last little thing we
Sure.
can strip out of here.
Sure.
And I think there's a lot of like what I call leaks in the organization where, like for example, we're still paying on a pretty heavy storage unit fee that's full of a bunch of items that I don't even know what the SCB was paying for the storage on. The items, 1 month, that storage fee probably isn't even worth what's in that storage there. You got to find, where can we just consolidate, spend once and put this stuff somewhere if we desire to keep it or get rid of it.
Yeah. Speaking of that, we did get price quotes on 20, 30, and 40-foot trailers, but we were waiting for a final approval on which size, and we can get that done right away.
Okay. I think we should do that. I mean, right now we're just paying rent that's just going, and we can park that out in the wastewater treatment plant and archive it all.
So what size would you like?
Is there that much of a cost difference?
I would say just get a 40-footer.
Then just get a 40-footer and stick it out there and cut that.
$1,500 more or something.
Cut that rent. Transfer it to voice over IP system. Get all the other
Consider
old phones.
done.
We probably pay $400 a month just in phone lines that are out there at the visitor center that could all be consolidated into the voice over IP system for $25 a month, and we move on. So there's just a lot of that kind of stuff that just needs to be done.
Sure. And to Councilmember Dearness's comment, we can, when we come back with this information, we can have it prioritized. These are the top priority things we really recommend. We proceed
Also,
with.
can you look at them in terms of the cost savings that they might produce, and or
We already went to public comment.
and or maybe some kind of it might produce some kind of a revenue. I don't know, but the point is,
Right.
These are things that have to be done. Here's the things that we'd love to see done because they save money.
Okay, well, just one quick idea then on that thought. We can provide the San Ynez Community Services District and the City of Buellton a proposal to clean their sewers annually with our vac contract. We got the piece of equipment. And we
Okay,
can-
yeah. Anything we can do to form JPAs, anything we do to, even to open parks back up again. I think cities are gonna be struggling so much just to, pay for the bare minimum essentials, that we gotta rethink how we're doing things.
Well, as an example, one of the things that we are doing on that line is I've directed the staff to pinch back the irrigation of all the big lawn areas at the parks. We don't want the grass to die. We want to keep it alive and, nice, but we don't want it to over-irrigate it so that we're just having to mow. So we've, and because of the staffing situation, we've adjusted the irrigation. So now instead of mowing every week, we can mow every other week, and we're saving money on water, and we're saving water, conserving water, and it's taking less staff time, so we can use the staff on other projects.
Got it. Okay. Let's see, what else do they have on here? So yeah, I mean, I'm in line. I think we need to strip everything down to complete essential, and unless there's an actual, liability issue. Like for example, what does concern me is the rotten structures on the park. I mean, if you're talking about just blocking it, I don't even like that idea. There's still people that's going to go past it. You just got to tear it down, and we'll have to.
Yeah, we could remove the existing structure to eliminate the hazard, and then just wait to reconstruct it.
Yeah. My only other question was, I don't know
We'll
if
go ahead and do that.
Is there anything that can be done to cheaply salvage at this point? Like, is it wood structures that are where the posts are only 6 inches off the ground, and if we just lopped off the other
It's
3 feet or something? I'm just throwing out.
It's kind of like Swiss cheese.
Okay,
So
it's done.
it's beyond.
Okay,
yeah,
so,
it's beyond
but I don't like the idea of putting caution tape around it
Okay.
and keeping it there, and then, you know, people are still gonna go underneath, you just gotta get it out of there.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
What about police line do not cross?
Yeah. Good luck. Let's see. So yeah, unless there's like an actual liability issue or something that's going to hinder our recovery, or something that's, if we just wait on it, it's going to cause some other kind of,
Sure,
problem.
Sure. Yeah,
then-
domino effect or something.
Yeah,
Right,
then
yeah.
we don't want it. We don't want that right now.
Right,
So
right.
obviously, with
I'm-
that, I
I'm
think our
with you.
biggest liability is the wastewater treatment plant. Move towards JPIs. I think we need to create a recovery model that we can, like, as things go, we can know our damages that have already accumulated, and we can know our, damages as we follow on, where things are going in terms of shutdown and recovery, in order to forecast out, like, what would it take, or how many years with this strip down of a budget is it going to take for Solvang to get back in our comfort zone where we have the proper reserves again? We have, we're kind of back to where we were before, because you got to really be cautious about spending until, we can actually get back in a condition where you could actually sustain another disaster again.
Right.
And then, let's see. Yeah, otherwise, I think suspend all capital projects, except those where we're actually getting grant funds, I don't want to chase after pipe dreams during, this and be doing all these studies in different places. And then, let's see, rotten structures, stormwater management, I'd like to know how long we can just cut that out and delay it.
Okay.
I'm not interested in looking for, like, how can we run hearings to raise people's taxes during this time to pay for something that we can just delay. I think you just gotta, push some of this stuff off. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's pretty much. Yeah. Does anyone else have any? Okay. Yeah. And studies, definitely. Unless we absolutely have to do the study, I don't think we should be doing studies.
Okay.
No, I think we need to, as far as administrative fees and all those other fees that we discussed as well, not just capital projects, but whatever we can delay or cut or not do right now. It's not prudent to be spending all that money right now if we don't absolutely have to.
Yeah.
So,
We can start spending when we know what we have to spend.
yeah, we don't have it.
I'm curious, what about the sewer system? You said that it hasn't been upgraded in like 80 years.
The sewer system
The collection.
master plan, the sewer collection system master plan.
And how much would that cost to take care of?
I think it was 120,000.
And that will enable us to move forward with some of the other development projects, right?
Well, again, this is just doing a study. What they would be doing is creating a hydraulic model, computerized hydraulic model of the whole sewer
She's
system,
off the call.
and modeling
She's off.
the sewer loading into the system, and see where the sewer line, and update those calculations of where the sewer line is sewer lines are undersized.
What I'm getting at is, will this enable us to move forward with development?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that may be an example of something that needs to be done. It may not save us money now, but it enables us to generate revenue going forward.
Yeah.
But I think that's still like a master plan for the entire city. I believe we already had an agenda item, was it last year or 2 years ago, that kind of addressed this and set some kind of fee structure for a project to pay into with regards to sewer impacts and on the collection system.
We did create a sewer collection system impact fee for development.
There you go, yeah. So, I mean, I think would that still take care of anything that we do have going today?
No, that actually will only, because we can't fully burden the new development for some of the undersized or deficiencies
Mhm.
that exist today. They can only pay kind of their little fair share.
Right. But I thought that's what that was.
Yeah, the sewer system impact fee was for new development to pay for their little share.
Mhm.
But that on its own will not, fund the upgrades that are needed. Fully fund it.
Right.
The upgrades.
But I don't see how that's going to change that situation today. It's the same fee. What you're talking about is on the city side, how are we going to pay for it?
Yeah, and basically update the, I mean, basically in 1988, they looked at what the water demands were, how much was going into the sewer system, what all the pipe sizes were, what all the development was. And so now we have ADUs that are allowed, right? But also we've had all this water conservation over the last 20 years. So
Right.
people use less water, so that means less water going into the sewer. But then you have new development and things as well, and there's been infill over the last 20, 25 years, right? And so we would update, create a new hydraulic model, look at all the current demands, kind of update the demand information or the sewer flow into the system, update all that, and we'd actually put flow monitors to calibrate, in the existing sewer system to check that that the model is using correct flows. So that's a way to calibrate the model, make sure it's accurate. Taking actual true flow measurements in the sewer system in a few locations. And then we would get an updated sort of plan on, okay, well, maybe this pipe, we thought it was undersized, but now we see, it's fine. And then there's other ones where we thought were fine, and now we're seeing, more development happened over there or whatever. As an example. And so, these pipes now need to be upsized. So it's kind of updating that whole look at the whole system. And then depending on what pipes need to be upsized, they might say, well, instead of ripping this pipe out and putting a bigger one, you could put a parallel pipe in next to it for less. Or you could put a manhole here and reroute some flows from here over that way where the pipe has more capacity. Divert some of the flows into pipes that don't have as much flow. So that's what that whole master plan does, and it looks at development of ADUs, future development of redevelopment within the city, and then if there's any areas the city's considering annexing or whatever, then we could model that and look at the whole, and forecast basically out 20 years of growth and development or whatever happens, and they can do different scenarios, like you can assume a 1% growth rate or 5% growth rate, or whatever. And they look at different scenarios and they can tell you, okay, under these circumstances, this is what you're gonna have to do. Under this, kind of worst case, best case, or most likely case, and then they do cost estimates for all that and come up with the 10-year plan. And okay, well, here's the sequence of how you should do these replacements, so that you're kind of optimizing everything. So that's what the sewer master plan is. Yeah. So the last time we did it was '88. So.
Yeah. No, I'm aware of that.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. Okay. Is there anything else? So you have direction, and then maybe. So we need to adopt a budget by
June 22nd.
June 22nd.
Oh, it's by July 1st, but June 22nd is your last regular meeting where we would.
So
bring it
maybe
to you.
with direction received, should we set, kind of a target, timeline for when we'd actually like to hold a workshop or something like that around this? Yeah.
Sure.
No, it's all part of our master plan to keep the public in the dark and have the meetings on a Tuesday instead of Monday. That's when you talk about the budget. When they did this rule to make the meetings go beyond 9:30, they didn't mean to go into the next day. You guys, there's something wrong with meetings that go until 12:30. We don't post agendas, and we keep our meetings open until 1 o'clock in the morning, so residents will feel disenfranchised. That's the email I'm gonna see tomorrow. You didn't post an agenda, and you had the budget meeting at midnight. This is stupid. And it's way too late at night to talk about something so serious.
So Robert, again, as I said earlier, this is actually increased transparency. We've heard this. We're giving direction.
Who's watching at midnight?
This is on YouTube. Anyone can watch us at any time. And now we're not making any decisions tonight. We're giving direction. And now staff will work on that direction. We will then hold a workshop that we can schedule for a time period that will be much easier for anyone to show up to. So we could do, we could do a Saturday session. I'm just, it can be Saturday, 10 a.m. and sit here and people can, you know, go through, but that is giving more opportunities for public engagement and transparency. So,
And the nice thing about YouTube, people can watch it tomorrow.
yeah.
Oh, it's today already. Oh, damn.
So again, can we come up with some kind of I don't want to set a date tonight per se, but you know, coming up with a target. I don't know if maybe the 6th of June might
Yeah.
make sense,
That's what I was kind of looking at.
because I also don't want to line it up where it's like, you know, Saturday and then a Monday council meeting, you know, but if we did it in the middle.
Well, your next meetings would be, regular meetings are May 26th and then June 8th and June 22nd.
May 26th.
Yeah,
May 25th, you mean?
It would be 26th because of the.
Oh,
holiday,
because,
yeah.
okay, got it. So yeah, then the 6th of June might be a good date.
Right, and
consider.
then we'll have June 8th. regular
Is that
meeting.
enough time for,
I think that's enough time to do what, you know, to incorporate the direction that you gave today, and that still leaves us enough time to make any adjustments to get back to June 22nd with the final budget put together. So yeah,
Okay.
I think that's a good date.
okay. So we'll shoot for that.
Okay.
Okay. All right, with that, we'll move on to item number 9, AB 1234 report out. I don't believe there's any events or anything that the city would be paying for the council to go to, so I do not believe there'd be anything to report out there. And then we have council comment and request. Try to make them quick. Daniel? None. No comment. Robert? No comment. Chris?
I'm too tired.
No comment. All right, I'll just thank everyone for their hard work. And, you know, again, we're very sensitive to the issue of meetings running late and whatever, but we are completely, you know, everything here is dependent on tourism, and we are very hardly hit with this. And if we're all going to walk away at 9:30 at night and wait and not do anything, then we're going to find ourselves in a very dire situation. We have to be strategic and we have to be committed, and I thank everyone for taking the time.
I agree.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.